said that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
How did I forget to share that? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. And as you're coming in, I need you to do two things. Smash that like button and share this stream, because we are going to jump into this today. There's a lot of drama going on in the community of Hendersonville. Today is day 41 that Sebastian Rogers, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, disappeared from his house on the night of the 25th into the 26th. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now there is a lot of drama out here on these streets. There is, and we are going to jump into that. There's a new interview that came out with Seth. Well, actually, two of them. There's two of them. We're going to check that out also before we open up the lines. But shout out to everybody who was coming into the stream. I see you, Robin. How are you doing? X Creeker in the building. Trev, yes, I can't wait for you to talk more about what? I'll be checking for that. What's going on, Debbie? Welcome to the stream. As you're coming in, again, make sure you hit that like button. I love you, Rev Game family. I'm wide awake. We got our sleep. We got our rest. We're back in action. Let's go. But I just don't, I'm not understanding what's going on right now in this investigation whatsoever pertaining to Sebastian Rogers. I mean, again, day 41, and there's no sign of Sebastian Rogers anywhere. We had a couple possible sightings. People always come in. What is the possible sighting? The possible sighting was a March 20th possible sighting, from what I know, in Gatlinburg. So if you're coming in and asking that question about the title, that's it. I've had several people email me about that. It's all on my Twitter. So if you want to go, make sure you go to my Twitter and you'll find that. Hold on. Let me share this to Twitter while we're talking about it. But there's been some drama at this rally going on. You remember JT who called in from last night? We had JT call in, but before JT, we had Nancy. Nancy messaged me this morning, and I'll tell you what Nancy said, because she went back by and she gave me an update on when she went by the park where the Proudfoots are, allegedly. I'm going to read exactly what she wrote to me. She said, "Morning, Rev. I rode by the RV park around 9:45 this morning. Both the car and truck was there. Looked quiet, like they're just sleeping in like a normal day. They are shit. She said, I took 2 short videos I'll send. Nothing happening, but proof they are there." And it says, "Our vehicles are there. So stay in touch. I'll ride by later and let you know if I see anything. As always, thank you for all you do." Thank you, Nancy, for that update. I appreciate that. Shout out to Nancy for her work that she's doing. She's out there. She's out there in the field and on the ground. Shout out to Nancy. What's going on, Trisha? Nice to see you. I appreciate that, Julie. I appreciate that. We won't be getting rid of that intro. Don't worry about it. Sasha said, "I love this, Rev." What's going on, Cindy? Hey, T-REV. Thank you for all you do to cover these cases and more. Thank you. I appreciate that, Cindy. Shout out to you. GB in the building. All right, so let's get to some of this drama. This just went on. I don't know. I reported on some of it on my page. People were saying that someone pulled up where this, JT had came on last night and was telling us about this meetup. What was it, at 12 p.m. today? It started. So he went out here. Allegedly, somebody from Seth's search group allegedly came out here. I don't know. I heard reports of a gun. I did not see that myself, but multiple people were coming through the Discord and saying, Rev, the guy pulled up with a gun, or, you know, and that's what we reported. That's what I didn't see this video myself. So we're going to play this, see what happened here at the scene of this protest that JT is doing out here. We're going to find out. Let's play it real quick. We're nosy. What's going on, Darkest? Welcome. Let's share this on Twitter real quick.
Yeah, it is. Oh, definitely it is. No, you want to pull over and talk? I'll talk to you on the phone. Hey.
This is getting crazy, man. This is getting insane. And by the way, shout out to JLR, because he's actually out there, boots on the ground right now. So JLR was out here and he is at this location right at this rally. So thank God that we got this on camera. We can check it out. Hi, T-REV, please address these two things. You said, hold up. Hi, T-REV, please address these two things. Where are the clothes Sebastian was wearing on the 25th? Love that question. That is a great question. We've been asking the same thing around here, Jennifer. Where is was Sebastian's clothes accounted for that he was wearing that night that Seth, you know, got to see at TBI? Him and Katie went there. He's seen him on camera alive. And that's when Seth was kind of smiling that night and was optimistic about the search for Sebastian, right? And I'm glad you brought that up. Were those clothes that he was wearing at this restaurant accounted for? Great question, and it would mean a lot. Are they accounted for, or are they at that house? Where are they at? I do love that. And you said, can anyone call TBI and confirm that they told Chris not to take a lie detector test? I like that question too. Why is he putting that out there? Somebody from the rep gang reached out to Chris Proudfoot, and he said that he was doing one with TBI. But yet he didn't do. Did he do one with Nancy Grace? No. I don't know what's going on here, guys. This is a big mess right here. This is a big mess. You said, I just heard on Brothers Under Recovery in the chat, a person said that Katie dyed her hair a different color. I mean, women dye their hair all the time, though. Some women, anyways, that I know. Oh, Katie is finally living her best life that she's wanted. That she's wanted, no responsibility. Well, I want to kind of jump into this because I heard through the grapevine, and I mentioned this last night, that they felt bothered by coming to meet with TBI, allegedly, because they had to take off time from the vacation. What kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? That's all I want to know. You said, I don't understand why anyone would take signs down or go against search groups or rallies, Kelly22 says. That's like, imagine you getting out of your car, Kelly. You jump out your car and you ripping missing posters down of a little boy who's missing. Just think that, fathom that in your head, that you are driving around. What kind of dark human being do you have to be to drive around and rip off missing posters of a little boy? You have to be one twisted person to do some shit like that. I mean, in my mind, if you're ripping signs down of a missing person, get away from me. I do not want to be near you. What's going on, Starry?
I knew we would have a couple naysayers. Already had somebody flip me the middle finger.
Damn.
For holding this sign. Why somebody?
If JT, if you're listening, you want to call and give us an update, man, you could let us know about this incident. This is crazy. It is. Don't worry, I'll be opening up the lines in a minute. Said signs in restaurants, gas stations, and businesses. Hold on, let's make this big screen for you all. Who goes missing on vacation when your child is missing? People don't want him found. Nandy, I kind of feel like that at this point. I'm not even gonna lie. Like I honestly feel like that at this point. It's like, damn, do they even want him found? JC, or is that Jackie? I'm gonna say JC or Jackie, one of the two. It takes a special kind of evil motherfucker to take down a missing kid sign. Agree with that. Agreed with that. Now, it's alleged. I heard this through the grapevine, and again, multiple people were telling me that somebody pulled up with the pistol or with a gun. Again, allegedly. Welcome, NFT. Welcome to the stream. Tanya, how you doing? You said, I was watching JLR live, and yes, someone saw a gun. See? See what I'm
Let
saying?
me ask you first, since you brought it up. What's this doing? What is it not doing? Let me ask
Hold on. Before he jumps into this conversation with this person, do you guys remember last night when JT called in? Were you in here when he called in? You said they just need to go ahead and arrest them both, neglect, child endangerment, hold them until they crack or Sebastian is found. Yeah,
first, since
yeah,
you brought it
I
up.
get it.
What's this doing? What is it not doing?
What's going on, Aaron? Welcome to the stream. Jackie, that's JT who called in last night.
Well, let me ask you first, since you brought it up.
Let me turn it up.
What is it not doing? Let me ask
Nobody's been proven guilty.
That's true.
Okay. Why do we have
Is
to
that,
repent?
is that it?
Why do we have to repent Chris Crouch?
Let me ask you why you think it's not helping find Sebastian first.
Do you have boots on the ground looking for him?
I have.
You have? When?
So is this guy.
Okay. What does this do?
Well, I'm waiting on your reason why you think it's not helping.
What does
What?
this do?
How many
Who
days?
took the flyers down? That's a good question.
Something around there.
Right.
I just want to know.
Law enforcement has scoured the entire area, right?
I don't think KP.
So we're going on past day 40 now. Let me get up here so I can be eye level with you. So,
Okay.
what's your name?
I'm not going to share that information.
Okay.
This is crazy, y'all. This is real
So the
crazy.
reason we're asking Chris Proudfoot to repent is because he has lied on camera multiple times during multiple interviews. Yes or no? Have you been following the case?
I have been following the case.
Okay. So you don't have a comment?
I mean, can we argue with the point that he's saying? Now, what's your thoughts on this? When he's saying that he's lied on camera multiple times, what is your initial thoughts when you see that as a viewer? And I'm asking you as a viewer, when we're looking at this and we're listening and seeing that this guy's out here protesting, you see this little incident going on, why does it matter whether, I mean, this is the proof of there's public opinion, no matter what and nobody's going to be able to stop you from that public opinion. And you're able to have those thoughts. And that's why we get together to think and come up with different things and scenarios and even speculation. No, it's not good sometimes, but it's keeping Sebastian's name front and center every single day, talking about these different things and covering the different incidents that are going on and taking phone calls and talking with all of you. I feel like that it keeps the awareness on Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, who's been missing since February 25th with no sign of his existence whatsoever. So you know what? When you have people like JT in the community, you may not agree with what he's saying, right? You may not, or you may agree with what he's saying. But either way, he's out here trying to find out answers just like the rest of us. And he happens to be a local here. And this is his thoughts. And he's out here standing up for what he thinks when it comes to this. I feel there's nothing wrong with it. He's definitely changed his story, says Don Flat. Shout out to you, Don. Today is day 41 in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Please don't let up. Please don't stop looking. Please don't stop sharing his name, face, and story. That's exactly what I'm talking about off the record. You already know. Lee Michelle said, hold up. So that guy that had the pew has been searching with Seth. That guy has got to be friends with Chris Foots. Right? Listen, that's the reports that I'm getting, is that this person was friends with Seth. That's the reports that I'm getting. How true that is, I don't know. I'm not going to put words in anyone's mouth. I don't know who this guy is, but that is the reports that I'm hearing. That's a fact.
On that?
No, sir.
Okay. So you think he's innocent? You think he's guilty? You think there's foul play? You think he just wandered off?
I get it, Moon.
I'm just asking your opinion, man.
It's not my expertise to share.
Okay. So what do you mean by expertise?
What's going on, Just Debbie?
I'm not law enforcement.
Okay. You have to be law enforcement to form a conclusion.
Yes, it is.
That somebody's not telling the truth.
No, sir.
Well, there we go.
Welcome, Brittany. Thank you.
So we have watched Mr. Proudfoot incessantly lie, change his story multiple times. Okay?
Thank you,
I'm
Jalen.
coming from. Let me just tell you where I'm coming from. Okay? You see what
I appreciate the
I'm saying?
support.
I do it this all the time. I've been doing this for 5 years.
I don't. That's right.
Okay, so I'm coming at this from a 100% biblical perspective, right? Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Believe in the Bible?
Yes, sir.
What does the Bible say about people who lie?
I just want to know what this is doing.
Well, let's stay on target, man. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep redirecting the conversation. So let me ask you again. What does the Bible say about people who lie? I'm getting to a point here.
I did not come out here to talk about the Bible. I'm talking about to find out what you were doing to help.
I'm trying to answer.
He said, what the hell is going on?
Because of what the Bible says. I'm a Christian. I'm a man of God. I go out and I preach the word of God. So we're out here in a book. You're asking me why I'm doing this and why this is helping find Sebastian. I'm trying to tell you why.
Why are you wanting to repent, Mr. Bradford?
Okay, again, I'm going to go back to my question. You said you're a Christian.
I don't want to answer questions about
Chris
the Bible.
Proudfoot has lied. Okay, and I'll tell you what the Bible says in Revelation chapter 21, verse 8. It says that all liars will find their place in the lake of fire. Okay, which is the second death. Which, as a Christian, that is hell. Okay, and that's what Jesus taught when he walked the earth. Now, Chris Proudfoot reports that he's a Christian.
Lying, yeah,
He's
right.
lied multiple times. I mean, everybody. It does not.
Love the profile pic, by the way, Jazz.
Take an expert in law enforcement to see that somebody's not telling the truth when you change your story multiple times. So we're out here.
Tiny
Call
Tim.
Chris Proudfoot's witness because it's been over 40 days.
Are you expecting Chris Proudfoot to come out here?
Let me finish my statement, okay? And then you can
Stroking
ask
his
me
arm
the
to
next question. Sebastian has been missing for over 40 days, right?
Mhm.
We agree on that?
Yes.
Law enforcement experts have scoured the entire area. Volunteers like myself, I've been out hiking, looking. He's been out hiking, looking. Everybody's been out searching. Law enforcement did a massive search just the other day.
You said even if you don't
Nothing.
agree.
He's vanished without a trace.
Correct.
Now, statistically speaking, when cases like this unfold like this, it's usually somebody that knows the victim, somebody very close to the victim. And the last person that saw Sebastian alive, supposedly, was Katie Proudfoot. Yes or no?
Yes, and that's a good point too. The last person to see him alive, outside of the two aunts or cousins that were out with him that night, is Katie Proudfoot. I mean, let's just face the facts here. That is the last person that's seen him alive. She said she heard a thud, etc. And a lot of people are talking about, well, did he make it home that night? Which is why I got the vote up there. So if you're just coming in, make sure you vote on those polls up top. Do you think that Sebastian made it home on February 25th that night? Do you think that he made it home? My thing is this. If the police thought that he didn't make it home, they would be prime suspects, or she would be, allegedly. So is there something that the police have as far as, seeing him get home to where they don't conduct an investigation on the Proudfoots, or I'm sorry, Katie, right from the jump, allegedly? You say you don't have to agree with his beliefs, but at least he's out there doing something. And I agree with that too, Mama Bear. I agree with that too. You said stop sharing his name, Sebastian Rogers. I think Katie did it, and Chris is stuck covering for her. Remember, he was the one who wanted Seth to take Sebastian, and there was problems with that marriage. I've been taught, like I said, I talked to Seth a couple times, and I feel bad for him. He's breaking down. Does JT have a YouTube channel? Not that I know of. He was live in a Facebook group, ADAS. Thanks for asking, though. And if we talk to him, I'll let him tell you that.
Correct. So I would speculate that they would have the answers because there has not been a trace of anything. So we're out here tackling this from a different angle. Okay. So the different angle is, just like law enforcement said, you can't leave any stone unturned. And even Chris Proudfoot himself said everything is on the table.
So do I.
Nothing can be ruled out. And that was with direct questions from Nancy Grace and other interviewers that directly asked him, Mr. Proudfoot.
Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate the support.
Are you guilty? Did you do something? And each time he answered, I can tell you we've not been ruled as suspects, but nothing is left off the table. Okay?
Nothing.
So to help find Sebastian to answer
Thank you, Lisa.
question, it's not an easy yes or no answer. It's not something I can just give you simply, man. You have to attack all angles, man.
Carrie said,
you have to look at all people. If we just close the door on the possibility of the Proudfoots knowing something, and that's where Sebastian is hiding behind that door, the answers to Sebastian's going missing, then we're never going to know. So if you just say, oh, well, there's no evidence, so we should just shut that door and not even look there, not even call attention to it. I mean, you're doing Sebastian an injustice, man.
I'm not doing Sebastian an injustice.
Okay. Well, that's my answer, bud. And, God bless you, man.
So why? I don't know. People were reporting, oh, we had a gun and these different things. I didn't see a gun here in this video. Nah, but I don't know what happened off camera or on the live, but it was reported that he came out with a gun. I mean, people open carry, and you can open carry in Tennessee as long, I'm pretty sure, with a pistol. If you look up the laws, you can open carry in Tennessee. So you said it seems like that sign is bringing out the folks that's probably tearing down the flyers. Apple Bottom, that's actually good speculation when it comes to that. Is that the people who are tearing down the flyers? Because why would they even care what you're doing, what mission you're on? If you're on a mission and you're putting up flyers, if you see somebody else and you don't agree with what they're doing as far as their way of helping, that doesn't mean that you have to try to intervene and stop them from what they're doing. Continue to do what you're doing. Continue posting up flyers, continue to go around and do all those things. There's no reason. But yeah, that's good speculation. Is this bringing out the people who are tearing down these flyers? And also, I heard about something last night. I forget where I seen it, but allegedly somebody came up and said it was a set parents pulled up on somebody. I didn't see that part, but I don't know. Let's continue to check this out. And there's another interview, a new interview with Steph that I seen from today. It just came out. From what I know, he said broken spoke. Was there any truth to the Uber that night? I heard it in the beginning, but I haven't. What about the Uber? What about it did you hear? I got you. I turned it up. Okay, hold. My bad. Getting wild out here. I wonder if somebody in Chris's family put him in some kind of facility somewhere. Hey, Watson wants to. Good question too. And a lot of people have been talking about that. About him possibly being in a facility, but would they really hold out on that information? Nina says, why the hell is that dude so nervous to keep stomping his heel and tapping his foot and switching legs? Huh, interesting. Dana, thank you. Said, hold on. Dana said Chris stated he threw away Sebastian's belongings, could have snuck out with the flashlight to get his stuff and got locked out, scared of punishment. That's interesting. Scared of punishment. Did he, get locked out barefooted? To get his stuff and if he got locked out barefooted, wouldn't you just go and bang on windows though? Right? If you're at your house and you're locked out, you would go and bang on some windows, or you'd be beating on everything to try to get in, especially if it's at night, you're barefooted, you may be in your pajamas or a little sweatshirt, who knows. Appreciate the support though.
So JT, what's going on?
Yeah, so this young man pulls up and he says, what is this doing to help find Sebastian? And I tried to explain it to him, and I told him, we're out here because we can't, like the law enforcement say, we can't leave any stone left unturned, right? Every possibility has to be examined here, guys. So we're out here on a biblical perspective. Some of you guys may not agree with our beliefs, and that's perfectly fine. That's between you and God. But we're out here to call Chris Prophet to repentance because we've caught him in several lies. And the Bible says that lie is a sin. So this young man didn't like that. He came up here and he talked. I asked him to come up here and talk to me. He came up and talked to me. He walked down the hill, stood over me, and he was kind of shaking and violently trembling like this.
Oh,
wow.
I
felt a little uncomfortable by that, so I kind of moved up the hill.
Hold up. What's all that trembling and shaking for? If you're going to approach somebody, why are you trembling and shaking? What's going on with that? Might want to pass that name over.
Where JR is. And I said, let me get eye level with you, man. We don't have to be confrontational, this and that. Well, I didn't see it, but apparently our other group here saw it. He had his hand on his firearm.
Oh my God.
And he was I don't know if he was doing it to intimidate me in the silence or what. And, but yeah, that's the case. One of them called the police, and now they're out searching for this.
Did you hear that?
Oh, wow. They're searching for
hand on a
gun.
gun.
The police want to talk to me, so I'm going to go up here and talk to these gentlemen.
All right.
What's going on out here? Hand on a gun. How would Chris have thrown this stuff out if he wasn't even there? That's a good question. Chris put anything. Yeah, I don't know about the Chris throwing stuff out. Maybe he's talking about a different time or something, but it definitely wasn't that night. He was at work, allegedly.
Well, we're out here just bringing awareness to Sebastian's.
Oh, okay.
Apparently somebody didn't like that. He came up and said, what is this doing to help Sebastian? I don't know the guy's name or anything, but pulled up and stopped in the road. And I said, man, if you want to, come up here and talk about it.
You said KB should be on that poster too? It's wild out here, y'all. Shit's getting wild. Lucinda says, I don't think he never made it home. Sebastian was going to. My thing is this though, Lucinda, if what you're saying is right, the SS about the SSI, allegedly they have money though. So what, how much could they really be getting off Sebastian? Between $800 and $1,400? Yeah, this is JT. It is JT, the guy that called in last night that was telling us about him going out here today and had people meet with him out here. That's my question. Drugs. I'm happy for anyone out there trying to help Sebastian. Exactly. I really think some of these people taking out fires are involved. Wow. Uh-oh, Ashley. It's very odd. It's a hell of a drug.
There's no aggressive protesting going on here.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay, we haven't had a call.
I had a law firm that
I'm listening.
We haven't had a call about it.
We know the law, we know our rights, we know where we can stand, where we can't stand. We're not going to pros and cons. Anything you guys want to tell us, there's nothing on.
You're not causing no disturbance to us. I didn't see nothing wrong with it. So.
Nervous?
Some people upset, some people don't like the message anymore. We're living in a fallen society. They want to silence your First Amendment rights. They're going to come up here and do what they do.
Terry said, "Move to Tennessee, and you'll understand that that is normal." Okay, so there's that video. I just wanted to show you guys on that part what happened there this morning because a lot of people were like, "What is this post?" Here is let's check it out. New interview from what I've seen.
No sign of Sebastian.
And then I'll open up the lines right after this,
and
we'll get straight to the phone calls.
In the middle of the night.
I got time tonight.
February 25th. His mother was the last person to see him and says that he left the house without any shoes on and just a flashlight. So where is he? Searchers continue looking for Sebastian. And this morning, we have a very special guest joining us on the program, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, good morning to you. And might I just start by both saying thank you and just that my heart and the hearts of all of our wonderful viewers really go out to you. The agony that you're going through, I can't even imagine. I've seen you do some interviews and I've been so amazed at how resilient you are. And you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here. And I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive, and who knows what can happen with this investigation. And any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here.
This is the start only. Oh, yeah.
They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting.
Nice to see you.
I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet.
Hey, SW, 4x4 Explorers, I got your email. Comment in chat right as soon as you hear me say this so I can click on your name.
There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done, Seth, that hasn't been?
I have a list of stuff, but I don't know if they've done it or not.
Welcome, Bella.
I mean,
Lisa.
There's been questions that have been asked, and things that have been answered. It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed.
There you
have
go.
to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February.
This is sad, like literally. Sebastian's dad, my son's not here and they have no evidence. Well, let me tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. I talked to Seth I talked to him a little bit last night through text, but I talked to him on the phone the prior night, and he was telling me the same thing. My son's missing. They have no evidence. What's going on? And even shared as much as we should have all been suspects right from the beginning. And that just shows me that he understands what, this law shit is. He understands it. He understands all of them should have been suspects from the jump and thoroughly investigated. I mean, it is what it is.
25th, it's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home. And
welcome, Chatty.
Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
Thank you, Gypsy doll.
He's not the type to put on. He's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes.
Thank you, Jared.
As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone.
Hold on, I kind of missed that because I was talking. My bad. Let me play it back. We want to hear these details.
He's not the type to put on. He's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes.
Okay.
As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense.
Nope, it doesn't.
And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you moving towards
behind
a potential kidnapping?
No, I'm not behind that.
Anything is speculation at this point in time.
He does.
Because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up.
Uh-oh.
His mother was the last one to see him.
Yes, ma'am.
She's responsible for this. Either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Oh, wow.
Has she been?
Oh, wow. Seth, say that again.
She's responsible for this. Either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Oh, my goodness.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
That's a fact, Elizabeth. Got to give you that.
Not in my opinion.
Why
This is the third time that my son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment.
Whoa.
And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California. And Chris in her apartment. They let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither. And he lost his innocence because of it.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year.
Man, this breaks my heart. Just for the simple fact that this happened to me around the same age as Sebastian's. Wow. That breaks my heart. Just like the Madeline Soto case, we talked about it here, ladies and gentlemen. Seth is now taken to, and this is a newer interview. Sebastian's dad, he was molested and raped previously by a known sex offender. Oh my God. He's calling me now. Hold up, Seth is calling, but hey, Seth, what's going on? I'm on the live right now watching this interview. You there? I'm on live right now watching the interview. This is the new Court TV interview that you got. Yeah, is it? Can I call you back, or you want me? Can I call you from here, or you want to? Right. Agreed. I agree. I agree with you 100%. Is it all right if I give you a call from the line or no? Okay, I'll shoot you a call right now, and then we could talk about this. Or do you want a link to come up? Okay, that's fine. I'll call you. I'll just call your number. Yes, sir. I'm calling you right now from the line. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get Sebastian. We're gonna call up Seth Rogers right now. He just called me while we were watching this video. I said, man, I'm watching this video right now and it's breaking my heart. And he called me. That's when he called me. He didn't know I was on live though. So we're gonna shoot Seth Rogers a call real quick. I don't think I think he's out here doing his thing, searching. Man, worried about this guy. Let's shoot him a call real quick and we'll finish watching this interview. But here we go. Let's shoot it. What's going on, boss man?
How you doing?
You know, was just watching this new Court TV interview that came out about a good 4 hours ago, and seeing, man, just hearing the story on here is just. Whew. You said you're catching a lot of slack?
I'm catching a lot of shade online, I guess. Of course, I'm not online, so people are just telling me about it.
Right.
And I think it's kind of, victims don't come out because people victim blame.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why people don't know how much it goes on.
Yes, sir.
People are telling me I'm blasting my son's personal shit out. Well, first of all, how do people get help if they don't tell somebody?
Right.
That's first. So then people don't want to tell anybody because people give people shade. Oh, and it's victim shaming. And I'll tell you right now, that's some bullshit. All right?
Yes, sir.
People need to understand that there are disgusting people in this world that do stuff. And because you shame them, you make sure that they don't come out.
I mean, you had to put that out, I feel like.
Chris was holding that over my head. I'll tell them, well, no, you're not going to tell them this is my son. I will let people know. And I will let them know that it happened under your watch.
Man. So this happened under their watch. I heard this video and it is heartbreaking hearing what happened to Sebastian.
That was my son's innocence. Nobody should have ever been able to do that to him.
Absolutely not.
And it takes proper parenting to make sure that it doesn't. And it affected him. It has affected him, and it's still affecting him.
Right.
Because he's autistic. B, he's got a chromosomal. He's got so much against him developmentally, and It never should have happened to begin with, but it did.
Yeah.
So you got to go the extra mile now to make sure that he gets help.
I mean, and people, we support you. So, I mean, I'm looking at the chat right now. There's some people that are going to say things, but in general, what else? I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, they hold something over your head for what? When he was in their pit.
You know, it hurts. It hurts to know that that happened to my son. It hurts that I couldn't do more in California.
From where you're at now.
You know, because California rules are stupid. I mean, oh, he's 13. You know, he's protected under the law.
Did you say this guy was a known sex offender, Seth? You said this guy was a known sex offender?
No. No. I'm saying that the kid was 13, so he's protected under the law.
Right.
I don't know if he had hurt other children before or not.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious about
my thinking is that the parents are responsible for the child. So the parents should be the ones that, you know, but I wasn't given the information because the child was under 13.
That's crazy.
13 and under, man, in California, they're protected by the law, even though they're breaking the law. You know, it's one reason why when Katie said that she was moving to Tennessee, Chris, she asked if she could take Sebastian, and I was like, yeah, go ahead. I'll follow shortly.
Yeah.
And 4 months later, I was up here. Been in the same place since I moved here.
Do you need anything from us, man? What do you need from us? What do you want from us out here in the community? What would you like us to keep doing? And I mean, I know you're probably on the way to the vigil right now. I know that vigil's today, correct?
I am. That's correct. I'm on my way there now.
Yes, sir. I figured that when I heard it. I was like, hold up, is he out searching? Because I heard the when I was about to get on your butt. But I knew the vigil. I seen somebody say the vigil. Remind me that the vigil is today at what, 6:30, 6 p.m.
6 p.m. I'm en route, dodging traffic and possibly breaking the law.
What is the location of this vigil?
It's at the Rudder. It's our meeting space, 126 River Road.
Okay, just making sure. 126 River Road. That's good, man. This interview. Did you just do this yesterday or today?
Court TV interview?
Yeah, this specific one that they put up about the charges, or not about the charges. I'm sorry, about the rape.
I actually did that the morning after I did Justin.
Okay, I got you. So I'm okay. That's right around there.
It was still fresh, and Court TV's been calling me, trying to get me. You know, it's out. You know, it's hard to talk about it to begin with.
Yeah, no, it is. It's definitely hard to talk about for sure. From
a protector's point of view, it is extremely hard to talk about something that should have never happened to begin with.
It broke my heart because I was, I say that his age, it was at from 6 to 8 years old. Hearing that was like, whoa, that threw me off. It definitely threw me off when I heard it. Broke my heart for you, man. I mean, like, and I want to clarify something for some people about, and maybe you can answer it real quick before you get off. I know I want you to get to the vigil. I know it's probably going to be broadcast and stuff like that, so I'll be tuning in for it. But at that night, people keep getting it mixed up and thinking that Sebastian was seen on video footage taking out the trash. But I want to clarify to people that me and you had this conversation and that you can't tell who that is taking the trash out.
You can't.
Okay.
You can see the light, and then you see a shadow run into the house. Because the lights, You know, I can say that. I can say it was Sebastian, but you can't actually see who it is. So I cannot say that it was Sebastian.
Okay, so
The police can sit there and say they think it's Sebastian, and that's the only, child in the house. But I don't know.
I just wanted to clarify that because people will either call in or email me about the case, and they think that Sebastian was seen on camera at the house, and there's really, to you, there's no proof that he made it back home that night. Allegedly. Okay.
But they said that they know Sebastian made it back home. So
okay, so they did say that the investigators, and that's kind of what I was telling people. If investigators thought that he didn't make it back home, she would have got crucified in that room. So she lawyered up. Allegedly. Yeah, man. Well, you know what? I don't want to keep you for too long because I know you're on the way to this vigil. You got a lot on your mind. You need your mind clear. And man, thank you for calling it. I didn't expect you to call right there. I was just letting you know I watching this interview. It was heartbreaking, but God, I appreciate you calling in and just filling us in on some things and letting us know about this. You're right, man. That should never be left out, and help should be given immediately for anybody who was essayed. Anybody.
yes, because some children just bottle it up and keep it inside, and they don't know, and then they never get help, and
they take their own lives and things like that, and that's not what we want to happen in any life.
So
yes, that's
everybody keep praying for the well-being of my son Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please.
Absolutely. And as far as the flyers, is there a new link for flyers? Because people keep telling me that.
Is there a new what?
Is there a new link for flyers? I still have the one that you sent me the first time, but people are saying that there is a new flyer.
Yeah, that's still the link.
Okay, just making sure. And the T-shirts, the local woman. Yes, sir.
What?
No, the T-shirt, you said there was a local woman, but I'll get that information from you later. I want you to make it to where you're going right now and keep your mind focused on that. You got the vigil. I'm praying for you, brother. If hit me up if you need anything.
Just prayers, man. Prayers. People keep your eyes open, your heads up.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. I'll talk to you here shortly. God bless you, Seth.
Thank you. God bless you too, sir.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate Seth calling in real quick and filling us in. He's on his way to the vigil. I could have kept him and asked him plenty of questions, but you know what? I'm not gonna overdo that. I don't want to overdo that. I don't want to keep hitting his mind and filling up his mind. You know what I mean? He's on the way to the vigil about his son. I'd message him. It was just like, man, my heart's breaking watching this interview and you tell this story like this. He called me immediately, but I appreciate him actually, being able to call and take it on the line, take it to the podcast for you guys to actually hear the conversation. Because I wanted you to hear what he said. He said a lot of people were bashing him for putting this story out, for telling this story. And I respect all opinions. Do you think that that's overboard that he put that out? And let's just stand from I'm looking for honest opinions here. Do you think that he was wrong for putting that out? Or do you think that is something that you should be talking about? It's 41 days. Again, think about it. 41 days. Sebastian hasn't been seen one time from nobody besides 2 or 3 possible sightings. One of them that I know about and was learned about because I actually seen the email that was sent into TBI about it from Gatlinburg. The other ones I don't know about, but that one sighting I do know about. Do you think that Seth is in the wrong for taking it to the TV and putting this out? Shame on them. Wrong. Sounds like Sebastian did make it home. Peggy says no. Myrna says hell no. Rebecca says no. Pammy says no. I see a lot of no's. I see some yeses, and I respect it. I respect all opinions, regardless of the fact. I mean, there's no telling that how you will act when it comes down to this situation for yourself, especially knowing some stuff like this. You said the Proudfoot family already kidnapped a child in the past. Chris' daughter Faith was kidnapped by CP's family. Well, I'm about to open up the lines. We're going to finish this video, and I'm going to open up the lines, and I want to hear from you guys directly. Obviously, at 219-885-9693. The phone number will be pinned up top above me. I have a banner over this side, right? The number will be there, and it's also pinned in chat. So for the folks who do want to call in, 6 minutes for everybody who gets through. I want to hear from all of you after we finish this Seth interview that just came out. And again, Seth Rogers just called in, a little 10-minute phone call to let us know, you know, about this incident that he was talking about. Just give us a brief breakdown. Why is it silent? Okay, there we go.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this.
That's a good question.
No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is that they weren't doing the correct thing clear in California. And it's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs. And, I've listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him.
What?
Make fun of his dancing.
Oh,
Chris obviously has this thing about corporal discipline with him. And it's just...
That's so wrong.
It's not good.
Seth, I'm so sorry.
I need to find my son.
Right.
And he's going to need extensive therapy now to put him back on the right track.
Yes. Was Sebastian...
See what I'm saying? And this is and I'm sorry I keep pausing because I know a lot of you are trying to call in and I can see the calls coming in right now. But listen, and he's not speaking. And I got to point this out. He's not speaking in past tense. Like he's saying that he's going to need the therapy. He's going to need that. So you can see that he's genuinely concerned about where his son is and still thinks that he's alive. I mean, a lot of us are 50-50 on that. And that's just opinionated at this point because it's 41 days in and we have absolutely no clue where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is. Absolutely not one inkling of a clue. With people allegedly moving out of this place that he went missing from. They're not there. They're at this campground. There's some people out there watching them too. I mean, it's insane. You said T-REV, he's the parent. He has every right to. Agreed. Do another poll, Trev. I'll add it, Bombshell. I got you.
The one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did. And my son did. This happened in California. So Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put
Thank you, Kristen.
The detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they can protect the other children from this child.
Right. So no juvenile proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child. He wasn't brought to juvenile court.
Jared,
no,
thank you again.
In California, kid's 13, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
I don't get that. So the kid was 13 that did this to Sebastian, and you can't do anything about it because of the age. Make that make sense. Thank you,
Seth, I'm so
I appreciate you.
I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and this is just one more of those reasons. Tell me, please, Seth.
Thank you for pointing that out.
What else do you want the public to know?
Welcome,
as
Kelly.
People all over are hoping and praying for your son Sebastian's safe
Jen,
return.
thank you.
Dad, I'm just looking for him. I need people to help. I'm just one person. I can do a lot, but I can't do everything. I have to find him. I have to find him.
Absolutely. You have to find him. And we will continue doing everything we can here at Court TV to help you find him, putting his picture out there, video, talking about him. And hopefully he is somewhere where he can be brought home safe to you soon. Seth Rogers, thank you so much for this talk. Thank you for sharing all of those things. I know it's not easy.
Okay, that's the end of that interview, ladies and gentlemen. And it's time to take these phone calls and different things. If anything else is coming out, we will jump into that too, as I got my eyes peeled on that. I don't know, the Rev Gang family. I mean, I know most of us stand with Seth Rogers on this. A lot of it doesn't make sense at all, but I do respect the people who are middle of the road. 219-885-9693 as we continue to cover the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who is missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot going on visual tonight. Stay locked and loaded in here with the Rev Gang. Rev Gang stands with Seth Rogers on this. All right, and we're gonna keep Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers picture rolling. 865, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, Miss Mary here.
What's going on, Mary? You are live in the building. 6 minutes. The floor is yours. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, day 40, vigil coming up for him. Prayers going heavy out here in these YouTube streets. Talk to me now.
Absolutely. 2 questions. By chance, did Seth say anything about him being in another state, county, down in Memphis, anything like that?
No, but you know, for everybody who has questions for Seth, I will be having another interview with him in a conversation with him that I'm going to end up just doing to upload for you guys. So if any leftover remaining questions that you all have, email them to me, post them in Discord, whatever. What a question. I wrote a couple down that you asked the other night.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious if that was being followed up on. And also, I'm just really concerned too about the weather there in Tennessee right now. It's going to be getting really cold. So I don't know. I'm trying not to lose hope in this thing. I keep continuing to feel like he is going to come back. I was kind of taken aback by what that girl said about the Stables mental health place for autistic children. And I think that if a child was considered missing and they were in placement and Seth has partial custody, they would have alerted him.
Yeah, this California to Tennessee. What could he have done here in this case where this happened, this SA incident on Sebastian Rogers? I mean, what could he have done?
Yeah, and he did what he could do, and we all know that makes Sebastian way more vulnerable to perpetrators out there that may be older, looking to befriend him and take advantage. And that really bothers me because that's, they groom them, they manipulate them. And we've experienced that. So my heart is very worried. I hope that they're, surely to goodness, law enforcement's looking at it, everybody that's got a record in that area and that's listed on their, that's registered. But I don't know. I think Seth's still really perplexed on how he was not in the house. From what I'm getting, I don't think Seth thinks he made it home either.
Yeah.
Am I wrong on that?
No. Seth, absolutely. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've talked to Seth. I'm not going to divulge all the information that I've learned, but I'm going to say, just because, there is some things that I can't talk about, but when it comes to what you just said, there's a lot of speculation on if he made it home or not. I'm sorry. I got to put that out there. There's just a lot of speculation on, and again, it's allegedly. I mean, you heard, he just said it pretty on the live just now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of areas to drop him off or whatever, but unless they dropped him off and they, with the grandparents and they took him to Alaska, it's really heartbreaking. And my heart and prayers go out to Seth, and thank you for everything you're doing. I just wanted to check in though to see if there was any further follow up with the Memphis or other state question.
Yeah, I remember you asking that, and I wrote it down. It was about What was it exactly? I have it in my notes somewhere. It was about, you did ask, it was about Memphis, being in Memphis or something like that. What was it exactly?
Yeah, my question was, is that could Katie have met up with Chris? Were they having an argument and a fight over leaving where they are now and going to Memphis? I was thinking about Sebastian maybe not wanting to leave and maybe standing up to his mom or whatever, and they were like, "We're leaving. We've sold the house. Whatever they're doing, we're moving. You're going." And could they have done something and gotten him? It's total speculation, total alleged, but could she have given him something to help him sleep, like a Dramamine or something, and him up and drove him on down to Memphis? And he's staying with one of Chris's folks down there somewhere.
Yeah, but I mean, what would they be doing? Moving him around?
Well, if nobody's checking out down there at this point, because if it changes jurisdictions, I don't know about from county to county in Tennessee, but I know that she was trying to keep apparently Seth from possibly getting him full time. The confusing part to me though is with Chris, if he's trying to get Faith, and we believe what Nina is saying, and he's accusing Sebastian of hurting Faith or whatever there, why would Chris want to have Sebastian full time other than possible financial reasons? I'm saying. So I don't know. It's just heartbreaking, man. It just really is. I keep visualizing Sebastian just coming out of nowhere and running up to his dad and say, "I'm here, I'm safe," and that's what I'm praying for.
Yeah, I'm praying the same thing. I mean, I said, "What do you need?" He said, "Just continue to pray. Just continue to pray for me." And
if you hear from anybody from law enforcement or from Seth or anybody, like, there's a possibility he could be in another state, particular area, will you please let us know? And that way we can kind of.
What did you see that they extended their search into Alaska?
No.
I was reading an article about that.
No.
Yeah, I was reading an article about that. I don't know. I don't know much on it, but again, there was a little article about them extending the search for Sebastian in Alaska.
Do you know if Sebastian had ever been there? Have you ever heard?
Yeah, I don't know that or not. I don't know the answers to that, but someone sent me an email with the article attached, and it was about the investigation, or a lot of people in Alaska are putting up flyers and stuff now for Sebastian, and there's a search conducting out there. So this is picking up a lot of attention, Mario, a lot of attention. Everybody from around the world has eyes on this case and wants to know where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is. Nobody just falls off the face of the earth. And again, he was last seen with his mother, allegedly, right? And he came home that night. And Seth, you just heard Seth say that the police said that they believe he came home that night, or they're saying that he was home that night. So if we're going based off that, who was that? Who was that went outside that night? Because again, you heard the man Seth come up on here and say, "I seen that video," and you can't tell who that is taking the trash out. So how do you know that's him?
Well, right, and if Katie's the only one at the house, and it had to be Katie. There's just. She could have dressed in all black, and you can't tell who's out there. But I just want to say one last thing, and that is, if anybody out there is listening to this, and you do have Seth, please,
Sebastian,
for the love of God, that child, for his family, everybody.
You have Sebastian, you mean?
Yeah, I'm Sebastian. I'm sorry. Just take him and drop him off somewhere. Seth has said no questions asked. Just take him to like a Waffle House and let him call. Please, just let him go.
Right.
Just,
let him go. Drop him off at the vigil.
Yep, absolutely.
Drop him off at the vigil, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's that easy. If you have him, just drop him off at the vigil.
Yep, please.
The vigil's tonight is 6 at the Rudder. Matter of fact, for anybody that is in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and is curious about where this is going down, the vigil tonight, Again, it's 126 the rudder 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee 37075. Again, the rudder 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee 37075. Thank you, Mary, for calling in. I appreciate you. God bless you. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and thank you for being a voice here for Sebastian again today. God bless you. Mary, we appreciate her calling in, sharing her voice. 219-885-9693 as we extensively cover the story of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here tonight. Heartbreaking situation going on here, ladies and gentlemen. 615, you're live. Talk to me.
Cover the story.
Can you hear me? We good?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was like, hold up. I was like, man, I'm talking to myself. What's going on? I'm just playing.
I'm sorry.
How you doing, 615? You are live on the air. What are your thoughts and opinions when it comes to this case, or maybe what you just heard from Seth?
Okay, well, my name is Brandy, and I'm from about 20 minutes from where Sebastian lived.
Oh, wow.
And I have several thoughts. Number one, I think there's a misconception among people that are calling in about this because about the weather and him being barefooted. Should he have left at nighttime? It was like 65 degrees that night. And our weather has not been that cold since maybe February the 3rd. I mean, it has maybe been in the mid-30s at nighttime, but it's not been terribly cold. I mean, technically you'd want socks and shoes on, but if you were in a hurry and needed to vacate an area quickly, you could run out without socks and shoes and survive. Because I heard a woman the other day saying you couldn't get to the end of the driveway, which is not true.
What do you think though about him being barefooted allegedly and out in this terrain? Wouldn't something happen?
That was what I thought. That's what I thought I was going to say. I have a law degree and I also have a teaching degree, and I've done criminal cases. I've taught school. I've been a parapro. I've worked with children with autism.
Mm-hmm.
Children do not know how to, with autism, typically do not know how to shelter their feelings and don't know how to understand other people's feelings. And let's, for example, say Katie were to be in an argument with someone, let's say anyone, let's say a boyfriend, make up, and Sebastian were to be there and be a part of that, he may feel in danger at that moment. He would flee, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of my children that I paraproed, if they were in a situation at school and say a teacher were to raise her voice, that child would sometimes try to flee the classroom. They didn't care what the situation was. They didn't ask permission. It didn't matter if they were in line to go to the bathroom. It didn't matter if they were in the lunch line. It didn't matter if they were sitting down at lunch.
Mm-hmm.
They ran. And it didn't matter if they were a stage 1. It didn't matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And those children were like that. I had to hold their hands sometimes. They needed help.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know how to convey those emotions or anything. But that was another thought I had, was I had heard somewhere that Katie had a boyfriend or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Like a second boyfriend or something, allegedly?
Allegedly, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what I was kind of curious about, was what if he had at some point maybe he saw something or heard something he wasn't supposed to have.
And that's very possible.
And given the fact that he doesn't know how to, per se, keep a secret, maybe she knew that he couldn't keep that secret.
Mm.
And that would have taken away her security through her husband.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was the financial provider primarily for them, because there's no telling what he financially makes through his job. Because, he's not making little bucks, let's just say, because he's working so far away. He's got to be making quite a bit of money working what he's doing. So that's a thought that I had. Another thought that I had was, I also don't think he made it home that night from the eating. That's my thought. But the other day I caught you doing that box.
Mm-hmm.
and you flashed a photo of a room that was supposedly like, I don't know if it was their house exactly or just a room of supposedly their home or like a mock-up, a demo of their home.
Mm-hmm.
And on the box it said hidden room.
Mm-hmm.
And it freaked me out because I have that exact same room in my house, and there are hidden rooms in that room.
Mm-hmm.
There's a hole in each side of the wall that you can walk through and walk the entire length of the wall on each side. And there's a hole in each closet in each bedroom that you can walk up through and walk into those. And if you didn't live in this house, you wouldn't know they were there.
Interesting.
But I also do not think that he made it home that night. And there are cameras on those counties, red lights. They're not legal. They send out tickets, but they're not legal. You don't have to pay them because they're illegal. But anyway, they are still there.
Right.
I don't know why they're not checking them. And I know a lot of people are disappointed with this county's police presence, but they only have like 100 and maybe like 15 officers in that whole entire thing, and that's for the entire county, and that's day and night. So that's a tiny county, and kinda. I mean, they really are putting forth everything they can. I mean, but it's not a lot. I do agree. But they are calling in. I noticed Murfreesboro has come in, and a lot of other counties have come in. But I guess I don't have a lot to offer y'all. But I just was wanting to say that I know that here in Tennessee, and the weather has been a little warmer. Maybe if he is outdoors, maybe something will come up. But I guess that's all. I don't want to take anybody's time.
Oh, you're okay. Nah, you're not. What do you mean you don't have nothing to offer us? You being here and speaking on behalf of Sebastian Rogers and just being a voice for him is doing just enough. I mean, sharing it, going the extra mile is sharing links, flyers, and printing them out if you could take them at any local places. I mean, it doesn't matter. Sharing and keeping his face front and center and that's along with anybody who is missing and anything that's out there. That's helping. So thank you for being a part of today's show, calling in, sharing your thoughts, opinions, and theories here for little Sebastian Rogers, and you being 20 minutes away from where he's at. I appreciate you calling up and giving us a little bit of insight and clarifying, some weather that's been going on. Cause that's one of my questions was, what was the weather from that point where he went missing all the way up to now? Has it been crazy? And I kind of look back and it said that night it was what, 60 to 40. The low was 40.
Yeah.
Low 40?
40 was the lowest. Yeah. But he is right there on the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, they are so close to the water because that's close to where Johnny Cash lived. I don't know if anybody knows where that is, but it's relatively close to that.
Interesting.
So, they're kind of on the other side, but they are relatively close. I mean, it's on that waterway. So being on that waterway on a low-lying area, it will be cooler there. Right. But so let's say 40 low. But like right now, it's starting to get a little cooler at night. Just for what I call blackberry winter. I don't know if that's really what it's called, but so it may be a little cooler. We may get like a little frost or something at nighttime between like 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning. But I don't think that anybody would freeze to death technically. But I think that he would be okay. Like right now, it's been like you could wear short sleeves outside today, and it would have been fine.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So I'm praying that he's okay, and I think he will. I just feel like maybe I'm with Seth. I think maybe he's being moved around, but I don't know what the point of it would have been. I don't know.
But and if he's being moved around, I mean, isn't that a crime? Isn't that kidnapping?
It is, but I was going to say this too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I'm cutting somebody else's time. I did notice that somebody was talking about moving the case to Memphis. You can't do that. You have to follow what's called a foreign decree, and to do that, you have to be moved for. It used to be, I think, 90 days, or no, 6 months or 90 days.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have to file a notice of that. to his dad, and his dad has to not oppose to it and not file any objection to that for a period of time, 30 days. And then if they don't file an objection to that, then she has to file another notice, and then it still has to get done. So like it would take like 90 days plus for after she moved 90 days. So, I mean, you're talking at least 6 months, let's say 4 to 6 months before it could ever be moved, because you'd have to file that motion to file a foreign decree to a whole other county. So, in district. So that theory would be out of the water. And then I heard your other lady that was on the phone earlier about putting him in a facility in another state, in another county. I think I kind of figure that she may be an attorney or a law clerk, because I have had a case similar to that in the same county that in that same area, and they can hold them there without the father's does not have to sign off on it, and it would be a custodial interference eventually. But all that, if they have joint medical proxy, which they would have, because he says they have joint custody, all she would have to do is sign him in on whatever, and then once he's released, he would obviously file something, and it would be a custodial interference warrant eventually would be filed against her, but she would be responsible probably by the state for paying back all the money that the state has paid for the FBI, the TBI, the county of Sumner County, whoever has expended on doing that.
Yeah.
Looking for him.
We'll see what comes from this. I appreciate you calling in, being a local. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, opinions, and again, breaking down that weather, because that's a lot of questions that some people have. Even though I've went back and looked for the good week, it wasn't that bad, honestly. The night, it did get colder at night, but it wasn't that bad. And I appreciate you calling in, being a voice for Sebastian. Thank you so much, ma'am. Stay safe on this Saturday night. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Call from her. 219-885-9693. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. All right, yeah. Okay, there we go. 219-885-9693. If you're coming in late, we just talked to Seth Rogers on the phone. He's on the way to the vigil for Sebastian Rogers. That vigil started real soon, by the way. 432, I'm on with you talking to me. 707 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hi, is T-REV?
Yes, ma'am, it is. You were live on the air. Talk to me.
Hi, my name's Alicia, and I'm calling from California, the Bay Area.
Alicia. You said Alicia, right?
Yes, I'm new member. I'm not in the chat right now, but I will be.
Shout out to you, Alicia. What's going on? Tell us what's on your mind.
I'm going to make everybody mad, but I think Seth took him and is hiding him somewhere.
You said you're going to make everyone mad. You think that Seth took him and is hiding him somewhere.
Yes, if you think about it, he knows how to get in that house because he drops him off there every other weekend. Seth would go with him willingly. And Klein would go out because his dad might have a pair of shoes for him at his house. All right, and I always got a advice from Seth too when he's talking to the mom and the ex. I mean, her husband or whatever. At first, he's being really nice to them, and he wasn't really mad, or he just really, I don't know. I just got to get his vibe that he's still alive and his dad's got him somewhere. I think him and Sebastian cooked something up the weekend before.
So if he was keeping him somewhere, why? All right, so let's say your theory's right and that he was keeping him somewhere. But if that was the case, why would he be so publicly out here contacting everybody, putting his face and plastering it on every single social media website? I'm not to say that that's not possible, but for someone who would be hiding somebody like this in such a high profile case, he wouldn't be plastering his face. I feel like anyways, but I could be wrong.
Yes, because he wants to how much he loves his son, that his son's been essayed and all this. And he's trying to make, I don't know. So when you just come up with that, Sebastian, the courts won't go so hard on him. They'll go easy on him. I truly believe he loves his son. I think he's trying to keep him safe. And this is the only way he can go around. Maybe Sebastian and his stepdad didn't get along, and he just didn't want to be there anymore. And this is the way they got him out.
Interesting.
In my heart, I feel like
Chris is on video taking posters down. I heard. I haven't seen that yet. Truth's Delight. I have not seen that. So that's new to me hearing that. But yeah, so that's what you think, huh?
that's what I think.
Interesting. Respectfully disagree, but respect the fact that you can call up and share your thoughts. I do respect that part instead of just typing it in the chat. So thank you so much for doing that. Is there anything else that you want to share that's on your mind?
No, just that I like your channel, and
thank you.
I never thought I.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for calling in, being a voice here for Sebastian. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a blessed Saturday night. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. 219-85-96-93. It may not be the popular opinion, and I may not agree with it, but you know, I respectfully disagree. At least she called in and said and shared her thoughts. She did ask the caller in a community near that area. That's a great question. Damn, I should have asked her that. I missed that. 540, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hi, this is Hope from Virginia.
Oh,
I
Virginia.
have to respectfully disagree with your previous caller. Seth has he was at work that night.
Seen on camera.
And yeah, I mean, in jail facilities, prison facilities, there's no way that he could have slipped out and went and...
Now that you mentioned that and brought that up, you know, I have a thought on my mind here pertaining to where Seth works at. Was there, and I think police should go down all avenues, was there an angry inmate that could have targeted something about him? And I've never asked Seth that, and I'm going to ask him that when he's in a better mind state.
I think Seth has been asked that question, and he's, from what he said, you know, he wasn't one to make enemies with his. He always, if someone gets upset with him, he said usually by the end of his shift, he'll go have a conversation with those inmates and say, hey, what is your thoughts? I mean, you know, what was your thoughts or whatever. And it's my understanding the reason that Seth even brought this essay out was because Chris was threatening to bring it out because he was not going to be able to get his daughter with Sebastian living in the household. So Chris was, you know, kind of blackmailing Seth. So what choice did he have but to bring it out?
Exactly.
And Seth is a voice for Sebastian that Sebastian doesn't know how to probably communicate these feelings and process, you know, how someone that doesn't have autism would process things. So Seth is really his voice. I mean, and it's very apparent that Chris and Katie was not an advocate for Sebastian.
Right.
So, I mean, it's sad. And I hope Seth gets some answers, but I really think that maybe the reason they are staying away from home is maybe they've dropped him somewhere and they're visually trying to see if anyone is close to finding out where he is. I feel like he's in closer to the Mississippi area that or Memphis or wherever they're staying. I think he's probably close within their area, and they're visually monitoring. Hey, or is anyone getting close to where Sebastian is? Because I feel like if they'll move him somewhere else.
Yeah, and
I don't think that he's in any like disability. I don't believe he's in any kind of program. I feel like that this case is, you know, worldwide at this point.
Oh, it is.
Somebody is going to say, you know, a worker in these facilities are going to say, hey, look at all this time. I mean, if he's in a facility and they know that it's him, they're going to alert law enforcement. This is not, you know, that situation. He's not in a facility, I'm sure.
I mean,
you
come
know,
on. If he was in a facility, don't you need both of the parents, you know, consent for that?
yeah, I would think so, but maybe not. But you know,
it is.
With it being an Amber Alert and that kind of thing, people know, and they're not going to let somebody be in their facilities and let law enforcement and all these, you know, everybody search for this child knowing that he's in their facility. I mean, that facility could be held responsible. I worked in social services for a number of years, and that's not going to happen. He would not be in a group home or, you know, a mental institution.
Right.
But
yeah, I don't think he's up in that spot either. I mean, if he was, why would police allow it to blow up like this and be searching areas themselves? That just would, that part wouldn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense. So, but yeah, that's just my thoughts. Thank you for everything that you do. Please keep shouting it to the rooftops.
Well, I'm in close contact with Seth. A lot of us are. A lot of the creators out here are in close contact. I'm one of them that's very close contact with Seth Rogers, and I appreciate the information and talking to him, and you know, really getting to talk to him and know him as a person off of here without, you know, people listening to the conversation. Also, I appreciate him coming on for interviews to answer all of your questions and to continue to sending me all these different links for everything to share. But also, you know, sharing insight on what's going on in the case, because he's been doing that also. And I appreciate him. Nothing too crazy, but again, this is a man that is looking for his son, and it's day 41 right now, and he hasn't stopped. He's proven that he hasn't stopped. Every single day you damn near see a new interview from Seth Rogers, and
every night
determined.
from the time you can tell when he quits searching at night, when it's dark, he's always on somebody's podcast. Every single night it's someone different. And I mean, he's just searching for his son. Please give this man some answers. And last night he was on somebody's, and he got a text saying, "Hey, the Prophets weren't going to be at the vigil tonight."
Yeah,
and you could just
allegedly
see,
they're not.
You know, you could just see the life go out of him at that instant. I mean, it's sad. If she didn't want the child, she should have just said, "Hey, I can't do him anymore." And his dad, Seth, would have been glad to take full custody. I mean, it's just sad.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
And Seth is a way better person than I am, because I would have probably done beat everybody up. I'd have done been in jail myself. I mean, you know, if that was my child. I mean, and that's just my honest opinion. I mean, I would fight to the end.
I mean, what is your thoughts, before I let you go? What is your thoughts on people ripping flyers down? And
that is terrible. That is terrible. You know, it goes back to saying, if something's not lost, you know, you're not looked for. And why would you want? And apparently there's video of the Prophets taking flyers down. And I mean,
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen this video of them taking flyers down. I'd love to, though. And allegedly she took, you know, I don't know if you heard Nancy's call last night, but she said that allegedly Katie removed the flyer off the vehicle. I don't know.
That's sad. And when they answered when they asked them the question of their vehicles, what color, I thought she said she had a gray Xfinity SUV, but in those pictures at the campsite, it looks blue. So has she traded vehicles since Sebastian went missing? That's my question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, you know, could she have
I have no idea.
Got scared and thought, oh, and went and traded her vehicle real quick before the police could do any forensics on it.
I seen that rumor out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you have too. And I appreciate you. Thank you for
yeah.
calling in.
Thank you.
I appreciate you being a voice here again for Sebastian Rogers, who the candle visual is going on, or they have a I think it's a candle visual that they're doing.
I hope somebody's live stream. If you can find that, live stream it for us.
Yeah, absolutely. From what I heard from Seth, I'm pretty sure it's a candle visual, but we'll be checking it out when I see some footage of it. But thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Rogers. As we're going to continue to keep his face out here, we're going to continue to spread the story. Thank you for being a part of that. God bless you, man. Lock your doors and stay vigilant. Hold on, let me look 1 second. Let me look 1 second. Let's see what's going on out here. Let's see what's going on out here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see Sebastian. Please searched here. I don't see nothing so far. 219-885-9693. Let's keep it rolling. Be kind, please, in chat. Yes, I think Chris told Katie he couldn't handle her son anymore. He suggested they take a break, something along those lines. In my opinion, it's Ruffles. 252. I'm on with you. What's going on? North Carolina in the building.
Oh yeah, T-REV, baby.
What's going on, brother? How you doing today?
It's all good, man. How about yourself?
Know this voice. Talk to you before. What's going on, my brother? Talk to us tonight.
It's just crazy, man. I mean, stuff going down, man. Have they finished the searches? I think that they pretty much wrapped that up, haven't they?
No, they're searching. I heard people diving in ponds today.
Come down from Illinois, man. Master diver, master dog trainer, gave his help out there to Seth, and he's for real. It ain't none of this. Well, the dog good or a dog ain't good. No, his dog is great.
Right.
You know, and he'll cover 10 acres in 30 minutes from Illinois, man. And he's got sonar, the best sonar, and the best diving equipment and everything else. So they were going to do a full weekend of it, man. You know. But the problem is like, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, it's where are you going to search? What are you going to do? I mean, the problem some people said was just disorganization. It's like, you know, do you have a method behind the madness?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You got to have a method. I mean, you could just, there's so much woods out there. So, but, yeah, so I just don't understand, man. What there's so much stuff going on now about people talking, and I guess old boy decided he's going to start doing some polygraphs. You know, so I mean, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of faith in that. So, but so what's your line of thinking right now?
I'm pulling this up real quick while I'm talking to you. There's a live little search out here. Shackle Island right here, ladies and gentlemen. Shackle Island. What is my thinking?
I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, it's kind of up in the air right now. I mean, I don't know where to go, really. I mean, what are we going to do?
Yeah, dude, my thought on this is that, dude, this is day 41. No trace of Sebastian Rogers, and allegedly police are saying that he did make it home, but where is the proof that he did make it home? You know what I mean? Where is that proof at? Is it out there? Does it exist? That's what we want to know. We want to know if that proof exists. And when I talk to Seth and I ask him these questions about the video footage from that night, he says you cannot make out who that is. Now, Katie did say that this was his chore, was to take the trash out. So when we think about the chore and him taking the trash out, was that really him taking the trash out and police thinking that is him, so they overlooked it and keep going? Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, you can assume, but you can assume and be, you know, wrong. You know, just because it was his daily stuff, you could just, oh yeah, well that's absolutely him. No, it's not absolutely him. You know, it's not absolutely him. I don't know. I've lost I had a lot of theories along the way, but I've got to the point now where I'm just not even going to draw a theory because it's so whacked out, man.
You can. I mean, what theory can you run with besides that? We've seen some interviews from the other side that people are talking about. Obviously, Chris, or is Chris and Katie under investigation? I don't know that. I don't know that, but I do know that there is some, things being looked into that, and some things that I've heard about that'll blow a lot of people's minds. And I'm not gonna push that out there. I'll let them push that out there. But there's some things here that aren't adding up.
Well, see, everybody's talking about this. I've had a little bit. I'm not going to go online about this field, but I've had some experience about 19 years in a particular field, and all this stuff. Well, why didn't you track them here? Why didn't you track them there? Why didn't you get this and the digital on that? Well, if you don't have probable cause to present it in front of a judge, there is a thing called rights. People.
Truth. Thank you.
That you don't like. They still have rights.
Right.
And so you got to follow the rules. But if you have nothing,
I got to make this point clear, and I'm glad you said that, because if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true, and we do not know where they are. And if you're just coming into this live stream and you're wondering what this is, again, JLR is out there at Shackle Island doing a little quick, surveillance of the area. Shackle Island being right around where Sebastian Rogers lived, correct? So when it comes to this, again, look at this area out here that he's looking at. I mean, that I have up on the screen. Does somebody pick him up if he's walking and abduct him? Or did he really not make it home that night? And that is the main question right now at this point. Did police drop the ball on believing allegedly Katie about him taking the trash out, etc.? Because this video footage that Seth's seen, he told me word for word and told all of you word for word that you can't tell if that is his son or not. You just can't.
No, you can't say it was 100% his son.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, you could assume and then draw a hypothesis that it was his son, but no, that's not it. You can't say for sure it was his son, and
you can't.
Even though that was his typical, I don't know, situation. That no, you can't say that, and there's a lot of things you just can't say. You can't pin anything. I really believe you just can't. They can't pin anything on any of them. They got nothing. They got nothing. They got nothing to get search warrants. Let me tell you something. All this digital. Oh, well, why aren't they tracking them? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they getting that? Well, you got to have probable cause to put that in front of a judge. If you have nothing, he just can't sit up there. Well, we got this 15-year-old individual that's missing, so therefore we need to bend the rules a little bit and violate other people's rights and privacy to get that information, to start following an investigation on somebody. It does not work that way. It does not work that way in the real world, people. I know it. I know it sucks. It sucks to sweat off a dead man's balls, but it's the truth. You can't violate other people's rights,
right?
Just because a cute 15-year-old autistic kid is missing. You just can't bend rules. I don't think they have.
What kind of rules are you referring to?
There's a lot of things, man. There's a lot of.
You got to have. I think I think I know what you're saying. Like probable cause. You got to have certain things.
It's not stepping in front of a judge and saying, "Hey, man, we got this 15-year-old and he's autistic, and we have reason to believe, or we might have an idea that there might be some foul play in the situation," and the judge is going to say, "Okay, write it down. What leads you to believe that on a factual basis?"
Right.
You have to do that. Otherwise, you're violating the people you suspect's rights. You can't do that, man. You can't do that.
I get it.
So we can throw stones
all day
but
long.
If you got nothing, you can't play nothing.
Agreed.
And sometimes you got nothing. And I'm sorry for Seth. Seth's doing a great job. I like Seth. the family drama.
Yeah.
Everybody has it in every family. There's dirt in every family, man. And so it is what it is. They're going to throw back and forth. I hope that I think everybody needs to kind of back off on that now. I really hope, everybody knows it in everybody's family.
Back off of what?
Of all the stone throwing.
Good luck. I mean, we could say that all day, but you already know. Me and you both already know that's not going down. And here's a barn right here that he's at. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in. God bless you. Thank you. And that's a good point too, because that nobody has been charged at this point. So I mean, we're talking about it. We're going to continue to talk about it. It just is what it is, especially with people talking about it from the family. But shout out to you. I respect you calling up, sharing your opinions and thoughts with us, brother. God bless you. Shout out to that North Carolina family. Lock your doors. Good phone call. Hold up 1 second.
It's like outside the neighborhood of Sebastian Rogers.
This is
what it looks
Shackle
like
Island
on Long Hollow.
All right, I'm tuning in. We're tuning into JLR. Shout out to JLR out there, boots on the ground right now. He is currently looking at certain locations in this area. This is Shackle Island, right where Sebastian went missing. Correct? Check it out. Live on the scene here.
Sebastian Rogers just wander away.
Make sure you go over there, support, like, comment, subscribe.
Police searched all this area. They've done extensive searches.
1 second. I just want to see this real quick.
Multiple times.
And we'll watch the vigil in full when it drops out. We will watch that in. Who's Rick? Tell Rick, call in. Who's Rick? Ricky, call.
So the river's over there. The river's right there, and it just or it's a creek, and it probably goes down to the Drake Creek. I think this creek probably enters into the Drake Creek. Creeks draining into other creeks. Streams.
Interesting. He said, "Can anyone
Just
tell
saw
me
a
why
comment.
an
He's
Amber
probably
Alert
in
was
the
issued?"
river somewhere.
Trying to get through all of your messages.
So this is the construction neighborhood, folks. The neighborhood behind the houses behind the Proudfoots in this construction neighborhood.
I got a question. Hold up. Is this what you guys keep talking about when you say the construction area that they should check? Is
You have these dumpsters all over the place, and the dumpsters from this neighborhood go to Kentucky.
I agree.
They go to Kentucky. Commercialized dumpsters.
Sounds like Chris's friend Soulful Love said. And I will do a couple callbacks too, so email me your numbers.
They go to Kentucky.
Turn down. Check the wooded areas and water. Last person seen was Katie. That's probable cause, Brent Marshall says. Caller is on point. Stop throwing stones at a glass house.
This would be the entrance
glass house
to this construction.
It's not going to happen in
area. These homes under construction. Now, some of the homes up here in the front, they have occupants. Homes in the back are under construction, and then some in the back. There's some in the back that's just breaking ground.
Wow.
And they have like all this dirt, mounds of dirt way in the back, like mounds of dirt back there, like they're going to do more development here.
Hold up. And you said Ricky handled the trash that day. If Ricky handled the trash that day, email me, Ricky, who handled the trash that day. I'll give you a phone call right now. Right now.
These are nice homes.
Yeah, let's talk to him. Tell him to send me the email. We'll give him a phone call right now. Yep, I'm waiting for Ricky to email me now. Now I will call him. I will call him. What's going on, Mag?
I also want to show you a sign. There's a sign up for Sebastian down here that the authorities put up.
Okay, so they put a sign up. JLR out there, boost the ground. Magnolia's in the building. JLR squad in the building.
See, Sebastian's neighborhood, which is over there, the homes are a little bit more nicer, I think, than these homes. Probably these homes are the same price because these homes are newer, but the same layout here. That's pretty much the layout of how the houses are in Sebastian's neighborhood. About the distance, maybe a little bit spread out a little bit more, which this kind of gives you the general idea.
I'm waiting for Ricky
and I've
to
made
email me.
videos going through there. I'm not going to go through there now, and a lot of neighbors don't want people in there anymore, I'm told. So there's really no point of going in there. This is more about coming down the street and showing you where the police searched and this whole area that has been inundated with police the last couple of days.
Yeah, we're waiting for Ricky's email to come through. I'll give him a call. Allegedly, everybody is saying that the guy that handled the trash is in the chat. I'm just waiting for him to give me a phone number if he emails me. Ricky, if you're listening to me, my email is revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. We would love to hear from you. You said you handled the trash. Let's get you on here. Let's talk about it. Send me, email me a number, a personal number. I'll give you a phone call, pull you up here, or, pull you up on the call, and we could talk about that. Appreciate you, Ricky.
Any of these drainage is open. I mean, did they ever do that or not? I don't know.
Still waiting to see if one Ricky emails. I ain't seen nothing yet.
People have said check caves, check pipes, check crawling spaces.
You're more than welcome.
Like pipes, like, I don't know,
Absolutely. Yes,
I'm sure authorities look through every nook and cranny. I'm confident the lawyers or the law enforcement has thoroughly searched this area extensively. I don't think they could have done a better job.
Agreed. Giddy Horse. That's a good point.
The first week.
Thank you, Giddy Horse. That's a great point.
They were out here. And then they just came back out again and do a secondary sweep.
I don't see. Tell him I'm trying to give him a phone call. He left a voicemail. I'm checking right now. Let's see. Hold up. I don't see no voicemail from him.
So over here it says a Presbyterian church. Beach Cumberland Presbyterian Church.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate all the support. I see it. Jessica, thank you. Breezy, thank you. Esther,
and you see around, like, they have these hills. Then it starts becoming these, like, little small, I'm not going to say they're mountains, but they're pretty high up hills.
Thank you for the 14
Like,
months.
once you get past this fire and rescue, and this was a staging ground at one of the beginning stages of this search. Once you get through past here, then it's really hilly. And this is where the creeks meet.
Thank you, Mama Bear.
New Shackle Island Road. We'll go down there so we can just kind of see.
Thank you, Jenny. I see them all coming through. I just try to listen. I'm going to put everyone who is searching. Allegedly, the authorities haven't done too much to find Sebastian. Catherine says. Just look at this area, man.
That's the fire station. Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Station.
Ask Ricky to show his work ID. That's a great. I love that idea.
So this looks like a church here, beach cemetery, and a Presbyterian church.
Lady C says, was it common for KP and CP to have 3-hour-long calls?
Come on, folks. You think Sebastian wandered down this far without shoes on?
I don't think I can answer that question, Lady C, but it's a great question that a lot of people have asked. It is. As far as it being common, some people talk on the phone all the time. I've been on the phone for 3-4 hour clips.
You really think Sebastian would wander down this far without shoes? Maybe he had shoes and that Katie and all them couldn't, didn't. They think they got all the shoes. Maybe he had shoes that people don't know about.
Okay, Ricky's the troll.
Did he run away?
Get him out of here, then.
Did he run away on his own? Where are you going to run away to? Where are you going to run to?
reason they're looking for Alaska. Yeah,
You're gonna run into the woods here. Gonna run down the street. You're gonna get picked up by someone. You know, we heard from the Proudfoots. He's not on social media.
And pertaining to what you just said, Haggerty Hobo, pertaining to what you just said, you said, Trev, the reason they are looking in Alaska is the parents of Chris drove to Alaska 2 days after little man disappeared. I was able to confirm, allegedly confirm, and was told by a very trustworthy source that that is true, allegedly. And I'm going to stand on allegedly because, again, I say they're a trustworthy source, but I'm going to always throw allegedly in the mix. I don't care who told me it. God, I don't care who. Nancy Grace could have told me it, and I'm still going to put allegedly behind it. Perhaps he didn't make it home and the altercation happened at his parents'. He said the 3-hour phone call is a ruse, right? Was it common for them to be on the phone for 3 hours, or were they on the phone for 3 hours because Sebastian was missing and she was panicking, allegedly, or something bad happened, allegedly? Tammy, I see you, Tammy. Shout out to Tammy and Chihuahua Mama, GB Folk. I appreciate all of you as you're coming in. Make sure you smash that like button. We're going to be on for a while here tonight. There's a lot of stuff going on in the community. We've talked to Seth Rogers live on the show already. He is at the vigil right now. There is a vigil going on. You have JLR out here, boots to ground. He is searching and looking in these areas, walking around, giving us a nice visual of these different areas that are being talked about within this case. So that's always helpful. It is always helpful. October Skies, nice to see you, by the way. Nice to see you. Summer Rain says somebody on that road would have saw him on foot, and I agree with that 100%. How would you not? How would you not see him on foot? You know what I mean? How would you not see him on foot? My son and I can talk for hours, Moonlight says. Julia says, I think he would have been caught on someone's camera somewhere out there by now. Even criminals get caught on cameras, and they are trying to hide. And that's another great point. KY Heather says, I'm sorry, but no married couple talks on the phone for 3 hours long. Huge red flag.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, though, Heather, for the super chat. I appreciate the support to the channel. Thank you. Joyce, welcome to the Rev Gang family. 929 Snuggle, welcome to the Rev Gang family. Thank you, Cindy, for your support. Midnight Angel, thank you. I appreciate all your support. Thank you, too. I appreciate you. Artemis, I hope I say your name right. I'm going to just call you Artemis. Bry Zach, thank you. Jackie, thank you. I'm just trying to get through these so I don't leave nobody behind and everybody's like, well, you're just ignoring me. I don't want you to feel ignored. Carrie, thank you. This woman makes sense. Oh, you talking about the one that called in before. I know you're talking about. Lady C says, check rental properties, own land, affiliations with gangs are 3-hour phone calls typical for CPKC. Life insurance policies. I can't get through the call. Lady C, send me an email that says subject Lady C callback, and I'll make sure I get that through. Alicia says, hey, y'all, that wasn't me on the phone. I have a neutral thought with this. With this so much confusion and interference, continuing to focus on finding this poor boy Proudfoots look terrible. I don't know what that means in the court of law. Alicia, thank you for your support to this channel. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you. New York, thank you. I appreciate that. Not Icky Ricky. Hopefully it's not Icky Ricky. Is that what it is? Is that who it is? Icky Ricky? Because if it is, we definitely don't want to talk to that dude. Time for me to open these lines back up, though. 219-885-9693. Let's keep the word rocking. If Sebastian did get to that road, anyone could have. 513, you're on with me. Talk to me.
What up, T-REV?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
You doing all right? I talked to you the other day. You let me know when you're ready for me. I know you probably got an intro. You want to tell what we're watching real quick, and then we can talk about it.
Oh, no, we're good. Let's go. What's going on,
okay, bro? So here's the thing. I think, like most people, I got into the Sebastian Rogers case via the Riley Strain case. A lot of that came from JLR walking around doing all this. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, last time you and I talked, we talked about this exact thing, which is got some respect for JLR for like what he's doing right now. He's giving us a real-time Google Earth, like this is real time, right? To my knowledge.
Absolutely, 100% real time right now.
So, but can we agree this is not searching?
As far as like
he's walking around. but he himself physically is not searching.
I don't
He's
know.
walking.
To be honest with you, I
But
can't
he's
say
not,
what he
like,
does off camera.
He himself is not authorized to like go in that wood line right there that he's showing. He can't go into these buildings. He can't just go on these people's property. So he is standing at a distance on public land going, yeah, there's the Proudfoot's like land and there's this. And this is the issue I'm having. He also like owns and operates a Facebook group, Run for Sebastian, claims to have these like ties in with Seth Rogers, and then Seth Rogers goes, absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And at the same time, him and this Dolly guy beat feet out of Hendersonville when things got weird with the United Cajun Navy. So this is not an attack on JLR. It's just saying I think the reason all this shit is getting so complicated in this case is people like him come out every other day or every day on a live stream and go, well, in my Facebook group, we found out that the bartender that took care of them that night said this and said that. It's like, you can't confirm that because of a no name, no profile picture thing, which was about what was about to happen here a minute ago with the Ricky guy. What are the odds?
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know who that
the
Ricky
trash
guy is.
guy.
I was like, what? Who's
What
why
I'm
would
saying,
the
what are
trash
the
guy be
odds
reaching
that the
out to
trash
me and
guy
not the
from
police?
that day are actually watching this? And then how do you verify that he actually worked that day and he is that
ID?
guy? Like, it's just somebody that's saying something.
Yeah, mainly video.
That's what I was trying to get in so drastically for, is like, okay, some of these guys have decent intentions, but some of these people are just doing stuff just to do it and say it just to say it. And at this point, it has caught in some virality on TikTok where you're going to get trolls in the matter.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get trolls all the time. It don't matter what you're covering. That's common.
So in this situation, what I keep telling people in my coverage of it is there's facts and then there's speculation. Speculation should come from observation, not
Yeah,
from
but what I
some
mean,
idea you had in the middle
reporting
of
and
the night.
searching are two different things.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. Like right now, this is not so much a search. This is more of a report.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if we were searching, right, if it was myself, which I was 8 years military police, if this was myself and it was me, you, and JLR, just
Thank you.
standing right
I
where
do
he's
want to say
standing,
thank you for serving our country.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
There would be one of us heading towards that tree line because what? No one's going to toss a body standing right where JLR is standing. That's in plain sight. We would have seen that. If he turns around,
yes, sir.
There's a wood line right there. If you're searching, go search. Go look. Go look. And it's fine. People can respectfully disagree all they want. I've been a part of many searches and many things. This is, in my opinion, clout chasing off catastrophe.
Interesting. Cloud chasing off catastrophe.
If someone wants to stick to the facts of the situation and still have their theories and speculations, that's one thing. Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, constantly contradicting themselves. That's factual. We've all heard that. That's not from a Facebook group. That's not whatever. Sebastian Rogers, allegedly banished out of nowhere. Does that happen? No. So he went somewhere.
Yeah,
the question is,
he definitely went somewhere, man. And it's 41 days. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing that he has
Seth
no
Rogers
sight.
being more vocal now is saying more than anything that has happened thus far. Him going, listen, I'm sticking my feet in the ground. This is what happened to my son. This is who these people are. Hey, you guys, the public needs to know that. The thing is, I legitimately don't know how to feel about it. It's conflicting, where at first I didn't like how much Katie and Chris were talking. It's like, you're talking too much. But then when Seth does it, you go, well, yeah, no, I get that. So it's just that I think he's more believable as a human being, and he's not saying things that contradict himself.
Yeah. He's not speaking in past tense either.
No, he's the only one that hasn't. And now it's become a situation where, again, like they are back involved in their own divorce drama and shit. And I think Seth is the only one, like people keep saying, we want to find Sebastian Rogers. I see the comment here. It's like, yeah, that is the only goal here. But again, people keep saying JLR is reporting the search. There's a tree line right there. Go look.
Yeah.
Go look. Right now, you're just walking.
So you're saying go down in there and actually look into the woods?
There's a whole trail right there to his right. There's a whole thing right there. I mean, he didn't do it in Riley Strange's situation either. Outside of he walked around the homeless encampments during the day, which I got in his comment section. That's not a good idea. I wouldn't do that.
I hear you.
By yourself, unarmed, without like proper authorities. But like, what's that right there on?
I don't. Hey, look, I'll tell you
right
this
past.
though. I don't see nobody else flying out to these places. I don't see, I get all the opinions and I see all the opinions and thoughts
and actually
and
doing
people are saying, oh, he's doing this for that and doing this for that, but he's actually going out, spending his money and going to these locations and bringing visuals, like you said, Google Earth, but he's
T-REV,
doing a little bit more than that. He's been part of this search.
You and I do social media for a living. Do you know how much money he's making off these daily lives? You think that's a quarter of the cost it cost him to fly from Miami or Florida, where he lives, to Tennessee? It's right there.
I mean,
it's a business expense that you can write off.
It's like what, 800 per flight, depending 600, 400, depending on when you schedule the flight. But again, I appreciate you calling in, brother. I'm not gonna make this about
TikTok videos.
I'm not gonna make this about bashing. I'm not gonna make this about bashing JLR or bashing anybody else. People are gonna do what they do. I'm gonna worry about myself and continue to push Sebastian Rogers' name out there. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinion, man. And I'll give you that floor any day of the week. Shout out to you, but I'm not about to sit here and bash creators. That's not what's going to happen. But shout out to him. I appreciate his opinion. Thank you for serving this country, brother. But respectfully disagree. I get it. I mean, I don't know. It kind of sounds like some people are just jealous. I don't know what it is. The man, just let the people do what they're doing. They're out here searching and getting the word out, regardless of the fact of what anybody thinks about that. That's just my opinion. Even though I respectfully disagree with old boy, I respect his opinion because that's his thoughts and opinion. But again, who is out here flying to these places? Who is out here doing this and bringing it for people? You have a couple, but I'm just saying, though, you got to keep it alive. 219-885-9693. Let's keep it rolling, man. I don't want to make this about hating on people or nothing like that. As far as that, no. I'm good on that. 317 sent from heaven. What's going on? You live.
Hi, T-REV. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Hanging in there. Same old
That's good.
Story out.
That's good. I just kind of want to piggyback off the last caller.
Mm-hmm.
I totally love JLR, so I'm definitely not here to bash him, but I do get what the caller is saying.
Mm-hmm.
The least JLR can do while he's doing this is call out Sebastian's name. He's not even doing that. I get what he's saying about it doesn't look like a search right now. It looks more like reporting, which is fine. Again, I love JLR, so I'm definitely not calling on that note. But at least call his name as he's passing certain areas. If he's not going to go in there, at least take a minute, stand there, call out his name.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I want to say. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, man. Stay vigilant.
Yeah.
I heard a good phone call, 219-885-9693. Keep these phone lines, keep them running. 6 minutes. I'm going to let it run, and then, we'll keep moving on from there. 317 sent from heaven. What's going on? You live.
Hey, T-REV. This is Judy from Kentucky.
Judy, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, honey. I've talked to you a couple times during the search for Sebastian, but listen, we're all playing with a box with puzzle pieces half missing. There's so much stuff that's being left out from what the police have got that we all know can't be released yet.
Mm-hmm.
None of us have any information on any of the searches on the phones, on the forensics on the phones. We don't have any proof of where Chris was. We don't have any proof of where anybody was. And Seth himself, he is still a suspect in this case, and he has not yet turned over his phone to be forensically checked. They have not checked his vehicle. So if they haven't done his, they haven't done theirs. So I think that's a big piece of the puzzle we're missing, because none of us can identify where people were at different times, and that is what's going to tell us that. And so right now it's all a big guessing game to everybody. And the cameras on all the lights, that they've had to gone through and pulled light cameras. Every every city these days has cameras on their lights.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, we would all know who passed what point with who in the car.
I swear I
Look,
seen someone
just,
searching these woods. Oh,
well,
keep going.
yeah, but it could still be in the vehicles, you know, to help us place where they're at,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And we have heard that Chris and Katie have rocky marriage. We've all heard rumors that both of them are cheating. We've all heard the allegations that there was a potential CPS call on the belt with Chris. Maybe they told CPS that Chris isn't even going to live there anymore. So maybe he is sneaking in and out of town and staying with his parents while he's in town.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she took Sebastian out to dinner and everything and went to go meet him at his parents' house while he was down for the weekend. You know, we don't know because we don't have Chris's exact work records, when and where he was at, his phone, where and where he was at.
Mm-hmm.
And that will fill in a whole lot of blanks. I think possibly if he did not make it home with his mother, I think that possibly she met up with him, with Chris, and something happened and they went and got rid of the situation while he was in town.
Mm-hmm.
And his parents knew about it. So that's why they took off. They jetted, so they didn't have to be questioned why everything was fresh. And possibly that's why they were on this 3-hour conversation, why he was booking it back to wherever he needed to go back to say his job. Maybe at that point, they're trying to get their stories together, you know? And so until we get more pieces to this puzzle together, I don't think there's any way that anybody's going to know exactly what has happened or a closer idea to what has happened. God bless all the searchers. I've watched them go through these ponds and everything, clear up to their waist today. A lot of them are really searching hard.
You know, a lot of people are complaining about these people out here searching. And I just want to say this. I don't want to, it ain't my place to say who's out here doing what for what. I know what my intention is. I don't know what everybody else's intention is. I've talked to certain people. I've talked to JLR. I've talked to other creators too that are part of this and you know have been looking into the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm not going to bash other people. That's not my place. I know my intention. Again, there's whatever, you guys have your opinions, but I'm not here to do that. I'm here to continue to keep talking about Sebastian Rogers and continue to keep his face out here and check out these different, I'm looking at different search areas that are being brought up and people that are out here searching. And I appreciate everybody who is joining me here tonight or is part of sharing these flyers, part of getting this out here for Seth. As I am in close contact with Seth and I do talk to Seth, and he was on this live earlier for 10 minutes on the phone call talking about the new video that came out on Court TV about the SA that happened to Sebastian Rogers. Nothing, that person that did it to Sebastian Rogers didn't even get in trouble. And again, a lot of people are giving him a lot of slack for him coming out and talking about it. But I mean,
he wasn't given a choice. He had to either put it out the way he felt was more respectful to his son or let him be slandered. And I think he decided not to let his lamb be sacrificed.
Right.
So he is the one that brought it to the light before it was brought into the light in more of a negative light. And as far as the YouTube podcasters that are out there, you know, they're out there to get his name out there, to get the public in there. They're the ones that are literally deep diving into the waters and into the bushes and stuff. You know, like JLR, he's out there walking the streets, getting his name out, you know, spreading it through the world just like you are. And you know, by the people in your chat, you know, people are from Australia, South Africa, UK, everywhere. You know, and if it wasn't for you guys pushing it out there, nobody would know about it. So Seth is thankful. I'm positive that he has you guys. And even the ones that are out there on the ground that are walking around just carrying the cameras. He's getting the message out. Seth needs to be found, or I'm sorry, Sebastian needs to be found. But
Agreed.
like
He definitely needs to be found. And I
you
appreciate
said that you wanted a hypothetical. You know, somebody might be against theft, and that might be what caused this. Well, everybody's watched the Nina.
I was just
podcast.
curious. I was curious that if an inmate that he worked with, or did somebody ever? Because you do have people. I've heard of a case like that where a guy was working at a place and his family was targeted because of the person didn't like him. So he's like,
Oh,
he got his information.
My grandfather was a Superior Court judge. We had people parked down the street, hiding in bushes and everything, looking at us. So I understand this exactly how this goes. So it does happen. But for a hypothetical question of what could have happened, Nina, what if she hid in there and says at one point in her podcast, in her statement, she looked dead at the camera through all of her crying. She stopped and she says, and that's what they did to me. Maybe I'm not saying this for real, because I really think that the parents, the stepfather and mother has to do with this. But, hypothetically, maybe she hid in the house and took Sebastian out and took him and said, okay, you lived without your child. I had to live without mine. Let's see how you live without yours. But you know what? Chris don't give two hoots about that child. He wants him gone. They're not going to be booking him all over the country, trying to hide him out, his family, from place to place. They don't want him nowhere around. Why would they try to kidnap him and take him out that way? I don't believe that, but that's my opinion. Everybody's got.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you
All
for
right,
calling
honey.
in and sharing your opinion. I hope you have a blessed Saturday. Thank you again for being a voice for Sebastian Rogers, as we're going to continue to cover this story. We talked to Seth during this live. We've seen the new video that came out on Court TV pertaining to his son being hard and essayed, or it's all the same. Essayed and literally nothing. Like, I mean, he's catching a lot of scrutiny from it, according to the phone call that we talked to him on earlier today, or just about 45 minutes ago to an hour ago. If you want to if you just came in and you didn't hear it, I call him, he called me, I messaged him, and then he called me back. And I just called him from the live. So if you do want to go back and listen to what he said about that part, thank you so much again for being a voice here for Sebastian. Lock your doors, stay safe.
And God bless you for being a survivor of that also.
Thank you so much. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. The video that you're seeing on your screen right now is JLR at the location, walking around, giving us some visuals. And this is near where Sebastian went missing, ladies and gentlemen. Did they search these areas? Did they search that construction site? Did they search the woods and creeks near there? I heard 937 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live on the stream. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. This is Vanessa calling from Ohio this week. How you doing?
Glad to hear from you, Vanessa. How you doing from Ohio?
Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
Hey, that's great. That's great. Hey, you know what? The last time I checked, JLR's YouTube was JLR Investigates, not JLR Hunts. What his whole platform is what he's doing right now. Just going out and investigating things and showing the people, what things are looking like. So, I can't be too critical of JLR. He does a lot. He's doing a lot. So, I give him props. But what I was really calling about was, everybody's kind of getting stuck on this, Sebastian might be in this facility, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's not correct. That, I'm telling you. When I worked Kitty Psych, Seth, it was a custodial parent. Sebastian, he would have been on a call list. He'd have been on a visitation list. That would have been mandated by the social worker through the courts or whatever. He would have had to been notified that Sebastian was there and be fully aware. That kind of stuff like that in those facilities, nah, that doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Is when they're custodial parents like that, we didn't withhold information. However, if people were in trouble with the law or whatever, and the law knew that they were there, they would call us and tell us, hey, when you get ready to discharge this patient, please notify us, make us aware that this patient's leaving or whatever, so we did do that. But yeah, there's HIPAA regulations and things like that and protocols that we had to follow. But it depended on the case by case. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Where the kids were in court appointed or placed there by the police or whatever. But we were mandated reporters. We had to report stuff. If we seen anything, I reported everything. I didn't give a shit because I was just like, if I thought it didn't look right, it didn't smell right, I reported it. And then that way I knew something was going to, be checked into with that kid to CP or somebody. But no, all that theory of, he might be stuck in a facility and Seth doesn't know about it. That's debunked. That is not correct. Not correct.
I mean,
but I just
go ahead. That's just this case. I just don't understand. Again, not one trace. You would think law enforcement would have a lead or something at this point, and there's been none. Usually, when you have a missing person and they're able to gather information, they usually have something out to the public within a good amount of time. I mean, for instance, I just covered one where this not too long ago. I'm pretty sure she was 24. She was a teacher, or maybe 26 years old. But either way, she was a teacher, and they got out the last surveillance video footage of her and everything super fast. And with that case, she was found. Yeah, a little bit later, she was found deceased.
Yeah,
etc.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they had something out on her. Of course, yes, she's older. He's a kid, but if he was at any of these locations or sighted at these locations, wouldn't you get a video out or anything out? And I've heard of possible sightings and seen a TBI email to a possible sighting the other day, but nothing must have came from it because there was nothing put out.
Right. I seen where you were talking about that. I don't know if you watch anybody else's stuff, and I don't even know if I should say this, but that STS Survivor, Surviving the Survivor by Joe Walden or whoever does that podcast, they have a lot of those police and detectives and things on there, and he gets like the top-notch detectives and investigators.
Police are pulling up. What's going on here?
Yeah, I see that.
I seen police pulling up. I was like, whoa.
Well, them detectives were saying that a lot of times if the cops are holding things to, the investigators are holding things to their vest, they know more than what they're putting out to the public because they don't want to kind of like, alert anybody that might be nefarious in the public.
Right.
But they said when they go out and they ask and they do press conferences and they're talking, they don't know as much.
Right.
And so they say they have more of a tendency to hold things to the vest and not like do any kind of reporting on it or anything. It's when they don't know a lot is when they start doing those press conferences and stuff. So I don't know. I just want to see this kid come home, come back to his dad. I want to be able to see Seth rest. He's worn out. You can just look at him and that guy's exhausted.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to rest right. Not at all. He's on. I mean, he makes it a point to stop by all of these channels, including mine too.
Oh yeah.
To make his face shown, and not only do that, but to go the extra mile to answer any questions that anybody has.
Yeah, he's been very, very transparent. And hey, when you get threatened and somebody's trying to blackmail you or whatever, talking shit on you, I feel like Seth has every right to say what he's got and put it out there. Because this nonsense has got to stop. He's wanting to find his boy, and all this nonsense is just crazy. It's a lot of it's speculation. People don't know. They're guessing things like that. But I just hope that kid comes home for his dad's sake. I hope he comes home.
We'll see. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he's found safe and hidden somewhere, and they figure out where he's at alive. Yeah. I really do hope that. But again, as we just talked to Seth before, he said that they're saying that he was home, that he made it home that night, but what he was shown, he didn't. You can't make out if that's him or not. So again, that's another situation where it's like, whoa,
Yeah, I don't think that they made it home. Honestly, I really don't. And you know, the investigators and all that, they have all that geo mapping. You know, they can geo map all their cars, all their phones, all their communication. You know, look at Alex Murdaugh. Yeah, they did the same damn thing to him, and that's how they figured his ass out. So, you know, I think they're knowing something, and they're just holding it to the vest, and they're just waiting probably for the right piece of information to come their way, and they're going to strike. And that's my speculation, and I hope that happens, and this case gets busted wide open, and that baby comes home, and that's the most that we can hope for.
And that's what we're hoping comes out. That is what we're hoping comes out. Thank you, man, for calling in. I appreciate you.
All right, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Lock your door. Stay vigilant. What a sweetheart. What a sweetheart. Again, if you're coming in, ladies and gentlemen, we are covering the Sebastian Rogers case extensively around the clock here, just looking at everything that has been coming out, talking to the people who are involved in the case here, or at least some people. I'm in contact with Seth Rogers, trying to help him and assist him in any way that I possibly can with the platform that I do have. And that's what it's about. That's what it's about, is helping in any way that I possibly can. I don't know everyone else's intentions, but I do appreciate people. I don't want to be into creator drama. I get people have problems with other people. I understand that. And it is what it is, but I don't want to make that case in point on my show. This is about Sebastian Rogers and Sebastian Rogers only. I could care less what beef you have with Johnny, Ricky, David, and Sarah. This is about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who went missing on February 25th that night into the 26th. And, you know, that had switched, everything had switched over into an Amber Alert. So again, they have reason to believe that something bad happened to Sebastian Rogers and he was abducted or something. You get what I mean? They have that thought. That's what they put out there. So to us, it's day 41, not one trace of little Sebastian Rogers. And the timeline, I don't know. I don't know what I think about the timeline, because it said this is the timeline of the events for Sebastian Rogers that I was able to come up with. Monday, 26th of February of 2024, Sebastian Rogers is reported missing from his home in Tennessee, and an endangered child alert is issued by the TBI on behalf of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office around 11:17 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, indicating he was last seen that day near Stafford Court in Hendersonville. Over 200 people, including K9 units, mounted units, helicopter crews, and drones are dispatched to search for Sebastian, covering nearly a 5-mile radius. On Tuesday, the 27th February of 2024, the endangered child alert is elevated to an Amber Alert based on additional investigative information developed during the search. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office begins employing unique tactics in the search, including playing Sebastian's favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, in different areas. Now, Thursday, the 29th of February of 2024, the search efforts continue with several tips being investigated, including draining a pond east of Sebastian's home, which was later to find out to be a false hit. Saturday, the 2nd of March, a reward is issued for information leading to Sebastian's finding, initially set at $3,000 by an anonymous group of business owners, later increased to $3,500. Now, Monday, the 4th of March, authorities announced scaling back of the ground search to focus more on the investigative aspects of the case. Sebastian's parents make their first public statement expressing their hope for his safe return and the emotional toll on the situation. Thursday, the 7th in March of 2024, the search extends to a landfill in White Plains, Kentucky, where trash from Sebastian's neighborhood ends up. This is described as a precautionary measure to eliminate possible options. Shout out to JLR for going out there and do what he did. But again, the 4th of February, my bad, the 4th of March, I seen that ended. The ground search was more to focus on the investigative aspects of the case. Sebastian parents have made their first public appearance, which is on that March 4th date. Then jumping back into 7th of March, the search extends to a landfill in White Plains, Kentucky, where the trash from Sebastian's neighborhood ends up. This is described as a precautionary measure to eliminate possible options, but it does not yield new information about Sebastian's whereabouts. I would love to see the probable cause affidavit that they had to, get to search this landfill. I'd love to see what was in it. Again, a lot of us are talking about it was heavy, it was too heavy, or that's the word that was put out. Sunday the 10th, which is March 10th, in an interview, Sebastian's stepfather expresses his fears for Sebastian, noting his usual reluctance to go far without shoes due to a childhood experience with fire ants. A search dog traces Sebastian's scent to a construction site, but it leads to a dead end. Now, Thursday, the 14th of March of 2024, a home security video shows activity outside the Rogers home on the night Sebastian vanished, with two lights seen moving toward each other, which is the video that a lot of us talk about all the time. That is the video. I'm pretty sure where, Seth is telling us again. Seth is saying that the video footage that he's seen alleged of his son taking out trash, etc., you cannot tell who that is. Seth clarified that today. I made sure I wanted to ask him that question as he was on the way to this visual when he called in, and I talked to him initially for the 10 minutes that I did talk to him on this stream in the beginning. He did clear that up and say, look, you couldn't tell on that video footage if it was indeed my son, Sebastian Rogers. Now, throughout this period, the community and authorities obviously have shown remarkable dedication to finding Sebastian, with the search covering extensive ground and employing various methods. The lack of conclusive evidence or sightings has made the search particularly challenging, but efforts continue with hope of bringing Sebastian home safely. And if you guys want to support anything when it comes to the families on who I'm connected with, these are links directly from Seth Rogers himself, and I'm going to drop them in chat. There's t-shirts for you if you want to support Seth Rogers, and if you want to order them, there's a local person and there's an online person. Seth said it's okay for me to keep sharing this one, but there's also a local person, and I will get that information also. I'm dropping every link for him that I have that you can support in general. So if you want to do that, make sure you do that. Again, I'm opening the lines back up, 219-885-9693. I just wanted to kind of go through the timeline that I built up until right now, which is there's nothing coming out about little Sebastian whatsoever. Not anything. They're doing a visual right now as we speak, and it might have ended already. Waiting for that footage to come out so we can play it here tonight. 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Hi, family.
What's going on, Fluffles?
I've got a theory.
Okay.
Here's my thought. Well, in one of the videos that was done, and that you could see their house, the Proudfoot's home, Nancy Grace was asking Katie, well, how, where is Sebastian's window from his bedroom window? And if you look at it, his bedroom window is really low to the ground. A child could easily crawl out of it. And there's just one tiny little bush right underneath that. Now bear with me here while I come around. So number one, we don't know for sure if that was Sebastian. However, whoever it was, Seth said was running. So that to me is probably indicative of a kid. I don't see Katie or Chris running, running back to the house. It's probably a little kid. It's probably him. Here's my thought. A lot of times, and I'm going to say this, the Proudfoots, their behavior is so suspicious, and I personally don't even like them as humans, but they are very suspicious. But this is a possibility, and that is that she heard Katie said she heard a bang after she told Sebastian to go to bed. She was probably irritated. She didn't go look at it. I'm thinking maybe he was mad, right? Because here's the thing. There are a lot of bad actors sometimes in construction sites.
Right.
There are, and they hire a lot of times people that have records, whatnot. And another thing, T-REV, is that it's a dead end. It was a cul-de-sac. So a lot of times it's Sunday night. It's dark out there. That's a great area to go sit, get stoned, do drugs, drink, whatever. Who knows, right? It's not that the guy was looking for maybe a kid that night, but he's just out there sitting, probably doing some whatever illegal shit. And there goes Sebastian running, taking the garbage out, right? And I just think there's a possibility he saw him. I don't know, saw him. And then maybe Sebastian did crawl out his window because he was bad, right?
It's possible.
There is a scent. Go ahead.
No, you go. Keep going.
There is they said there's a scent that leads into the end of the road at the construction site, and then it disappears. Well, that tells me that he walked there, maybe said, hey, come here. And he got in somebody's car. I'm just saying this is a possibility. I'm just saying this is a possibility because, construction sites, I mean, why would we not think that there might have been somebody parked in that cul-de-sac or whatever, just, I don't know, drinking, smoking pot in their car,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What do you think?
I have no idea.
I'm
stumped. I'm stumped at this point. Again,
the Proudfoots are not doing
what
themselves
leads
any
are
favors.
out there? What leads are out there besides, again, he has been Mr. Proudfoot lied multiple times, allegedly. I'm just going to keep adding allegedly to everything because, again, it is what it is. Allegedly, he's lied on camera.
Oh, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
what is going on with that? Why haven't police? I don't know if police have looked into that. I'm sure they have, but why isn't anything being investigated as far as that? Now, they say that he was at work that night and that his car was located on a Memphis job site. His vehicle was at that Memphis job site and they were able to verify that he was working. So that's why they haven't had him do a lie detector test, but that switched up as of recently. He said on Nancy Grace's show that he was going to do a lie detector test, name the place, time, and date, and I'll be there. Okay. Well, Nancy set that up. He didn't go and show up. And then allegedly, I was sent in something from a Rev Gang family member who actually talked to Christopher Proudfoot, and I pulled those screenshots up on screen on yesterday's stream, and he said that he was gonna do a lie detector test through TBI. They set it up. They're doing a lie detector test. I don't know, again, if he's doing that or not, but we keep seeing these conflicting statements back and forth. Like, again, earlier in March, I think it was around between the 4th or the 5th, all the way up to the 14th, that he told people on Facebook that him and Katie Proudfoot allegedly passed lie detector tests. And allegedly he took one too. So I'm getting so confused with the public statements made out by him.
Yeah, no, I hear you. One of my thoughts is maybe the reason, this is just a thought. Number one, I think Chris Proudfoot is on many levels I just don't care for him. But maybe, I'll be honest, maybe he told her, look, I can't handle your son. And I think this could be a potential because listening to his ex-wife's account of her relationship with him, it sounds like something he would do. I can't handle your son. Maybe we need to take a break or I got to do something or, Seth needs to take custody, but I can't be with you. And honestly, I think that maybe actually Katie did something. If that's what happened, if there's foul claim, then on that side, then maybe Katie did something. And Chris actually probably kind of knows or has a gut feeling about it. And he knows he's not going to pass a lie detector. But I'm just wondering, I don't, as much as I want to say it's Chris, I'm wondering if it's Katie or if it's somebody that was at the construction site. Those are my thoughts, T-REV.
So a lot of people keep bringing up this construction site. Like, Trev, did they search it? I don't know. I have no idea if they searched the construction site or not. I'm sure maybe it's right there. So why wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. And you just read the series of events and it stated right when you read it, you said there on such and such date, there was a scent picked up to the end of the cul-de-sac at the construction site. Well, what does that tell us? Well, why would his scent just disappear at the cul-de-sac? Because he got in a vehicle.
Right.
That's, does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if that's, especially if the scent disappears, but the one that was at the retention pond was a false hit.
I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one.
I'm letting people know because some people may not have seen that, but it was a false hit.
Yeah, that's
the retention pond.
Yeah, no, that's a scratch. I'm talking about what you had just read on the timeline, and it says right there that his scent was picked up and it was stopped. It was lost at the end of the cul-de-sac in this construction site. I don't know. I just think there's a good chance there might have been some bad actor there sitting in his car, drinking, smoking pot or whatever, and saw him come out, get the trash out. And I don't know, maybe he decided he's going to go run away that night. Or something.
Hold up? Let's keep this all the way. And I'm talking to chat too when I'm speaking. I'm saying this in general. I talked to a few people, and I've had a few conversations with some folks close. Do they really reveal if you failed a lie detector test or not? Are the police really going to tell you if you pass that or not? Sometimes they don't.
I think so at this stage.
Sometimes they don't.
Right.
Seriously.
They can lie. Right.
Sometimes they don't because they know they're admissible. So you have those scenarios too. At this point, the public are grabbing straws. Susie Q says.
I don't think Chris Proudfoot could actually, with his personality, I don't think that he would pass a lie detector test just because, I don't know. I just don't like that guy. Everything about him just, ugh. you know, I'll let somebody else call in. I just
No, you're
wanted to
good.
share that.
You're good. Thank you,
Oh.
Fluffles. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for making me think. God bless you. Lock your doors. And also thank you for being a voice for Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, Day 41. Please light a candle for him. I'll send you the link to the flyers. Maybe get some printed out. See if you can post them locally. I know you're in Cali, right? Either
I'm in
way,
Cali.
it still helps. I mean, it still helps. It doesn't matter. The flyers being put out wherever at this point. We don't know where he's at. And
This
neither
child
does
needs to
law
be
enforcement.
found
So God
one
bless
way or
you,
another.
Fluffles.
So.
Thank you for
All
being
right,
a
guys.
voice. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693 as we continue to take calls. We're live. We're on this bad boy. What's it been? 2 hours? That's it? Feels like 5 minutes. Feels like lady is unemployed, risk of losing her job, and still isn't searching. 718. It's never too late. Can you hear me?
Pardon?
It's a 718. It's never too
More
late.
time?
You're live on the air. How are you doing tonight?
Okay, how are you?
Hanging in there, brother. Hanging in there.
Yeah. Okay.
He said, huh? Okay. Man, hung up quick. What is going on with that? T-REV, do you mind putting up the super chat that had info attached that you put up earlier? You didn't leave it up long enough for me to finish. Which one are you talking about, Terry? Which one are you talking about? 5-6, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Oh my gosh, is this T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. You are live right now.
Good.
How are you doing tonight?
Good Lord, you don't even know how bad I've tried to get in touch with you.
Well, I'm glad you're through now. What's going on?
Well, God bless America. First off, I have a question about yesterday when I was listening. There was a girl that called in from New Mexico, and she was talking about the missing flyers.
Missing flyer.
You talked to so many people.
The one from New Mexico that said she wasn't allowed to post them up in places or something like that?
Well, yeah, it was that, and she said that there had been flyers that had been posted that had been taken down. Well, I know this is one of those speculations that's way out there in left field with what everybody else was putting out there, but you know, I was looking to find out what Katie's maiden name was, and I forgot that Seth had even said it, but anyway, so I was on her Facebook last night, and there's a guy. Her dad's name is Dave Payne.
Dave Payne.
And Dave, yeah, and then there was this other guy that commented on one of the posts, you know, Sebastian's missing poster thing, and he's from New Mexico, and I was wondering where this girl is from because this guy is a cousin of Katie's and Dave's.
Interesting.
And I was just wondering because this guy, he's got his address listed as Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Right.
But anyway, you know, that was just one of those things, and I thought, and that's Katie's side of the family. And the only thing that I really thought about that was nobody's really mentioning anything about Katie's family. It's all about, you know, Chris's family and all that. So I was just interested. And I thought, if I would just be interested to know where that girl was calling from, you know, where in New Mexico. It could, you know, it's probably nothing, but it was a thought.
Yeah, I think she said Albuquerque.
Okay, well, that's where this guy is from. His name is Jeff, and I don't know how to say his last name. I can only spell it.
I'm trying to remember who you're talking about. Jeff. Jeff.
Yeah, and his last name is Viohle. I don't know how to say that, but he said he even put in his comment on the post in 2 different posts on his comments about being, you know, his cousins.
Being his cousin.
Being cousins of Katie and her dad.
Somebody was trying to hit me up last night saying that they were a cousin and that their husband was forcing them to come out and speak, but they would never give
Yeah.
me a number to call.
Okay. Well, I don't know, but I just thought it was strange that, when she said New Mexico and there were flyers, I thought, well, that's amazing. That's great. Because I'll be honest, I'm 2 hours away from this, but I'm in Alabama. I'm in North Alabama.
Right.
And I am not working right now, or I would so be up there. This child has taken my heart because he's 15. My son is 1 year and 3 days older than this child, and he is high functioning autistic. And I know how hard it can be, and that's why part of me thinks that with all of the stuff that they did that day, apparently, it's so easy to overstimulate an autistic kid. And they just get, when they're doing too many things, they get overstimulated and they get rebellious, and they have, meltdowns, even though meltdowns aren't as bad when they're older, but they're just really rebellious, and they're hard to deal with. And it just made me wonder, did Katie do something to him because she was just over it and she lost her mind, she lost control, So anyway, I actually I wrote down a few things that I just wanted to say.
Excuse me.
So
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. The thing, okay, I'm not even going to go into that. But anyway, this was out there today. This pastor that was out there today, I think maybe he means well, but I mean, I'm sorry, if he's really a pastor, he needs to go back and check out, a little bit of Matthew and a little bit of Galatians and everything, because it's so unbiblically sound to do what he's doing. And
so, the repent thing?
Yes. Because it even says that, if a brother has sinned, you restore them gently, you confront them, but you do it one-on-one. That's your beginning point.
Right.
Standing out on the street with a sign saying, repent, Chris, when Chris isn't even around, I don't know what that's for. That does nothing for Sebastian. I'm sorry. And I know people, they're just going to disagree with me about that, but that's what the world's about, disagree and still agree to disagree and try to come together anyway. I have some issues about, not issues, I have concerns about Seth. I get upset that Seth is out there now with the dirty laundry. I understand he's just got to be, he's just beat down, and I understand. I don't understand. I can't imagine. I will say that. But with all the darts that he's throwing at Chris and Katie, I don't really understand that, because unless I'm missing out on a whole lot, it doesn't help him either, because if I found out that my son was molested
right
while he was in the care of his dad, the first thing I would do, Seth, he called the police, he got law enforcement involved, and he did all this stuff. I would have been filing for custody the next day.
Yeah, I see
those
people saying that in chat too. I did see people actually writing that.
I want to see those. I want to see those documents. Where did he file for custody? He had how long? He said 8 years, 6 years, whatever.
Something like that. I don't know the exact dates. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I had to push my ex-husband with his kids because they were in a bad situation. And I ended up just confronting him and saying, you know what? you want to be a part-time dad. Don't get upset because you have to take your kids over to a place where they shouldn't be and come home crying because they're there in a bad situation. Do something. And we ended up getting 4 kids. They had to come live with us. I insisted he had to get used to it. You know, it's like you just don't want to be a full-time dad. I'm not saying that's necessarily Seth's position, but, and then I don't think charges were ever brought, but I know that there were papers where Katie had filed for TRO or TPO against Seth when they were going through their divorce. I don't think anything came of that, but that doesn't mean that nothing happened.
Right.
You know.
I just got some video footage from the campground, fresh video footage. Wow, that's interesting.
Okay. So, you know, there are those things. And then Chris and Katie, somebody had said in chat that there was that the police said that Sebastian got home from Texas Roadhouse that night. Where's the proof of that? I'm not saying that, you know, I mean, Seth apparently said it, but I mean, law enforcement also said, well, they got a hit, you know, at that retention pond and they didn't. And then they said that they didn't and they didn't, you know. And this whole thing with, you know, Sebastian, you know, he took off walking or he got out of the house or whatever. If the dog didn't pick it up, it just has to start with the basics. It's a process of elimination.
Right. That's what you would think would be going on. But, you know, Seth told me he thought they dropped the ball on this whole case. He said they should have all been suspects right off the jump.
I totally agree.
That's what he said. He said we should all 3 been suspects, Rev. I don't know why, you know, why not? But we should all been suspects from the go.
I agree with that.
And that's what he had told me, honestly.
Yeah, and I agree. This whole thing with you don't need to take a lie detector. In what world would that happen except for Tennessee, USA?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I love Tennessee, but come on. It's just it's just wrong. And
here's some footage. I want to give a little context to the footage on your guys' screen that you're seeing right now. This is from Nancy today. She's just pulled back up out there, like she said from last night's stream. She pulled out here. This is what you're looking at. I told her to turn her camera sideways. Doesn't it look so much better, chat? Again, this is from the park where they say CP and KP are at. She's zooming in on it right there. Bang bong. Full screen, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh footage from today from this area. Again, from this area. Ma'am, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for all your thoughts and opinions. We appreciate you. I thank you for being a voice for Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, and thank you for sharing your thoughts, opinions, and theories on just your thoughts in general. I hope you have a blessed night, but I need you to do 2 things. Lock your doors and stay vigilant. God bless you. Next time. If you're just coming in, I just got a couple new video footage or videos sent to me from Nancy, who is out on the scene. Again, Nancy, who is out on the scene here at this campground right here. Charlie D said, this is right by me. So again, we have Nancy sent in some fresh video footage and she is out here. He said, that's close to stalking. Way to go, Nancy. I have 3 clips here and I'll play them all. I'll show you all of these clips real quick. It is again, Nancy out here checking out what is going on. This one looks a little pixelated. Let's see what she saw. See if it clears up. Okay, there we go. It's a little better. It's a little pixelated, but okay. So that's it right there where she drives by. That's it right there. That is pixelated though. What about this one? Let's open up this new one. I don't know if this is from yesterday or what. No, this one is from today. Actually, it says it. That is from today. Nancy's out here. Appreciate that, Tammy. I think patience is, something that I didn't have before. And now I'm just, when you go through so much, you develop patience over time. And I think that's important to have patience and manners with everybody that you speak to. Addie says, oh, yes, much better. Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, yesterday's footage. That's why I told her to turn your camera sideways, Nancy. Shout out to Nancy. She may be in here right now. We love you, Nancy. Thank you. Thank you for sending us in. Oh, she turning in? Oh, she is. Hold on, let's turn this up. Let's get a little volume. Let's get a little volume. Hold up, was the vehicle gone? This is at that spot. He said still can see.
His car.
Where?
His truck. No car.
So her car's gone. Okay, they're out.
5:11 on Saturday afternoon.
She said it's 11 on Saturday afternoon. Why would they even park near the road? I know, right? KB said, good job,
That's
Nancy.
the news for the afternoon, T-REV.
We love you, Nancy. She said, that's the news for this afternoon, T-REV. They're gone. Or at least the car. Looks a lot better. Yeah, it does. It looks a lot better than yesterday's. No, I'm pretty sure that's his truck, allegedly. Oh, let me put some sound on this other video.
Well, his car, his truck, no car. 5:11 on Saturday afternoon.
5:11. She just did this at 5:11 this afternoon. Okay, so that was a couple hours ago. This video footage that you're looking at is from a couple hours ago.
So that's the news for the afternoon, T-REV.
Let's see what she's talking about on here. I want to listen to the audio in it. Yep. Thank you. Shout out to everybody thanking Nancy. Looks great. This one's a lot more clear. Where is this Nancy? Right by this campground. Right by this campground. I don't know, but it's there. It's there right here, ain't it? Hold on, let's look back one more time. Okay, yeah, the car is there at this time. She didn't say what time this was, though. Nancy's definitely not playing. But the vehicle right here, look, I'm pretty sure that's it, ain't it? Allegedly. And Nancy told us last night that she removed the missing poster of him off the vehicle. Again, she said that. Allegedly. Yep, Donna, that one that was at 5:11 vehicle was gone then. Vehicle was definitely gone then. This was yesterday's video footage that she had sent in.
At this moment. No, not a thing. His truck's there. Not her car. And no officials.
She's out here in the trenches, boy. See what she says here. You see it there. Okay, that's it right there.
Well, his car.
That's it right there. I'm opening the lines back up. My bad. 219-885-9693. Keep it running. Shout out to Nancy being out here, though. Her SUV is gone. Yes, that's at 5:11. So at 5:11, that was at 941. What's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on stream.
Yes. Yeah, there were a couple of things I wanted to say today. Thank you to Nancy, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't for people like Nancy and JLR, I feel like this. We wouldn't see visuals. Visuals keep you interested. To me, there's nothing like seeing, news gives you a 5-minute clip. You get to see the land, you get to see the woods, you get to see the layout, you get to see how things are visually yourself, not someone interpreting it for you. Okay?
Yep.
You're getting to see what's going on for real.
Right.
And the second thing is
I want to go back to, first of all, day one. Okay, this is how I feel like. First of all, wasn't it a week before they ever even went on and gave the first interview to say, hey, there's a missing kid. Maybe can you help me? You know, my son is missing. So it was treated like I feel like they gave the impression that it was a runaway to the police from the very beginning. So they searched like it was a runaway for a few days. And then I also feel like if JLR and them hadn't gone back there because of the distractions with Riley and Soto, we wouldn't have gone back to look at this case because it was kind of blown over until JLR kept saying, we have to go back and look, and a few other people like yourself and others who he had to be pulled back in and highlight this case again.
Right.
And if you think about it, it was brought up by Chris first and them about how kind of beat around the bush about how they didn't want Sebastian around Faith, to leave it to your own interpretation, like he was this awkward or bad kid, or he might have done something to Faith. They kind of hinted that way for a while on these podcasts. So I feel like Seth, after watching his son be put in a bad light, like he was awkward, he needed the belt, he didn't really know how to act. I didn't want him around my child. I didn't want photographs. We heard the rumors about, you know, Katie being given the ultimatum of, I'm going to be gone. I'm doing this custody thing, and I don't want it to jeopardize my custody with Faith. That I feel like he had to come out at some point and say, in his own words, what happened to Sebastian, because they were already trying to set up the narrative like something had happened to Faith and that they were going to go there, but even though it hadn't, they were trying to twist it that way because that had already come to light a little bit.
Right.
And I just feel like Seth has finally came to the point where at first he didn't want to do all of this, but I feel like he's been backed in a corner to defend his son, number one. Number two, I think they really messed up because I don't think they pulled the phones like they should have. You know how they can go in and pull the computers out of these recent cars since 12 and 13 that really tell you where you are.
Right.
We also talked about, we can't talk about Katie's work vehicle. What do you mean? The news already showing all of this stuff. Why can't you talk about it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do a lie detector. Now I can. Yes, I'll do it. No, I won't. He plays word games. A lot of word games does he play. You know, and it's almost like opt out. You know, it's like what you leave out when you're giving things. He lies by omission. They both lied by omission from the very beginning and then try to turn it around and say they didn't lie. You know, but now they boxed the corner. And I'm going to tell you, if you remember what Seth said, he went and he saw that video, which is the last video he got to see that visually told him his child was alive. That was at the restaurant. That wasn't him taking out trash or any of that. And then I watched an interview that hardly anybody here has seen or picked up on. But De Beers, that guy Nick, who he cropped the video to make it look not like a garbage truck or whatever. But he also did another video where Ellie Sheriff let him in the war room. And you need to look for that video because he was allowed in the war room. And it said right in there how it was a garbage truck. They said it was a fake scent. There was no scent at the construction site. There was no scent showing that that child walked out of the house. And there were no windows messed with, no screens messed with, and no doors. And that was another sheriff guy or a county guy that isn't the one we see. It's an actual older LE guy. And he let that guy, Nick Barris, or whatever his name is, in the war room. And it showed this big board in there that shows all the sites they're searching, going to search, that they had searched, and all of this, okay? So there is another thing out there that debunks a lot of this stuff as far as what was actually done what was actually scented, not scented, what was searched, what wasn't, and all of that. And I don't know where that is, but I hardly see anybody showing that interview. But there is one, and it was.
And what's it called? Which interview was it again?
Channel 5, Nick Barris, and it was an LE, and I don't know how they would say it, but it was War Room. He let that guy Nick in the war room, and he did a whole report on that war room with all these pictures on this war room wall.
I'll have to check. I'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah, because nobody shows that interview. I don't know how it got dumped, lost, whatever. But it needs to be deep dive because it is out there. Nick did it, and he did it with like the sheriff guy.
Thank you, Speedy Bird.
Dressed in brown. I don't know. I think he might have been TBI because he was wearing the brown. He wasn't this young guy that's always out here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it was done just before this young guy came out. It was done a few days before that. He let that Nick Barris in that room, and it showed all this stuff, and he debunked how the footage was grainy about going to the garbage cans, and he showed how there was no scent to the construction site. There was no dog scent that hit on that kid leaving there. The windows and doors, none of that stuff was messed with. None of that. Okay? So he went over all of those things. And I don't know where that went, but I don't know why nobody picked up on it, even YouTubers, because it was crazy. But also, like I said, they didn't come out till a week after, and they also went to Mississippi. That's out of state where they can't be reached. They can't be touched over there.
Right.
You know, like you'd have to really get warrants to go over there and grab stuff. You'd have to, you know what I mean? You have to go through a lot of jumps to get to them now and to get to those vehicles and to get to things. But they were given way, like I said, they were kind of given their version, just like he had to hear about CPS on the podcast. On the podcast is where they were talking about how he gave her the ultimatum, you know, with Seth, Sebastian, I mean, and how he was going to live with his father. Also, where they talked about didn't want his face around him, you know, and some of the other stuff. So I think Seth is coming to the reality. I hate to say it, but it feels so, I hurt so bad for him because I think he's had to finally hit the anger point and go back and say, look, we all should have been suspects. A lot of stuff wasn't done right. And, you know, as far as his son and the essay, I think he had to tell that part because the way they were presenting Sebastian, he had no choice but to do that. Because Sebastian, I don't think ever did anything to Faith. I don't think he ever even was whatever. He was a victim. But they were going to draw it up that way. And I'm telling you, it was cold. That kid didn't walk, and not just because he's autistic, but any child, if your child goes missing, okay, and you know you haven't seen him in 12 hours, when you wake up and realize that kid is gone at 6, you're calling 911. You're not going to call, even if you call your husband or your is whatever, you're not getting on the phone and coming up with a game plan of a 3-way call to the local police department. Both of you should be saying you need to call 911. Did you look here? Did you look there? Well, you need to get on the phone with 911. Not this game plan where those two are always together. One's always answering the other one's thing. And there's two things they always talk about, that 337 and the shoes. No matter what happens, they, one or the other one is always interrupting the other one about what went on. And even her with the lights, he said the lights are always on by the garage, and she said no lights were on that night. I mean, they can't even get it together. And I think that restaurant, she left there, I think she met him, and I'm going to tell you something. If you looked at the bruises on his arm and those scratches, I want you to find a close-up of that, because somebody has already shown it a couple of times. And if you put someone in a tight chokehold,
I pulled him up.
It's like someone clawing or biting to get someone to let go of that chokehold.
Yeah, we've looked at that here. And You know how it is. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. I went over a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit of
I
time.
know
You're
I took
good. You're
long,
good.
but
There's a lot of people calling
find
in, a
that
lot of things
interview.
being sent in. I appreciate you being a voice here for Sebastian as usual. I don't know. Again, we got to look into that video that you're talking about with Nick
Find that
in the war room.
video. I'm telling you.
We'll
Find
find
it.
it.
Nick
We'll
Harris,
find it.
Channel 5.
Don't worry.
War room.
We will find it. Trust me. We will
Thank
find it.
you.
If it's out there, we'll find it.
It's
Thank you.
out there.
Thank you for
Okay. Love you guys.
we love you back. God
Get
bless you.
up
Stay
front
vigilant.
and
Lock your
do
doors. Shout out to her. Well, she got no filter. She's going straight off. 219-885-9693. If you came in and just seen this video, again, I got a multiple videos sent in from somebody out here near this campground where CP and KP are at. So I don't know what it is, but couldn't update availability for some. What? What do you mean? Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. You said Nina would have spoken if Faith was hurt in any way by Sebastian. Never said that. Yeah, I didn't hear that either. I didn't hear that either. 470, you on the show. Talk to me.
Hey,
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. This is Susan calling you from Georgia.
Susan from Georgia. You were live. You were on the air. Talk to us.
I'm talking, honey. I've got a whole lot to say that a lot of people aren't going to probably like.
And it's okay.
But
There's a lot of that.
I don't like people jumping to conclusions. I
Mm-hmm.
want to say, anybody here have a child go missing? Anybody here know what the token thing is of how to behave when somebody goes missing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? No, you don't, because you've not been in that situation.
Okay.
I saw Susan Smith. You remember Susan Smith a long time ago? She's the one that drove her babies into a lake
I remember that story.
and tried to blame it on somebody else and was crying her little eyes out on TV
Mm-hmm.
constantly.
Seen it.
And you know what? She was a poser. Okay. We don't know. I'm going to tell you, I believe this from the bottom of my heart. I believe Katie didn't have nothing to do with this. I believe everything she said because, okay, think about it. Why would she say she heard a thump?
Right.
She didn't have to say that.
Mm-hmm.
So she probably did say a thump, and we don't know. Autistic children, and I'm going to say this, sometimes they get into stuff they shouldn't do. Even Seth, when he was interviewed, he said one day he got in, he tore up his bedroom. He had stuff laying all over the floor. He tore up the sheets off the bed, and then he stripped himself naked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so kids do different things at different stages.
Right.
He could have been rambunctious, and he could have done this before on other nights,
Mm-hmm.
and she just ignored it and said, "You better go to sleep," because she was tired. Okay, because she said she was going to school and she was working too. So as a mom, that's a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so maybe she was tired. They'd had a good day and he was revved up. I think somebody was there. It's been noted that he played video games.
Mm-hmm.
I think he talked to somebody, and I think he was taken from that house. I think somebody took him from that house, or got him to walk outside, or saw him when he had taken out the trash. I really do, and I think that he's long gone. He's not in Tennessee. I don't believe it. I don't believe
So
he's
you think
there.
he was abducted by somebody?
I think he was abducted, and I think that little Wells girl, I think that her parents owed some drug guy some money, and she was payment for that. I think she was human trafficked.
Damn.
That's what I think.
You kind of think this is going hand in hand with that here, or is it you think something different?
What? Pardon me?
No, I said, do you think that is going on within this case too, or do you think it is?
I do.
Separate?
I do, because it's happening everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
These kids, everywhere. They busted, about a year and a half ago, there was this mother. Her daughter had gone to the school bus.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful girl. Just, and it was right in front of her house, just a couple of steps. And, she got a call from the school saying her daughter didn't come to school.
Mm-hmm.
So she was freaking out, right? Because she was at work. She said, okay. She went looking. Her daughter was just like off the face of the earth. They had flyers out and everything. And she said the same thing. People were taking down the flyers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who would take down flyers? People with an agenda. Yeah, a parent wouldn't. Another parent wouldn't do that. They'd want the kid found. Every woman or every man that's got children, they're going to want that child found because we have hearts, right?
Correct.
But this young lady, probably about 18 months later, there was a big bust because a hotel manager said there's something funny going on up here. And in this room, and Atlanta police went in there. There was that young lady. She was bound, gagged, and everything. And some guy picked her up, and they were using her and SA in her. She had customers. They were using her for that. And the poor girl wasn't but 15. She was, I think, 13 when they took her. And I thought, you know, I believe it. I believe it because, you know, you can't, in today's world, we live in a different world. You don't know if a teacher, a doctor, a person in that neighborhood, we don't know if they've been watching them. Because I'll tell you this, I would not, okay? I live alone, and I can tell you now, it gets dark outside, I ain't walking out there for nothing. The house would have to be burning for me to go outside, and my 357 would have to be on me, okay? Because that's how I feel. We live in a different age. People can't be as naive as they used to. And, you know, it's a beautiful neighborhood. You would never think something like that happened there. Well, guess what? It happens in every neighborhood.
No, for sure. I mean, you can't stop somebody that's going to do something if something happens. There's all walks of life, whether you're living a, you know, low poverty area or you live in friggin' the hills in California. You know what I mean? You live in the Hollywood Hills. I mean, there's crime everywhere.
Exactly. So, as a parent, I'm going to say this. My heart hurts until now. Chris and his family to me are shady. Okay. I think they're shady. They're like a mini mafia. I think that they give me those vibes, and he acts to me like a control freak. And I think Katie's afraid of him. I do. I think she's afraid of him. I don't think she wanted to leave. In fact, she said on Nancy Grace, I don't want to leave. She said, why are you doing it? And she just held her. She looked down. I'm going with my husband. Well, I think he made her leave. I think he made her. Because I wouldn't leave. Why would she? And most of the time they tell the parents, whoever was there, you stay at the house. So if the kid comes wandering back or somebody drops him off, you know, you're there. I wouldn't leave. That's the only thing I think. I mean,
what would you have done though? Would you have went on interviews and you know?
I would interview
your story.
People at the news media. I would have a microphone up under me every day. Bring my son home. Whoever's got my son, bring him home to me. I want my son. I'd have a picture of him at every stage, from the time he was a baby until recent. Please bring me my baby
every
home.
chance to have the public to support them, though. You know what I mean? But again, you got people pulling up on people from the families and ripping missing posters down and all different. I mean, I don't know who's doing that. Again,
I don't either
at all.
I've never seen nothing like it. It sounds like a bunch of heathens, to be quite honest. And that guy, I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before. In fact, I'm new to your channel. I just happened to go by and saw it, and I said, I'm going to listen to this guy. And so, you know, of course, I subscribed because I like what you were saying.
Thank you.
Because you have you're balanced. Okay, I don't like crazy.
Keep an open mind. I do. You know, I do think that there's
have an open mind.
Yes, absolutely.
You have to. And here's the thing: that guy that was there, repent, Chris.
Yes.
Okay, let me say this: get on your knees and pray for Sebastian. We can deal with Chris later. Let's get Sebastian on. Pray for Sebastian. Right. Don't waste your time on how much did it cost for that poster? Why didn't you put a big poster up of Sebastian with his face? Who cares about Chris? I don't care about him. Okay? I don't like him. I saw his ex-wife talk about how abusive he was, and I have no doubt in my mind that he's an abuser. He's got that look. He looks like he's short, stout, and he's a bully. Okay? He would never speak up again. I guarantee you, he would never get in a man's face the way he does children and a woman's face. I guarantee you that.
And we'll leave it on that note. And Susan, I appreciate you calling in and being a voice here today, but I got to keep it. There's a lot of callers coming through right now, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your pitch. Thank you so much for your theory, your thoughts, and sharing that with everybody, and not holding back and just being yourself. So thank you so much for doing that. I hope you have a blessed Saturday night. Make sure you stay vigilant, but also make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed. God bless you. Shout out to her. Susan in the building. Let's take a little second though, real quick. I need everybody to bow their heads for a moment, all right? Seriously, bow your heads for a moment. We're going to do a little prayer. We're going to say a little prayer here for Sebastian. And again, dear Heavenly Father, we come together as a community united in concern and hope to lift up Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy who has been missing from Tennessee for 41 days. In this time of uncertainty, we ask for your comfort and presence to be with Sebastian, wherever he may be, protecting him and guiding him towards safety. There's been a vigil held tonight at 6 o'clock for Sebastian. You know, a lot of loved ones and people in the community that are searching for him. And Lord, we ask you to watch over them too. And we pray for the Rogers family who are facing every parent's worst nightmare at this time. Grant them the strength and courage and hope in this trying time. Lord, may they feel your love and the support of those around them. Provide them with the patience and perseverance they need as they wait for any news of their beloved son, Sebastian Rogers. We also ask for wisdom and insight for the investigators and volunteers who are working tirelessly to find Sebastian. Illuminate their path with your light so that they might find clues and leads that bring them closer to bringing Sebastian home. Lord, we pray as the Rev Gang family and all those who've been touched by Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' story, fill our hearts with empathy and compassion and guide us in supporting each other and the Rogers family in meaningful ways. May our words and actions reflect your love and bring comfort to those who are hurting. In these moments of despair, help us to remember that even in the darkest times, your light shines through, offering hope and renewal. Lord, may Sebastian be found safe and sound, and may his family be united with him once more. We trust in your infinite wisdom and merciful care. Lord, thank you for listening to me tonight and listening to all of our prayers and for being with us every step of the way. In the name of our son, Jesus Christ, amen. Okay, the show keeps going on. I'm opening the lines back up, 219-885-9693. I just wanted to take a second and put a prayer out there for Sebastian, as we've been doing every stream. Sebastian and all of his loved ones and everybody that is searching for him. Woo! 423, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey, Trev.
How you doing?
I love your prayers. They're so enlightening.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just had a few ideas. My ideas is that Sebastian never left the house. He never took the garbage can out. If he did, there would have been scent.
Right.
I guess the construction site was not right, that they didn't find the scent. Another thing is I've heard several talk about them being in Mississippi, and I looked it up, and there's no, what do you call it, expedition or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes.
Yeah, expedite. But I heard that possibly that he might be in one of them ponds or lakes there. I've heard it from 2 different people, and they mentioned the chucks, which is interesting because I was looking at the RV. It don't have chucks, and he could have tied them to his arms and legs so he wouldn't come up.
Mm.
So, and he did have house shoes that his dad said that he had, but when he mentioned his shoes still at the front door, no mention of slippers. But everybody's got a lot of good ideas, and I think JR, I watch him all the time. He's wonderful too. He does a lot. He travels a lot to bring awareness. But I just wanted to bring that in there. And God bless you for everything you do. And God bless everybody out there searching, and hope to God that they will find him soon and bring him home to his dad.
Wow, I'm getting some news coming in here. Sock underwear have been found next to the water near Roadhouse. Interesting.
Wow.
I just got this report in from actually the group I'm in. Again, sock and underwear have been found next to the water near Roadhouse. So I don't know what that is.
The Roadhouse where they supposedly ate.
Yeah, it did say that, and this was about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but why now?
I think.
Surely they've looked around that building several times.
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
Agreed.
I'd be hopeful, but it could be a homeless person or something, that dropped it off. But hope to God it is. It'll take a little while to do a DNA. But hope to God something comes up soon, because Seth's not going to make it too much longer with just, like I said, without exertion.
And here's an update on it. It says, watching this live on TikTok, police have just came for the Avengers flashlight, socks, boxers found live now. They said Seth was headed that way too. And I will I'll contact Seth and find out what we can, find out about this information to get it out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just coming in, and it says searchers from TT found some items. Police and detectives are there bagging up these items right now by the Drake River, by Texas Roadhouse, ladies and gentlemen. Again, searchers from TikTok found some items, and police and detectives are there bagging those items up, ladies and gentlemen, by the Drake River, by Texas Roadhouse. That's just coming in reports. I'm seeing multiple reports come in on that actually through email. And wow, I'll definitely find out what's going on. And but I'll give it a little bit, because he's probably trying to find out what it is.
Yeah. Well, I hope to God that, in a way, I hope it is his, so maybe they'll find something, some kind of evidence. But to me, I don't think he ever left the house, not unless he was carried out in a car, RV, or put in the garbage. But God bless him and his family, and God bless Sebastian. Hope he gets home soon. And you too.
Thank you, man, for calling. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to let you know that.
No, I'm glad you did.
I seen it coming through, and I'm like, oh, whoa. They found socks and underwear and an Avengers flashlight. So I don't know what this means, ladies and gentlemen, but this is what they're saying they found. So again, we're going to wait for more information to come out on that. As it comes through, we will be talking about it. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice here tonight, here with the Rev Gang.
All right, T-REV. God bless you.
Sebastian. Thank you so much, man. You stay vigilant and lock your doors on this Saturday night. Wow. Let me see what's going on out here. Interesting. 1 second here. I'm gonna get this information over to a few people on my team that I have been working with. Let me get this over to them real quick. Yeah, I could. Should we pull up the scanner, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know. What do you think? Do you think we should pull up the scanner? What's going on? I'm pulling up the scanner right now. We're nosy, man. We're nosy. We want to know what's going on. I'm pulling up the scanner right now. 1 second. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back to the phone calls and all that. This may be a long night tonight. So lock in, get your snacks. This may be a long night. Let me pull this scanner up real quick. I'm getting it up right now as we speak, so bear with me. I wonder if they got, I bet you there's nothing in the air though. I'll check flight radar too to see if we got anything on that. Sumner. Where we at, baby? Come on, Sumner, come out. What? There it is right here. I got it. Bing bong. Okay. So we have it. We're turning it on now.
All right, so
okay. So I got that pulled up. Just waiting for that to come on, and we'll be listening to that. Again, for people who are just coming in, I'm getting reports. Hold on, let me turn this down so you can hear what I'm saying. Multiple reports are coming in via email, tags on Twitter. Searchers from TikTok found some items, and police and detectives, ladies and gentlemen, are bagging up these items by the Drake River by Texas Roadhouse, okay? Again, by the Drake River by Texas Roadhouse. Seth is on his way there now, and it says here that they found an Avengers flashlight. Police have just came for the Avengers flashlight. 1, socks. 2, boxers found. And Seth is headed that way. Obviously, I just said that. So again, Avengers flashlight, socks, boxers. We're going to see what comes from this. All right, I got the scanner on right now. Here we are. Let's see what we hear from it. That's heartbreaking to think of. You said it's false. It's not his flashlight. Or hold up. It's false. It's not his flashlight or a flashlight. It's not his or a flashlight. I don't know. That's what they said. That's what multiple people are sending through. So I have no idea. Lady said underwear were not taken that are there. Lady said underwear were not taken that were there. Why wouldn't they take it? Why would you not take underwear if it looked like kids' underwear? Right? You would think you would. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull this bad boy up real quick. Tennessee, please read. Okay, I see that. All right, I see what's going on. Let's go to the website real quick. I will pull this bad boy up right now. I will pull it up right now.
Will go earlier.
No, get me out of there. Get me out of there.
Sebastian.
Get me out of there. Here, I'm going to look this exact thing up right now. I'll tell you in 2 seconds. At TA. Okay, there we go. I'm not seeing it live though. Oh, I am seeing it live. Why is it not showing though? It's not showing. That's weird.
What was found?
There we go.
Freehill, West Main,
I'm not seeing
Alvin,
it. They're live though. I see her live on
Union,
TikTok,
Charlie,
but I'm not
9.
seeing anything about that. Hold up, let's listen to the scanner. 1 second. See what comes through. And let me message what Seth real quick. I'm just gonna make sure he's got all this, just to make sure he knows. You said they are. I know I can see them live. I obviously can see them live on TikTok. Shout out to them, by the way, for everybody sending that in. 21985. Let's keep it rolling. I'm waiting for something to come up though. Something we could look at. Okay, I'm back. Wow, this case is a lot. Yeah, there's a lot in this case for sure. None of my girls wear underwear. That's a rule. What? TikTokers to the rescue. 980, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hey, I'm from Salisbury, North Carolina.
Got family out there. What's going on?
Well, I'm calling about this little boy that's missing.
Yes,
I'll tell you, I think what they need to do is take that mom, take the stepdad, take his parents, and put them in the jail and not let them out till they come up with something, because they're getting out here and doing as they please. The same thing happened to that little Summer Wells. They need to lock these people up. Letting them run free ain't helping none.
I mean, you gotta have probable cause for that though. I get
well,
They need to go back like they did years and years ago and put these people where they don't want to be, and maybe they'll go to their senses and tell what they do know instead of keeping everything to themselves and letting other people. Now other people are watching and listening to what's going on, and there's too much of this stuff going on.
I don't know if that's misinformation with these people saying the flashlight, but it does say that right here. I'll show you.
Well, to me, the law needs to change, and change big time. That's why we have so much crime, so much killing, so many people missing, because the poor old law, they don't know what to do, because they try to beat up the law, tell the law all kind of lies. Part of them believe it, part of them don't. So make a believer out of these people. They need to change the law.
That we definitely need some law changes in this country for sure. What is that?
Yeah,
I can't hear.
took a lot of stuff.
I hear a lot of echo feedback when I talk on your end.
I know, because I got my little tablet on. I'll turn it down so it won't pick it up. But I know I'm 72 years old, buddy. But I do know back in the 50s,
God bless you,
they didn't have nothing like this. In other words, there was no cussing like they are now. People didn't do all kind of stuff. We got along with everybody. My daddy made us tell you be good to anybody, everybody, no matter what color or whatever. They got a heart just like you. They cannot do anything about the color, but we have a heart and we go by that. But there's no hearts no more. I don't know what happened. They turned from hearts to gizzards.
Hearts to gizzards.
That's true. It's true.
Oh, I'm hearing you.
So, to me, I'm surprised that we have as much law officers or police officers as we do, because they getting jumped on, beat up, and then get to court. The judge lets everybody off and everything. We don't have no good law no more. Everything's for the bad, bad, bad. This world's coming to an end with the bad, bad stuff.
Bing bang.
I mean bad.
I mean, you got some pretty good points.
Yes, sir. I believe my mom and daddy, when they told me time's going to come, my mama said this world was destroyed with water. But at the end of time, it's going to be destroyed with fire. And so I honestly believe that. But that little Wales girl, she ain't been found. Now this little guy, and this ain't the only person that's been missing. I tell you, in Tennessee, I don't know what their problem is. People scared of the damn sheriff's department, I believe, and they're scared of the law people. And to me, we need a bunch of people on horseback and go up there, and they need to be just like years ago. Take them all down.
Take them all down.
Yeah. I'm surprised that enough people ain't got together and blow that whole part of that mountain off.
Yeah.
Because nobody don't want to do nothing. They afraid. They scared. No matter what. You know what I've always heard? Money talks and bullshit walks.
Bang bong.
Yeah. I told the attorney that one time.
So true.
Yeah. I told the attorney that one time. Wouldn't get nothing done. As long as you got money, you can get anything done. But now they don't care about money. They want to hurt somebody. It's always hurt. But that's my feeling. I think that they need to lock these people up. They don't have room in the jails no more. But hey, put them out there on a big old fence razor wire and let them sleep in a tent. Let them raise your own damn food. It ain't going to hurt them. They ain't no better than we are out here trying to make a living.
Well, damn, I need you as my grandma to keep me in line.
Huh?
I said I need you as my grandma to keep me in line for when I get out of line.
I'm going to tell you what. I live in Salisbury, North Carolina, and it's a prison camp right down here on Highway 29 outside of Salisbury. And they used to have a garden. They had people out there hoeing that garden every day. There was no grass in it at all. It was pretty vegetables, and it fed the people inside the place. But one day, I don't know if this is what caused it to stop. One day, this truck come by there and backfired, and every one of them people run because they thought they were getting shot at, and so they quit letting them have a garden. I mean, you know, it's just a messed up world, buddy.
No, it is. I agree.
And it's something else. My husband, he was in the Army. He's not living. He's passed. But if these people that were in the Army and survived and came home and could come back alive today and see how the world is, they turn their back and say, hell with y'all. I'm going back where I came from. Because they ain't getting nowhere.
What I mean, before I move on to the next caller, Granny, I'm gonna call you Granny. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you think that this is foul play?
I think the stepdad done something, or his parents got that boy and took him somewhere and trying to hold him to see if they'll change their mind about giving him to Steph, because they don't want Steph to have him. But I think he ought to be there and was supervised and give that man some leeway and help him and the other two and the other family. Let them just fend for themselves.
Granny, I want to say thank you for calling in and having a voice in this community. I appreciate you. I hope you have a blessed Saturday night, but please lock your doors before you lay down and go to bed. God bless you. Stay vigilant. Shout out to Granny. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I messaged Seth, so as soon as I get a word back on those items that were found, there's been multiple reports. But we will hear it. Again, 50-50, I don't know. That's just a few things people are talking about. We'll find out what it was. 616, you're in the mix. Talk to me. You're live on air.
Hey, T-REV, how's it going?
It's going. It's going. We're here.
I almost lost my whole train of thought with that news that you just had. It's just like, oh God, I hope this is for real.
Right. I hope it is real.
When Chris and Katie started first slinging the shit back and forth, they had made mention that Seth had to wear diapers because of incontinence problems, correct?
Sebastian did?
So, yeah.
Yes.
And so another caller on a different podcast nailed this right on the head. When a little puppy is playful and excited, they're in a good mood or whatever. But when they get intimidated, they squat and pee. That's just a puppy. And Seth said that he never had to wear the incontinence stuff with him because he felt at ease with them. He felt happy with them. And he only had to wear the incontinence wear for Chris and Katie. So that just makes sense about the little sad little scared puppy, peeing on the floor. It just breaks my heart.
It's the story. It just, like I said, from day one, what is it, February 26th, it just got worse when the family came on and spoke, because people were launched in on them or, hawking them down. And next thing you know, the pictures of cuts come out. You got body language experts take it to the internet saying that it's just weird. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just been a lot of stuff coming out back to back, and people are finding inconsistencies within the story. And what are the chances that on the same day, Sebastian and Madeline Soto go missing? But if you look at that case, stepdad and mom, Jen So Toast and Stephen Stearns. And then you got CP, like Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Allegedly, I'm not saying that they are, of anything
all
when it comes to this
allegedly.
case, because they're not charged with anything as of right now.
Right.
Everything that you hear, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. But again, the public eye, for the most part, is on them.
Right. And somebody, made mention too that the Tennessee playbook of Summer Wells, he was taken, never found. It's like this is almost like a chapter of that poor book. Sebastian was taken and hasn't been found. It's just it's sickening.
It doesn't.
Just sickening.
It is sickening. And a lot of people are upset about Seth coming out and speaking and doing all the things that he's doing. But I feel like he's doing the right thing, showing his face every single day. He's, making his rounds to any and every podcast to keep his face front and center as possible, as much as he possibly can. So again, I don't know what anybody else would expect him to do in this stage where he has no idea where his son's at.
Right.
We got to understand that nobody is perfect and walks on water. So we can say what he could have did or what he would have or should have, could have, would have. You know what I mean? We can't talk about the should have, would have.
Right.
You just can't.
No, not at all. And it's just, it rolls downhill and hopefully it lands right there in Yogi Bear Campground.
Oh, speaking of that, this Yogi Bear Campground footage that Nancy sent in, she sent this in, and this was at 5:11 today, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 5:11 today, the footage you see on your screen from the Yogi Bear Campground.
And where's her vehicle?
Yeah, that's a good question. At 5:11, wasn't there. I wonder if they were in town for the vigil or not.
That was my thought exactly. Looking in from the sideline, so to say, or having somebody there for them. Or, this whole thing is so shady. I was in a relationship that I was essayed by my husband, and they said they couldn't do anything by it because he was my husband. And that was way back before the Tracy Thurman story and everything, before there were laws. And in the counseling that I went through and had to go through my adulthood was, something happens, you talk about it. The only way you're going to ever get over it is awareness. So all this essay hush needs to be spoken about. I really, truly believe that, because it's the only way anybody's going to ever heal. Somebody might say something to Seth that might, wow, yeah, I could help him do that. Or that's a good point. Or this is a good thing to do. Nobody's going to know any of that unless it's spoken about.
That's a good That's a good point.
All right. Well, I want to hear the next report saying they found more stuff and it's his. So get on that.
Well, hopefully that comes through. I know police are there bagging up things at this time, from what I'm hearing per reports, and we will see what comes out of that. I don't know what it is, but I'm on edge to find out.
I hope and pray.
God bless.
All right, love. You have a great night.
You too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being the voice for Sebastian. Lock your doors. I have to always fit that in, even when they try to squeeze out. I always have to try to fit that in. Let me turn this up real quick. Let's see what type of action we got going on.
No.
Hold up. Why is it not turning up? There we go. I'm listening to the scanner for a second. Give me 1 second before we crack these lines back open. You said, or they went to plant socks in a flashlight. Oh, shit. Allegedly. Coming in from CJ. I don't even know how to say this name. I'm just going to call you Thurston. He said, Thurston said, or they went to plant socks, flashlight, etc. on the way back. Damn. I didn't think about nothing like that. But you got me thinking now. They are not. You said they are not what? I missed that. Chat's flying. Thank you. You said they are not. Okay, they're not bagging nothing found. Bless Mama Jack says. Why are people saying it? What's going on? What is going on with that? Why are people saying that stuff was being bagged? Bagged and tagged. I messaged Seth, so he'll get back to me at some point and let me know if that's true or not. He will definitely get back to me and let me know. I've sent him the screenshots of the stuff that was sent in to me, passed it on to him, so we'll see. Allegedly, we will see about that. A60, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hi, it's Nancy. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay. Listen, there are people you're trying to get a hold of. I have them on right now, TikTok. And they're talking about, and I've been watching them all evening. That nothing was bagged. They just left everything there.
You left everything there.
Yep, they didn't bag anything. Didn't take anything. The two girls that were out there. Yep.
What
they're trying to get a hold of you, but they can't get through to you. So I finally did.
Okay, I didn't know they were trying to get a hold of me. That would have been great to talk to them, and I still will. But they were at the location.
Yes, they found it.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Two girls.
If you get, I don't know if they have a number or not, but I'll definitely get a hold of them.
Hold on, why I have you? I'm from Connecticut, by the way, and I've been. I don't even sleep at night because I'm so worried about Sebastian. You know, and
Here's something playing in the background. What is it?
it's them. Let me turn it down.
No, I can't.
I'm gonna.
So so the police came out there. They didn't bag and tag nothing.
Nope.
Huh?
Nope.
What location?
Nope. They said it did. It's across from the steakhouse by the river, across the street.
Okay. And Seth's on his way out there?
They're saying that they keep on getting conflicting information. Oh, sorry. Shall I talk and text at the same time? Okay, I sent it to them. I gave them your number. And I told them to try also that number. They don't know if they think he's with, is it?
Well, I just let Seth know personally that it was across the way from there. I don't know. So I seen some people saying Seth was on his way, but I did pass the information over to him, and then maybe he is on his way right now. We'll find out. He hasn't responded back yet, but I did send him the screenshots, and I did let him know that this stuff allegedly was found. I don't. Again, as some people said, he was already on his way there. I don't know. I haven't talked to him since earlier.
The cops left there.
So they left all this stuff there. There was what was found directly at this location that you saw?
There was underwear, a black case across.
Kids' underwear?
They don't know if they were Sebastian's underwear. They don't know. They look little.
Now, do they have this footage of them finding it and what the items?
Yes.
Look like? Okay, I didn't see it, so I'm curious.
They took pictures.
Okay, the TikTok live's trying to call, and I'll leave the line. Just tell them to email me at revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. If you guys hear this, revgangtruecrime@gmail.com.
Wait a minute.
Title it "TikTokers trying to call you" or something like that, and I'll see that. I'll know.
Wait a minute. Rev Gang.
Yeah, revgang.
Okay, Rev
at gmail.com.
Wait a minute. Shoot. Rev Gang. At at what?
At revgangtruecrime@gmail.com.
I'm sorry. True. Oh shoot. I'm sorry. I'm using one hand and trying to type with the other one.
You said let the caller finish saying what they found. Well, the person who found it is trying to call in, so I'm trying. They've been.
All right. Well, I
didn't know that.
All right, Rev Gang, True Crime at Gmail.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm sure they heard it. If they're watching it live, they may have already shot it. Let me look over here real quick.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know I was listening to them, and and I don't want to keep you, so in case they're trying to call you. I gave them another.
I don't see them. I'm looking for them to message me and give me a number or anything for me to contact them right now, and I will, but I don't see anything. I'm looking. Nothing came through yet.
Well, I just sent them. to rate you, and I sent your phone number.
I got you. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard to get through. We got thousands calling in. Thousands.
I understand. I know.
I think no, that's not them either. Oh wow.
They
Sent him all the pictures from today.
They go by Tammy YEE. Is that the one you're on?
I seen it. I seen it before.
Okay.
Somebody sent it to me, but
Okay.
No, he just
He's.
yeah, I know. Listen, I seen it.
Oh, okay.
People in the chat were telling me that. What's going on?
He said you sent it to them, and no, people are giving them wrong information.
Interesting.
I know. Email him. I'm going to read again.
He said people are giving the wrong. Well, you know what? Just hold up.
What?
I'm looking.
I don't know. I don't even know these people. I just happened to find them today.
I don't know, but I did pass the information over to Seth. So
yeah,
I know he has it now, and I told him it was across the street from there. So if it's something,
it's not on the same side. It's not on the same side as the steakhouse. It's on the opposite side in a park. So as you talk to him,
yeah, no, he said I thought I seen her in chat here earlier. That name that I seen, but maybe I'm tripping.
Oh, they're listening right now to me talking to you.
Well, I did just send out the email to them, and if they want to call in, I told them what to do. But because there's so many people calling in, I won't be able to. When I undo do not disturb, there's going to be tons of different phone calls coming through. Maybe they get through, maybe they don't.
Right there, Rev Gang and True Crime
Okay.
at gmail.com.
All right. They just read your thing.
And here's the phone number.
The phone number and the email I sent them.
Well, appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
I'm waiting
All
for
right.
them to get through. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Lock your doors. Lock your doors. There's a lot of calls coming through tonight, y'all. There's a lot of calls. Bear with me. I'm trying to talk to these folks who were at the scene of this location and found these items so we can hear it from their mouth. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear the eyewitness account of these items that were found. Nobody will ever be able to explain it better than the person finding it, I feel like. And that's who we want to hear from. They are listening. I know. I went there. I heard them. He said, Trev, Tammy's trying to call you. Well, there's a lot of people trying to call right now. A lot. And as soon as I let go of this, is going to be hundreds coming through. So I don't know if they'll be able to get through again. That's why I told him just email me the number. It's easy. It's so much easier if I call you directly. We don't have to wait and try to get around because I won't know what number you're calling from. One, and it only shows me 2 out of the hundreds that are coming through to pick from. Also, so just to keep that in mind, it doesn't let me pick between 50 coming in at once. It lets me pick between 2, the lucky 2 that get through. Tammy emailed you, Crystal said. All right, I'm looking for that. Thank you, Tammy. Or Crystal. I'm looking for it right now. Still not seeing it. Still not seeing it. What is going on here? I still don't see it. Please ask Seth this. Thank you for that email, and I will. Thank you, Jenny. I seen your email, Jenny. I seen your email, bartender, Tracy, Linda, Christina. Shout out to you. Still nothing from them. I guess I'm not gonna be able to talk to him. I guess we're not gonna be able to talk to him because I have still see no email coming in from them. I'm opening it up. Next call. So Tammy is trying to call you. I opened it up just now. Go ahead, try to call. 360. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T, I won't take up much of your time. The mom of the Sebastian child, my name's Annie, and I'm from London. The mom of this child and the stepdad,
They should be looking where they're camping out. If it was one of my kids or one of my grandkids and people were coming to my home to help me find my child, I would be so grateful. Absolutely grateful. And these people aren't grateful, and they left the home that the child has lived in for I don't know how many years. And what if he came home? Absolutely insane. It disgusts me as a parent and a grandparent. And I hope that they find this young man.
Yeah, we hope. I hope they do too. I don't know why police didn't take this stuff that they found over here. Maybe they thought it had no relevance to the case. I have no idea.
Problem is, it seems like nobody in that area is taking this as serious as others. I think the mom sounds absolutely guilty. I had my grandkids over the weekend. One of them fell in the bedroom, made a loud noise, yelled. They didn't answer. I got off my butt and I went in to check on them. Why didn't she go check when she heard a thump out of the kid's bedroom? No, I don't buy it. Don't buy it.
Yeah, the thud in there. You don't go check on it. I got Tammy's information now, so I will give her a call after this. Don't worry. I got it now. I did get it. Yeah, you hear a thud, you don't check on that. It's super weird. All of this is an awkward situation.
It really is. I I keep praying and I hope they find this young man, and my heart goes out to the dad. I feel so bad, and I really hope that they get some kind of closure.
I hope they do too. I really
All right.
do.
Thanks.
They need it.
Thank
Thank you so much for calling in for little Sebastian and using your voice to speak for him. Thank you so much. God bless you, man. All right, we're calling Tammy right now, guys. I got her number. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. Trust me. I got it right here. Here we go. Shout out to Tammy. We're calling Tammy right now. Okay. She was at this location with the stuff that people sent in to me. Let me pull it back up again. We're going to touch up on this and she'll be able to talk about, let Seth know I tried calling. Okay. I seen that. Watching on TikTok, police have just came for Avengers flashlight, socks and boxers found. Okay. So here we go. We're making the phone call to Tammy. 1, 2, 3. It's going through now. NFT said, "Who's Tammy, please?"
Hello.
Tammy, how are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, I just, people were letting me know some stuff, but I want to hear from you. What did you guys find out there?
Okay, so we have been having these ladies go out and search. That some was local and some actually drove in, and we've been on TikTok live all day searching. And there was actually 2 different ladies that went out, and they went to Mary's Magical Playground, and they walked the walkway and the waterway down through there.
Yes, ma'am.
And after several hours of searching, they did come across a couple of questionable things. One was a sock, and the sock had like a blue and red ring around the top of it, kind of like you would see in the 70s, like a tube sock from the 70s. So we found that very interesting. So we actually called the bowling alley and asked them, what kind of socks do you buy if you're bowling? And they described those socks. Either you're going to get a blue and red one or an orange and some other color.
Right.
So we kind of was like, okay, that's of significance, maybe. They kept searching, also found something that looked like boxer briefs. The size of the boxer briefs was similar. It would be something maybe that Sebastian would wear. The size-wise would have been. So we kind of chalked that up. And then not far from that was a black, it looked like a black box. And it had like a T or some kind of symbol on it. So we Googled it, and it said that possibly could be a flashlight. So we're on TikTok live while we're doing this. We got 3,000 people in there, and we knew we had to call the authorities. So that's what we did. We called the authorities, had them come out, and if they needed to bag it or whatever, they took it serious. They came out. Officer came out, very nice. It was Officer Sheen, and he walked out there with the ladies, saw what they were talking about, called in a detective, had detective walk out. I have a contact with Riley Strain's family because I had went and helped with the Riley Strain case and then came over from that case into this case. And
God
so
bless you.
she was,
Thank you for that.
yeah, you're welcome. And so she was messaging me, the Raleigh Strain family was messaging me, telling me that she's in contact with Seth, and they were letting Seth know what was going on. And because he had already kind of left the area from the vigil and all. But the detective did come out. They did not bag up the briefs. I think they chalked it up to maybe that was when the creek rised, and maybe it just went over on the side of the creek, that they did not feel like it was Sebastian. So they did not bag that up. I don't know if they bagged up what looked like a flashlight or not. The ladies stayed in the parking lot until they saw the officers leave, and we're not sure if they actually got what could have been a flashlight or not. So that's where all this is coming from. Like I said, we had like 3,000 people on here, so I'm sure everybody was running from ours to yours to tell you. And I just wanted to be the one to, because it's my live that's been going all day, and I just want to be the one to tell you kind of what's going on and what's truth and what's myth in all this.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of saying. I was like, I'd rather hear from you myself and you be able to tell the story, because no one could tell it better than the people who were there. Not to be rude to anybody else, but just to hear from the first hand account. And I appreciate you doing that. So was it a flashlight indeed?
We still don't know. We left it there. They left it there, and didn't touch it or anything, just in case. So we really don't know. I think the lady may go back out tomorrow and just see if they took the stuff or not. If they didn't take it, maybe pick it up and actually see what it was, if it wasn't a flashlight. I had sent you a picture of it, but I don't know if you've gotten it or not. You probably have gotten that picture because everybody was screenshotting the picture whenever they found it. So in the woods where it was also like almost like a handmade cross type thing in the woods, which was,
I don't know if this is it, but people are sending in tons of stuff. There's a picture. Let's see. I don't know. This looks like a black box.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It was like a black box thing, which could, it could not have been it, because my thing was, did they not say it could have been orange? But then they said that he could have had another one that was black, that was a flashlight. So we were just being extra cautious. The whole point in doing a search is to find things. And if you're not going to turn in things that you're finding, then what's the point in doing the search? And so we were just, we were doing our due diligence in, making sure that the authorities knew. And, this is an area where the Proudfoots had told the law enforcement to go to. And so that's where this is the Mary's Magical Playground. This was that area.
Interesting.
So found that kind of interesting as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a key ring flashlight. That's that's right. Yeah, This, and I see that I got the black box. This is what you're talking about. I got it pulled up across the screen for people to see the screenshot that was sent.
That's it. Yes, that's what it was. Whenever we were live and we were showing it, it had some kind of symbol on it, like maybe a T or some kind of symbol on it. And the people in the chat was Googling it, and that's where they came up with that description could be a flashlight.
I got you. Okay. And it what is this picture now that I got up? Is that the underwear? I can't tell. It should change in a second. You'll see in a second. It'll change. It's like something in the grass, but I can't tell what it is.
I can't see it either.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's like blurry.
Because I'm still on my live, and I'm having to see your picture very small. So
I got you. Yeah, I can't tell what it is. Like, somebody sent this also, but I don't know if
okay, the chat is saying yes, that's the boxers.
Okay.
Some people are saying yes. So the boxers was held up on a stick, if that's what it looks like. They held the boxers up on a stick to kind of see, because we had someone else on the chat that was that's investigating or not that is invested in this case as well, and was saying that that made her feel a certain way.
Interesting. Wow. So they didn't take any of
So,
these. They just left these items behind.
That's what we're thinking. That's exactly what we're thinking. And we have some ladies that are local that we're going to have to go back out there tomorrow and just see, did they leave it behind? You know, I mean, I would have thought you would have taken it just in case. You know, what is it going to hurt to take it just in case?
Yeah, you never know.
You never know. You never know. And there's a group of us on TikTok, and it's all ladies, and we've been very invested in this case. And me and another lady is driving down Tuesday and going to help with the search for the remainder of the week. And the lady that's coming with me is actually driving nine hours. I'm only 2 hours away, but we've gotten so invested in this case that we're going to go down and do all that we can to help search and just search some things that we've come up with that, you know, could be of value to check it out.
God bless you for what you guys are doing. That's awesome work. Awesome.
Well, thank you.
Awesome. We're glad that
if it was as a mother, if it was my child, I would want this to be being done for my child, and that's the way I see it. You know, when the Raleigh strain, that mama was that just it just tore me to pieces, and for this mom not to be acting that same way, it's just that makes me angry instead of, you know, feeling for her. I feel for Seth. I feel for Seth in this case. But I feel like that this is not a grieving mother, and that's just my opinion. You know, that's just me as a mother. If my child was missing, there would be no threats, no anything, no husband, no anything that's going to keep me from being out searching for my child every hour of every day. And I just don't see that coming from her, and I don't know what that excuse would be.
Man. What are your thoughts on this case when with y'all looking down on it and you've been covering it? What are your thoughts specifically when it comes to this case or theory to what happened?
So my theory on this is Sunday was a fun day. Sunday was a send-off day. Sunday was a day to prove that, hey, I'm a good mom. Hey, I was in all these places, check security footage, check all this. I was with my child and we were having a good day. And you can check all the video cameras to see that. I think that 3-hour phone call that was made between Katie and Chris was an open-ended call. I think Chris left his phone at the camper on an open-ended call so that the authorities could say, well, yeah, he was on a phone call and he was at his camper, and, you know, and he didn't go anywhere because you would have gotten pings going somewhere, you know, as he was going, you know, if he, so I think it was an open-ended phone call. I think he met Katie. I think there was a exchange of Sebastian, and Sebastian is no longer. That's just my thinking, because you got to look too at the next day. Who made the phone call to 911? No one. They didn't call 911. They made a direct call to law enforcement, and it was a 3-way call, and Chris was the one who spoke on the call, and Chris was not even at home. You know, it wasn't this mother who had went into the room and searched for the child and the child wasn't there. It was the husband that is not even at home when Sebastian goes missing, right? So I find that very odd. You know, if it's me and I'm looking for my child, okay, yeah, maybe I would call my husband and say, he's not here. You know, oh my God, I got to call. Yeah, you know, I got to call the cops. I got to call 911. I got to do these things, because when you call 911, that call is able to be released pretty quickly, right? When the Raleigh strain case happened and those frat boys called 911, that phone call was released pretty quickly, right? We've not gotten this phone call released because they called directly. Now we've gotten the release of where the law enforcement is talking back with dispatch while they're at the house, but we have not heard Chris or Katie on the phone with law enforcement whenever they called in him being missing, right?
Correct.
So I find it that I feel like it was premeditated in that the fact that they even knew, hey, let's not call 911. Then I think Katie was like, I don't know if I can carry on and act. What if I don't say the right things? And I think Chris was like, I'll handle that. I'll make the phone call. You can just say you're on the phone with me. Now, this is all speculation, and this is all me. I watch a lot of true crime, and I could be so far off, and I hope I am.
Yeah,
But you asked my thoughts, and that's what they are.
Oh,
And I think poor Seth had nothing to do with anything, and he is a grieving father.
absolutely. Have you got a chance to interview him?
I have not. When we go down Tuesday, my family contact. Okay, that would be amazing. I really appreciate that.
I will, because you're out there doing good stuff. You're going out there to help search, and why not? Why not?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
that would be great.
Shout out to all of you women that are out there doing your thing. Shout out to all of you. Y'all are doing a wonderful deed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the call and just listening to what we had to say.
Absolutely. I wanted, as soon as I seen it in the chat, it caught my attention. I was like, oh, please just send me the number and the email. There's hundreds calling.
I kept trying to call, and then everybody else was calling.
Wow, this is interesting. I don't know if anything will come from it, but thank you for bringing it to my attention. I definitely let Seth know, so I don't know. We'll see if he pulls up out
and we're going to keep searching. We're going to keep searching, so we may find something else, and if so, then I will let you know.
Tammy, thank you so much. Look for an email from me. I will be emailing you, and I'll just talk to Seth first, make sure it's all right. I'm sure he won't care. You guys are out there doing very good stuff. So thank you so much for calling in and giving us insight on these items found today. I hope you have a blessed night.
Thank you. You as well.
God bless you. Lock your door. Good phone call. Again, she just broke down the items that were found at this location, 219-885-9693. We're going to continue to take calls. We're around the clock right now covering the Sebastian Rogers case. He's been missing 1 days total, and there is no inkling of any evidence to where he's at whatsoever. 619, what's on your mind? Talk to me. We're live.
Hi, T-REV. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
In the beginning, when Sebastian's dad was saying he needed proof of life before they transitioned him into his care.
Absolutely.
What made him say that? Was he worried about something?
What made Seth say proof of life?
Yeah, that he wanted Katie to show him proof of life, and that's when she showed him outside the where they ate dinner. I just thought that was strange, and why did he need proof of life?
Well, he just wanted to see that his son was alive that night, that he make it from that restaurant. So he got to see the video of him at this place. But again, as we talked to Seth earlier on this live, and I got to call him and have a small conversation with him before he got to the vigil. He did say that he's concerned because that footage that he's seen of him allegedly taking the trash out, you can't tell if it's him or not.
Right, but
that's a question for Seth. I can't answer for Seth on that. I definitely can't answer for him on that. It's a great question, and I can definitely ask him.
Yeah, but okay. Well, I'll just wait and see if he does say it, because I mean, if he already had him enrolled in school, he wouldn't need to show proof of life unless he was concerned Katie was going to do something. But thank you for taking my call. Hopefully, you'll get a hold of the TikTokers or find out what's going on, and I'll continue to watch.
I just talked to them. I just got off the phone with her, and she broke down everything that they found, etc. So you should be coming up on that soon if you're a little bit behind.
Yeah, well, there's a little lag when I get the call through and stuff.
No, it's okay.
All right.
It happens. God bless you, man. Thank you for calling in. I'll ask Seth that.
Okay, and your prayers are wonderful, T-REV.
Thank you. I appreciate that. God bless you, man. You stay you lock them doors before you go to bed tonight. Stay away.
I check them twice.
She said I check them twice a day. I think she was about to say, but 219-885-9693. There's a lot of phone calls. Good gracious. Breaking Google tonight. 801, what's going on? You're live.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing?
This is it. Oh, I'm okay. I called to let you know that I accidentally was watching another podcast, and they were saying that there were cameras at that house. So,
what house?
at the Rogers house.
Huh.
So they must have took them all down, and knowing and seeing what control freaks that they are, they probably had cameras on the inside of the house too. Now, there are ways that you can get footage of this.
I don't know. I haven't heard much about. I mean, I've seen about the neighbors' ring cams and stuff like that. But can you reverse image to see? Yeah, I could reverse image. Willow, that's easy.
Well, yeah, there are companies that will, if you subpoena them, they'll give you the footage.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people out there that said, yes, they did have cameras on the outside of their house. And 10 to 1, they had them on the inside too.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, if they were control, I can just see the control between these two, vying for control over this poor child. So, yeah, if they were keeping an eye on them, as they say they were going to, or whatever they were doing with them, they probably took them down. And that you might want to find out when they took them down also.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know if they had surveillance at the property like that, but.
Oh, well, they did. They did. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Cameras were off. Chris mentioned having cameras. So did they check these cameras? Is the real question.
Well, that's what the whole thing is. That's what they're going to probably do now that they're finding out that they did have cameras on the outside. I mean, I heard she did sell cameras, didn't she? Or worked for somebody that, had surveillance cameras. Oh, I heard that, she'd get discounts or something like that on them. So it'd be very interesting. Like I said, they probably took them down, and it'd be interesting to find out when they took them down on their own house.
Yeah, that I don't know. I can't answer that. That's something that the investigators would have to answer.
Yeah, that will probably happen. Yeah, All right.
They definitely need to answer that, but it's good questioning. I mean, that's what we all want to know. Is there video cameras inside, or any video cameras on that house that show him a clear picture of him that night? It is a great question. So
there was cameras on that house, they claimed. Mm-hmm. People that knew them. So
they weren't working that day, from what I heard. That's the part that I heard, but I don't know that at all. Like, I don't know the truth of as far as what the investigators did collect from there, because you got to remember, Katie and Chris on Nancy Grace were asked tons of questions, and they said investigators checked everything, our devices, our vehicles, they checked it all. So it was like, when you hear that, are they going to go up on national TV knowing that investigators are probably going to watch this and see all these questions Nancy's asking?
Well, it's obviously they lie like Persian rugs. So
she said they lie like Persian rugs. I'm done.
I'm telling you.
They lie like Persian rugs. That's a new one for me.
That's an old one too.
New one for me. It is frustrating.
Well, but yeah, they did claim that there were actual cameras on the outside, and I've even actually cleaned places that had cameras on the inside. It's like, why? Why would you want cameras on the inside of your house for? Mm-hmm. It was beyond me. It's, who knows? So only a control freak would do this.
Is that the vibes that you got off of them when you watched the interviews?
Oh, those two? Oh, you bet.
That's how I felt too. But I mean, that's just my opinion. Some people may feel different, and even the screenshots with alleged scratches on his, I don't know if those are scratches. It's way too weird. I don't know. It's like pixelated a little bit when you're looking down at his arms. You can't get a clear shot of him from what I've seen.
Well, they probably are. I mean, if the child was fighting, I'm sure he'd want to, leave something behind.
Yeah. I mean, you would. If
leave a
somebody's
few marks.
attacking you, what are you going to do? Defend yourself, right?
Well, you'd think.
As best as you could. Where's the mattress? The mattress. That's a good question too. Where is the mattress? And this is footage from today, ladies and gentlemen, from the RV park where the CP and KP are at. So again, I mean, this was sent in to me from a 511 from Nancy. What do they call her? Nancy Drew in chat. Chat came up with a nickname for Nancy, but this is from today. This is at 5:11 p.m. rolling by the Yogi Bear campground. I have multiple video footage sent in from Nancy, who is out here, doing her own PI work. Shout out to Nancy. Nancy Drew's out here.
Yes, shout out to her. I've been watching it, and I pray. I mean, seriously, on my hands and knees, that he is found, hopefully alive. I mean, I have hope against hope, but I pray for that child. I really do.
What do you really believe happened to him on this February 25th going into the 26th that night? What really happened here?
Well, I think the two control freaks got into it, and with him. And he probably tried to escape. I mean, just looking at them, it's just you can just tell they're two control freaks, and they're trying to out control each other, and one of them's going to lose.
One of them's going to
one of them's going to crack.
Isn't it weird? Like, I don't know. They talked about that vehicle, and Nancy was like, "Did you ask for permission to get your vehicle checked, or the company vehicle from Katie?" And she was like, "No." So why would they say they're not allowed to give that information out if you didn't even check?
Well, like I said, they're two liars. And they want to. I guess you got two liars together. And I guess you got to, I don't know. One will crack.
Yeah.
You can't outlie each other. You can't try to outdo one another when you got two narcissistic people in one room together. It just doesn't end well. So one's going to turn on the other one way or another here soon.
Well, we'll see.
There's.
Say what?
I said they'll hopefully they'll find look for the footage from both cameras in their house subpoena the people that sold them the cameras or whatever it is they do, because I know that there's ways that you can get that footage. They've done it before. Even if it's from the outside, and even if they took the cameras down, they can tell what date they took the cameras down.
Yeah, I have no idea. Again, allegedly, according to KP, they checked all that. They went through the devices. They did those several different things. So, I mean, if that's according to her on that Nancy Grace interview.
Well, according to them, they didn't have devices. They didn't even want him to have a poor device.
Well,
it's just crazy. I mean, they're crazy. I'd say for even doing this. I mean, for even treating him like this in the first place. I think they were both beating on him, really.
And why would you remove the flyer? I don't know. She said there was a poster on her vehicle, and allegedly she removed it, is what Nancy was telling us last night when she had called in, because she was sending me this video footage of her in this park. She was chilling over on the side here watching. I'm like, damn, she's really out here doing some PI work. What is
They're
with the mattress? What are we talking about? Mattress in chat. The mattress that allegedly was moved. I don't know. I see people talking about the mattress of Sebastian in chat. What's going on? What do y'all want to know about the mattress?
Nefarious stuff is going on. That's all I can say with these people.
Well,
nefarious.
I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Again, as it's day 41 with no trace, no evidence, no video footage of him out there besides what's at this Texas Roadhouse. That's about it. That's all Seth has seen. Again, there was a visual tonight for little Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and that went down at 6 o'clock. Thank you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night. Make sure you lock your doors on this Saturday and keep praying for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Thank you so much. Quick phone call from her, 219-885-9693. What you see across your screen right now is one of the Rev Game family members out at this Yogi Bear campground in Mississippi. What is it, Mississippi 580? You're on the show. Talk to me.
985-9693.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can't believe I made it.
You're in.
Okay, hey.
You're on. You're
Hey,
live. What's going on?
listen.
Talk to me.
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm Ronnie. You keep wanting to know how to pronounce my name. Okay, I'm a new member.
Know your name now. Ronnie.
Okay. Ronnie.
Ronnie.
Not Renee. Yeah, it's Ronnie or Ronnie. My dad pulled a trick on my mom.
Love it. Ronnie.
And he calls me Ronnie. He's never acknowledged Ronnie, and she's never called me Ronnie. That's for sure. But anyway, okay. But it's Ronnie. What is your name?
My name is T-REV 757.
Yeah, but I mean, did you really at birth be called
my name's
T-REV?
You could call me Trev, Austin, whatever.
Trevor?
Yes.
Austin?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is your birth name?
I have 3.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Trev, you can call me Trevor or whatever. Trevor? Whatever. Yeah, that's fine too.
Trev, huh? Okay, okay.
That's
okay.
what
I just got a couple things. I need to ask a couple things.
Mhm.
Okay, where is the Yogi Bear campground located?
Mississippi, from what I believe.
Oh, that's what I thought, Mississippi. Now, what in the world are they doing in Mississippi? Okay, okay. Now, hold on, I got other questions. Okay, I know that there was a caller that came in and defended him a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with her defense, it doesn't make sense because there was no scent. No dog hit a scent on the outside of that house. If the boy's outside barefoot, they're going to have his DNA cells. They're going to scent that boy. That they're going to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah. And then again, people keep saying about the thump. Yes, if you're a mother, I had 5 kids, you're going to go check on the thump, no matter autistic or not, I would think. Okay. And then, have you heard this rumor? Allegedly, I heard it on another podcast. Have you heard that in the wee hours of the night, some of the neighbors' cams picked up a car pulling up at their house with no license plate on it?
And they keep talking about Uber, possibly.
Have you heard that? So you've heard that rumor?
Yeah, I did.
Where did that stem from? Do you know?
No, unfortunately, I keep hearing the same one over and over again too.
Okay, I just want to know if it was true, factual, or just rumor, allegedly.
Yeah, no, I keep hearing this, and it keeps coming to me. Like, I keep getting these emails about it, phone calls about it. I first heard about it I think 2 days ago. I'm like, whoa, what Uber? Where? Hold up, where does Uber coming from?
Well, I don't think it's an Uber. I think it was his family, myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And him. Okay. You know how they found a pair of glasses and it wasn't his?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Now you say the TikTokers, and bless their hearts, thank God for these girls. Are going out searching, and Nancy, is that her name, Nancy too?
Yep. Nancy right here,
And,
Yogi Beach Campground today at 5.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, hands out to her, man. She's cool. Okay, so these girls, these TikTokers, that found this stuff. Okay, I don't know exactly where that's located. I don't know nothing about nothing. I haven't looked at nothing on a map or nothing even. That's pretty sloppy on me because I like true crime. I usually get the maps and everything, but I don't know where anything's at, like this Drake River and this Roadhouse.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I believe
I believe in what are you gonna call it? Prophecies. Okay. So I heard a prophecy from a woman who said that he was north of his house, behind the school, in a wooded area. This guy carried him out, put him in a car. Chris was driving erratically, and because they were fighting, and the boy got out of the car. The boy opened the car and got out, and then it was a chase. This is what she said. Then it was a chase into these woods. Okay. And that's where he perished. Okay. And there's a pond nearby that's filled with catfish. It's a catfish like pond. But anyway, I do, I listened to her whole thing, and I even watched the ghost go by in her bill. And I was like, wow, it's really powerful. And it made so much sense, because if he did carry him out, there's not going to be no scent. Okay. Them dogs didn't hit on nothing. Okay, that makes no sense at all. For that in itself, I think they should be at least pulled separately, and questioned out of their minds. But did somebody say that they got lawyers?
I have no idea at this point, because police say they're cooperating. As far as them having lawyers, I don't know that or not. I can't say yes or no to that.
Okay, see, I don't know that either. Okay. All right. Well, that's what I needed to know. But anyway, I found that very intriguing about. Oh, and she also said that they both beat him. They both his stepdad and the mother beat him, and he was bullied in school, and he had problems with his teacher named Mr. Whitner in math, and for grades, and I guess they beat him over that too. But anyway, how sad. Anyway, I'm about to cry. Okay. I love y'all. Hey, it's what I've been watching of you. You're just an angel. You're my angel podcaster. Okay. And God bless you, and everybody that's helping.
Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you.
Yeah. We love peace.
Thank you, Ronan. God bless you. You already know, though. Yes. Got to stay vigilant and lock your doors on this Saturday night. And that doesn't even guarantee monsters out your house.
I got you. Okay.
You know what I mean? It doesn't guarantee to keep the monsters at your house, but stay vigilant, lock them doors so you can prepare for what's to come. God bless you, man.
God bless you, sir.
Shout out to her, Ronan. Good phone call by her. 219-885-9693. As we continue to cover this story, we seen Seth Rogers here earlier on Court TV in this 10-minute interview where he talks about see on your screen right now. 405. We are live. Talk to me. How you doing?
Oh, great. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Talking to you right now.
Oh, I'm so excited. I've been trying to get through. Okay. I wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, don't ask people what their real name is. I'm sorry. It's called doxing. Stop. Just don't do that. I don't know if she's new or what, but anyway, we just don't do that. The other thing is, my thought is, have you ever heard, like, when someone hires, like, a group of people to come in and they take the child, like they kidnap them and then take them out to the wilderness and they make them a man, or they just, do you know what I'm talking about? Like the wilderness programs.
I've heard of
that's what
my cousin was in something like that.
Okay, so I'm thinking there was like an intervention, and that's what I'm thinking, is that maybe Chris had an intervention done, or his family thought that this would be the perfect thing. And it's just thinking outside the box. It may not be right, but at least it's a different perspective and something to think about, because there are people saying that there was a car. Okay, that's a rumor. I haven't heard very many people say that, but it's come up.
But the way, I mean, they would have came in and they would have picked his butt up and carried him out, and that would have been why there was no scent, and then throw him into some car and then take him off. It happens. I mean, I've seen this over and over on different shows like Intervention and stuff like that. They just come in and the parents sign off on it, and you can't find out anything about it. They're just gone.
Right.
What do you think?
I have no clue. I don't think that he's at no program though.
You don't think he's at a wilderness program,
No,
like where they just send him off to get away?
I mean, why would they let it get so nationwide and national, with this case? If that was the case and they just sent them off, why not just say, yeah, we sent them off. He's somewhere right now. It would be that simple and it would be a wrap.
Well, they just act like they know where he's at and they're not concerned. That's the reason that I was thinking that is they just don't feel like, it doesn't feel like they're concerned at all.
I gotta agree with what you're saying, and that's why we're looking at it the way we are looking at it.
Exactly. I mean, they're not concerned. The dad's very concerned. He has no insight to it. They have every bit of insight to it. Now, I do not believe that Grandma and Grandpa drove all the way to Alaska. Did they? Do you know that for sure? They have way too much money to drive to Alaska, to go through Canada. And if they drove, they would have had to have gone through borders, which would have meant they would have had to show passports. So if his body was dropped someplace, let's just say, I mean, worst case scenario, it would have had to have been before they got to the border, because if you get to the border, you've got to show a passport. So I don't believe, I mean, if I had that much money, I certainly wouldn't be driving that far. I do believe, now what I do believe is the aunt has put on a TikTok or someplace that she was with her and they went shopping, I guess at BJ's together.
Right.
You know, the mom has never said she was shopping with the aunts. She said that she went and picked up the niece, her niece, on the husband's side.
Right.
Picked up the niece to go and hang out with her son. Never said anything about the other, like two other adults going with them. Never heard that. I'm confused on that. Like, that's messy to me.
Well, the other people allegedly, I seen one of them speak out and say that they've cooperated and did everything that law enforcement has asked of them. So one of the people who were, there that you're talking about.
Well, one of the aunts collaborated and or she came out actually first and said that she was with her
right
whenever they went out, but the mom didn't mention that. She mentioned the cousin, that she went and got his cousin to go hang out with him. Never mentioned anything about the auntie. And then auntie went to, I guess, go to BJ's with them to go shopping. And that's what the aunt said in her post. I just am really confused on, I don't think they got all of their ducks in a row, is what I'm saying. I think there was like a collaboration there with several people. And like I said, the other idea was just an intervention and taking him and getting him the hell out of there. The only problem that I have with my thought on that was, if he's missing and he was the dad, Chris was, or the stepdad, was supposed to go to a trial to get faith, that would totally blow that, because he's got a missing child under his watch. So, I mean, he wouldn't, that's not going to look good. They're not going to let that little girl go to live with him. So that's kind of screwed up.
but I believe that his mother is extremely active in his life, and I think that she has a lot of say. And I think there's something there, and it just so happens that it was his sisters that were supposedly with her, but then we don't see them come out of the restaurant with her. Anyway, this is just really, to me, it's very bizarre. And especially for them to leave. I would never leave my home. If I thought that my child might come home, I wouldn't leave my home, because
I can get the speculation on it being put into one of those places because of the way that they're acting. I definitely get that, but I don't know. It's just like, would they let it go this far, and wouldn't Seth have to approve him being put into a place like that, or would it just be the decision of the guardian mom and stepdad?
Well, here's the deal: CPS didn't contact him whenever things went bad. And the other thing, people are saying, like, if he's in a hospital, the hospital has to, they tell you if someone's in the hospital, they just won't give you the information. No, they don't. When you go into the hospital or into a mental ward or whatever, they ask you, do you want us to let anyone know that you're here?
Right.
And you check. No. And then no one can know that you're there. So, and they're the parents or the guardian or whatever. So, Seth's been taken out of the equation so many times. That's why he's so upset. He feels like he is fighting a ghost. He doesn't know what he's up against. He doesn't know what's been going on, really. He's got some ideas, and he's just now getting a voice. And I'm glad he's getting a voice, because this has been really bad. At first he wouldn't even say anything negative about about the mom or the stepdad, and he's finally found his voice, and he's just tired. He's worn out.
Yeah, he's definitely worn out. When I talked to him the other night, we talked for about an hour and on the phone, and he was sobbing, like, off and on. You know what I mean? Sobbing off and on. And I talked to him off the air, and you could just tell he's beat down, and the doctors are telling him to rest, that he needs to take a couple days off. He's just run down right now. But I'm glad that he's doing what he's doing, even though it's probably putting a lot of stress on him. It doesn't matter. He's keeping his son's name front and center, and he's making his rounds to everywhere that'll give him a voice. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that when your son is missing with no inkling of any evidence whatsoever of him being seen besides a few possible sightings? That's it. But those possible sightings ending up to nothing, because now if it was something, it would have been out by now.
Exactly. And T-REV, if somebody did enter the back door, they had to have the code. Somebody would have had to have given them the code. And I don't know why she said there was a thud or whatever, but that was really strange for her to say that. But if somebody broke in there, and another thing, it had to be somebody that the dogs knew, or the dogs would have gone nuts. They would have to come through that back door. And another thing is, if he ran away, these are just different thoughts that I've had. If he ran away, he wouldn't go to the front door to go out, because his shoes were there, but it would also be the highest probability of his mom waking up. He would have had to gone through the living room and all that stuff to get to those. So if he really ran away, he would go out the back door. So that kind of makes sense to me in a way. But this kid, he had gone through so much, and I'm glad that finally Dad told what was going on. It makes way more sense. This kid had it.
Did you hear Seth earlier?
Do what?
Did you hear when I called Seth earlier during the stream at the beginning? For folks who weren't here, I did talk to Seth live on the area. I called him from here, and he told me that You know, people are scrutinizing him for putting this out, but this was something he said. This was something that Chris was trying to hold over his head. Allegedly, that's what he said.
Well, the thing is, he's 40 days in. He has nothing to lose.
Nothing whatsoever.
He has nothing to lose. Why would you not just expose everything, throw it all on the wall, and see what sticks? And if it happens to help find his son, he doesn't care. He is at that point. He's like, whatever. I'm not going to let you hold me hostage. You're not going to make me feel bad about my son. That's his journey and what he's gone through, and I support him no matter what. Chris is the one that has the problem with his journey that he's had. Chris is the one that's paranoid, and I also believe that Grandma wants him out of there and has probably been in Chris's ear saying, you can't have him in there. If you want to get custody of her, you can't have him in there, blah, 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 blah. You know, that kind of stuff. I just really believe that that's how that's gone down. And I think that Grandma has a lot. She's the one, is she not the one that was like chasing JLR around?
Yeah, well, there was some pictures and stuff that had circulated on there, and it was actually a couple YouTubers and creators in general that were being followed around. And it's pretty weird. And Seth Searchers, when we interviewed him here on the show, I don't know if y'all have heard my interview with him, but you may catch something different in each interview that you watch with him. He said that his searchers were being followed around by people. He did
and
say
who is tearing down the signs of this child?
I mean, that's a coward.
I would love for somebody to catch that happening. Do you believe that that's true, that somebody really is ripping down the signs? That's bizarre to me.
Yeah, I haven't seen a video or anything of somebody ripping them down myself, but I've heard there is videos out there, but I have not seen it.
Did Seth say that?
No. Did Seth say there was a video of it?
No. Did he say that there were, they had been taking them down?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Okay, then I believe it then. I believe it.
He did tell me that. He said that there were people ripping down signs. Yes, absolutely. 100% told me that.
Okay, so I didn't know where it came from. If it came from Seth, I totally believe it. I do believe it. It's just so sad. I mean, this has been so bad.
Somebody said Seth is guilty. He hurt that boy. I mean, there's opinions all over the place. They're all over. The Proudfoot.
Do you think, do you not think that, like, if somebody videotaped somebody pulling one of those signs down, do you not think that we would all just, like, find out who that was? I mean, that's bizarre. Yeah. Who doesn't want to find out who would be pulling signs? Huh?
Yeah, who doesn't want to find out who's ripping signs down? I agree.
Exactly. But anyway, okay, so I'll let you go. I was glad that I got in, and I just wanted to share, like, some things that I had thought about, and I appreciate you very much. And I just started listening to you. Mm-hmm. I thought that you were, like, a wild man. Like, seriously, like, from a year ago, I heard people talk about T-REV, and I was like, yeah, probably not. And now that I've listened to you, I'm like, he's precious. I love him. So thank you.
You'll hear tons
thank
of
you so much.
People have their opinions about everybody. JLR, me, whoever. You never know. I just my focus of attention is not on other creators. I don't give a shit about that. It's like we're here for these stories to keep spreading the word out. I'm not here to, dive into 50 million other creators.
Well, I think that you're doing a great job, and I appreciate you very much, and thank you so much. But I'm going to let you go and get to another caller.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much for being a voice here for Sebastian tonight. But you already know you need to stay vigilant and lock your doors. God bless you. Her good phone call, 219-885-9693. Some stuff has been found, but the police didn't tag and bag it. I did send it over to Seth. I don't know what that stuff was, but I'm seeing that from all 414. You're in the door. Talk to me.
Am I online?
You are live on there. What's going on?
Hey, let me just mute my call. One second. This is Brian in Milwaukee.
Brian in Milwaukee. What's going on, my brother?
Say, I got a few comments here.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say that, when the mom and the stepdad first came out saying what they did, and things didn't quite match up, and then they leave town. I'm like, I was kind of mad at that. I'm like, you're the mom and you're gonna leave town. But then next I hear that, okay, now we're gonna move out of town. So if the kid's gonna come back, there ain't no way they're gonna find them at that house. But then I'm thinking, like, the kid don't want to go back there. He hates that house. He wants to be at the dad's house. So he ain't gonna go back there. So my question I want you to ask, so that's next time you get him, is does Chris know, sorry, does the son know where the dad lives? Does he know the address? And could he get there if he wanted to?
There if he wanted to. Okay, so if he
wanted
to. So you said, does Sebastian know
how to get to Seth's house?
Yeah. Does Sebastian know his address? Okay, I got that written down in my notes. I will ask him that. So you want to know if any way he figured, or wanted to get to his dad, could he get there? Great question. Great question.
And the next thing I was commenting on is that kid that did the essay. He's an 18 now, right? So this guy is an adult now. I'm hoping that family's coming down, because now this is hitting some major light with this. So I'm hoping this guy is getting some major shame from the family for this, because he deserves anything he can get, right? That's
absolutely. Anybody who essays anyone should have to pay for that.
Yeah. So I know you got millions of callers out there. I was lucky to go through. I've been trying for like 2 hours to get through, but man, I follow you like you would believe. You talk real sense.
Thank you, brother.
You know the game. So I like this channel like you wouldn't believe. So I'm gonna keep supporting you, keep listening to you, and keep spreading the word, and be good, gang.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Brian. Man, I
All right.
appreciate the kind words, man. God bless you. 2 hours and you didn't even use the full 6 minutes. That's crazy.
Right.
God bless you, brother. I appreciate the kind words. I appreciate you calling in. And I wrote down your question, and I will ask Seth your question. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
God bless you. Lock your door. Stay vigilant. Had to fit that in there real quick. 219-885-9693. Day 41. Sebastian. There's a lot of drama out there, but no Sebastian. Crazy. 337 sent from heaven. What is going on? Talk to me.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? I think you're listening to the other side. If you're listening to the phone, if you're listening to the TV, you're gonna be like 20 seconds behind. But if you listen to me, we're on point.
Oh, so we're on right now?
You're live right now.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I'm a mom to 6 kids, and I would never be sitting at home. I would never be sitting at a campground. I wouldn't be caught in a restaurant. I've been following this case, and my heart breaks for not only Seth, but all the volunteers involved trying to help search, because if she didn't know where her son was at, she would not have stopped searching. She would have never gave up on her child, ever. A mom does not do that.
Right. So, if you went to go back home and nobody answers the door, you would just walk right back off, right?
Yep. I would have a family member or a close friend to stay in that house 24/7 just in case he came back. But I think that this is a big cover up. I think a lot of people know the truth and are not saying what happened. They're covering it up. And I feel like the mom and the stepdad does not want him found.
Do you think that this is like a Summer Wells situation where it's going to be 3 years later and this is all we have is there was a thud and he's gone?
I hate to say, but I think so. If you
just watching the interviews and hearing, like, I mean, I've watched them over and over again. I've listened to the psychics. I've watched all the podcasts. It just, the story changes too much. I don't like it, and it's not a good feeling, you know, and my heart breaks for Seth. My heart breaks for all the volunteers, you know, that are putting time away from their families to try to help. You know, it's just, it's not fair.
It isn't. It isn't. And the fact that this is another case out of Tennessee and it's getting a lot further, I feel like, I mean, the attention to this case is growing. And the last time that I've seen something like this is what, Cavalcante and then Idaho 4. And we're now, you know, the Idaho 4, I think, got into day 40 something, but we're at 41 now, about to go into day 42. And again, there's no sign of this little boy anywhere. You heard a thud in the house from Katie, allegedly, but didn't check on that. That could have been him getting abducted. If I'm just throwing an example out there, but anyway, it could have been him fighting off or attacker grabbing him or whatever. So,
well, like the previous person that came on had said the dogs would have barked. You would have heard the door open. You know, you were in the living room supposedly till midnight, and he was in his room, and you heard the thud or whatever you heard, but you didn't go check. You didn't hear the dogs bark. You know, you wake up and he's gone. And I probably would have called my husband first and said, hey, I can't find him, but I would have called 911 right after. So it don't make sense.
yeah, and you know what? I gotta agree with Seth. This came out of Seth's mouth to me. We should have all three been prime suspects at the beginning until we were clear all the way. And I was like, damn, you know, I agree. Yeah, and usually it is. Because Seth was like, hold on, who are usually the suspects at the beginning of a case? Well, usually it's anybody that's closest to the person.
Right. Yep.
Just saying.
I just feel like they getting a lot of grace on this, and you know, at the end of the day, your kid's still missing, and you sitting at a campground in a camper. You know, it says a lot.
Oh, you know what else I heard is that, you know, they were mad about going to this, to having to take off vacation allegedly to go meet up for this. When I heard that, I was like, what?
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Allegedly.
You know, they blame and want to clap back when Seth speaks the truth, but they're showing their true colors. You know, it's how can not only a mom or dad, a normal human would know if your son's missing and you're not attempting to look, pass out flyers, do anything. I could be threatened by everyone in this world. If my child was missing, that would not stop me. Would not.
Nope. It definitely wouldn't.
No. Well, I'm going to let someone else have a chance, but I appreciate you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Like how you keep us updated with everything, and I hope he's found safe and soon and put in the right hands. So, and thank you to all the volunteers as well.
Absolutely.
From taking time away from y'all family. We all appreciate y'all.
Yeah, there's tons of them out there going hard in the paint for little Sebastian, just like they have, just like some of them that I know have for other cases also. Thank you, man, for calling in. We appreciate you. But you got to do two things and stay vigilant and lock your doors on this Saturday night so no creepy bastards get in your house, or at least you can prepare for them when you hear something being broke. God bless you, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Wow, she's awesome. 219-885-9693. The ball will keep rolling. We are marathon streamers around here. We are going to continue to cover it, baby. Come on now. See them rolling through. You said, I think, what? You said, I think she checked the thud and she just said, oh, damn, they broke Google. It says couldn't update. It says couldn't update availability for a high volume of calls. What? That's crazy. I've never seen that message. I've never seen that come across my screen. my God. Those in phone calls in 5 hours?
Oh my God.
407 sent from heaven. What is going on? You were live.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. The reason why I'm on in, I actually live in the same town as Sebastian's family, and my daughter attends the same school. And this whole thing to me has just been Mickey Mouse. I just don't understand how a child disappears in thin air with nothing. It just does not make sense. And the other thing is, we've been watching everything very closely. And another thing is, I just don't think a good investigation has been done. You know, we were told today that the Proudfoot's house was not swept. You know, crime scene investigators did not go into the house, look for blood or their vehicles, and I'm just dumbfounded.
That's a good point. I'm about to kill myself over here. No, by hitting myself in the head with something I knocked off. You're good though. Keep going.
And then
myself brain damage. Things flying at my head.
Oh no. Another thing is, you know, throughout the interviews, they keep stressing that they've been cleared. You know, just because you're cooperative with police does not rule you out. That you're not a suspect, or you know, they haven't found his body. So
yes, ma'am.
Everyone until he is found or
should be a suspect.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone is a suspect. So they keep clearing themselves, which is completely inaccurate and false information.
Right.
So I just don't understand. There's so much controversy in the interviews they're giving, and you know, law enforcement may already know and not be sharing certain things because, you know, they have that information, and until they finish up their investigation, you know, they're not going to share it obviously with the public. But I don't know, this whole thing, it just scares you as a parent, you know, to think your child could just disappear like that. And I just don't feel like a good enough job has been done by law enforcement in general. So
you think they dropped the ball on this case?
I do. I think there's a lot of things that I think they were so concerned with.
Right.
It was right under their nose, actually. And I feel like they should have did a better investigation with the source instead of it just.
No, you're good. Keep going. You're fine.
It just doesn't make sense to me, and I'm sure it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but I just hope to God that he's alive and the truth comes out soon, because I know so many people are exhausted and people are scared too. I mean, I have 3 of my own children, and, you know, I bring them to school, and, you know, you can't, a kid does not disappear in thin air with no trace. It just doesn't happen. It just does. It's crazy. So.
It is crazy for sure. And I'm looking for this visual video. This is one. Somebody sent a visual video from tonight. I don't see it though. I don't know. I really do think they dropped the ball on this case so far. Well,
yeah,
because why is there no trace of him? If he really got back to the house that night, like they say he did, how far could he have gotten out besides if somebody abducted him? So he just decided to take the trash out and someone abducted him at that time, and he's not been seen nowhere across the country at all.
Yeah, it does not, nothing makes sense. And just, you know, as parents, if your child is missing, I don't care what mindset you have, you know, as a mother, as a stepfather, you will be searching, you will be just leaving town. I mean, none of it makes sense. None of it's so premeditated to me. And that's what I don't understand is, you know, law enforcement should see this. And there's just a lot of things, like, I don't know what's been done. I'm just like everyone else, interviews I've watched and what I've heard. But
yeah,
I just, I'm just dumbfounded by this whole thing. It just blows my mind. And even some of the pictures, there was a picture of Sebastian apparently from eating dinner, and I believe they said it was at BJ's that night he disappeared. And we live in Hendersonville, and I frequent the same places that they apparently went that day.
Right.
And those pictures are not of BJ's. That picture, I saw the picture and I knew exactly where it was. And that picture was taken at Costco. I know exactly where that ATM is. I mean, and that's something that I'm very confused with, because she kept saying it's from BJ's, and that is 110% Costco. So that's the thing I completely, I mean, I could take a picture and post it of that exact table he was sitting at, and I frequent that Costco weekly. That picture was not taken at BJ's.
Damn. So
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
I did not know that. Hold on, caller. What is the high school saying?
Not much. My daughter, she attends the same high school, and everyone's bad. I think a lot of kids are just the same way. How does someone disappear? I mean, it's scary. It's really scary, because if this happens to one child, this could happen to anyone. And there's no answers. That's what the scary thing is. We're no closer than we were yesterday. I mean, it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. I just hope at some point justice is served for Sebastian and his father, and the truth comes out.
I hope it does too. I didn't know that. Wow, interesting information that you dropped.
Yes, and when that picture was posted, right away I was like, oh my gosh, that's so crazy. He was so close when he disappeared, and all I kept hearing was about BJ's, and I'm like, I've also been to the new BJ's here. That's not BJ's. That is Costco. Also, one of the local grocery stores, Kroger, that I also frequent, we know a lot of the employees there, and I've had numerous conversations with two of them, and they told me that they used to go there all the time. They knew Sebastian, they knew the mom, they knew the stepdad, and they said that he always ran in back of the counter. Like the stepfather would start screaming at him in the middle of the store, and he'd be terrified, and he would literally run in back of the desk at Kroger. And everyone knew him. And she told me that, before this happened, he used to be there weekly with them. And she said that it was numerous weeks since the last time he even came into that store.
Damn.
So there's just a lot of stuff. Like I don't know. I just don't feel like a good investigative job is being done with this.
Yeah.
And maybe it is, and they're just not sharing it with the public. I mean, maybe they're building their case and they're going to drop the bomb soon. I mean, I don't know.
We'll see. And I appreciate you calling in locally and giving us some information on. You just dropped some good information. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, no problem at all. I just hope.
I did not know that. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what you're telling me here, because it's
like I said, I know 110% that picture is not at BJ's. That is Costco.
I'm writing that down now. Picture not at BJ's, at Costco.
Yes, even after that was posted, like I said, I frequent Costco weekly, and I know I could take the same picture without him sitting there. It's not BJ's. That is Costco.
Yeah, I just wrote it down. I didn't know that. Yeah, she said, Kitty Cat said she should call TBI.
Yes, I've actually called a couple of times because, like I said, we live locally. If I see something, I don't care if it's nothing. If it helps, it helps. If it doesn't, whatever. But I've
Constable
called a
Saturday.
couple things in, and they don't tell you anything. You just leave a message, and that's it. So, but I mean, I'll definitely call. I will call it in, but I know that picture, like I said, is not BJ's. I will literally go to BJ's tomorrow, and I can take a picture of BJ's, and I can take a picture of Costco, and I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, interesting. Somebody said, get the picture from her to you.
No, I honest to God, I will. I will tomorrow. I can go. Like I said, I live local. I have no problem with doing it, and I will post it. It's not the same what they're claiming. That's not DJ's.
Yeah, we want to definitely check that out. We definitely want to scope that out. We're nosy around here. We want to know where Sebastian is. That's what we
Yeah,
want.
definitely tomorrow. Like I said, I can. It will take me no more than an hour. I don't mind going to both places. I will even email you over the pictures so you can see it for yourself. That's not a problem at all.
I got you. Well, thank you for calling in. I appreciate
You're
you being the
welcome.
voice here for Sebastian and just sharing that information with us. That's actually awesome information. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night on this Saturday night and you stay vigilant and lock your doors. God bless you. Good phone call from her. Good phone call from her. Trev needs to read the chat. Trev's got about 50 tabs open, and Trev looks at all of them tabs from email, Facebook, all the way to Twitter, YouTube, Broadcastify, TikTok, and I can keep going. Tab after tab after tab after tab after tab open. I do look at chat, though. Trust me, my eyes are looking in chat. 219-885-9693. Some people just don't know what I'm doing over here. There's some things going on behind this screen. 2-3, you're on with me. How you doing?
Hey, is this Trev?
Yes, it is.
Hi. Oh man, I can't even believe I got through.
You got through. What is going on?
Yay. I just want to say, I think it really all comes down to something really basic. You have all these mothers, and I feel like, first of all, the prophets had made themselves, they've absolutely made themselves look suspicious. There's no, I don't feel like there's anything super intricate. However, it could be anything. But I think the dogs not being able to be able to track him walking away. I think that, I just think it's simpler than everybody is thinking.
Right.
I don't, okay, I'm just going to say this. I flat out from the beginning have thought it was the parent, the stepfather and the mom.
Now, was that from the initial first interview that you seen that you started thinking that?
From the very first start, from the very beginning, I told my daughter right out of the gate, because she doesn't listen to true crime except for when she's getting ready for work. And so she listens. She yelled from the bathroom. She's like, they're lying. Because I'll tell you what made me think that 911, the sheriff phone call that they made, I immediately thought, oh my gosh, she had him make that call simply because, just like one of the callers just said, a few callers back, she had him make that call because she didn't think that she would be able to lie to them. And I don't think when I'm watching her, I never thought I would say this to anybody, but I've been in a really bad situation. I don't think that she's necessarily in a controlling situation. I absolutely believe that she's in a situation that she's terrified that she is going to get caught, that they're going to get caught. That's what I feel like. I thought that from the very start. Very rarely am I wrong. I kind of go with my gut feeling that you don't have all these mothers. I am telling you that there is not a decent mother in this world that would leave their house for any amount of time, except for to search. I think they know that he's not coming back. I don't think, I know that it could be anything. It could be absolutely anything, and I could be wrong.
Right.
I just don't think I am. I just don't think I'm wrong. I have not You don't lie. You don't change your story. You don't. Everybody's believing. I mean, there's certain things that she says. She heard the thump. She heard the whatever. I raised 5 children by myself. When you hear a thump, originally she said she heard it.
Hey, what's going on? What's that noise? You know what I mean? Like that, right? Like, hey,
yes,
what's
yes.
that noise?
Okay, so I have 5 kids. I had 5 kids that I raised.
What's that? You know what I mean? Like, that's what you be doing.
Yeah, all their rooms were upstairs, and so I'd be like, "What are you guys doing?" Like that would be the first thing I'd say. What are you guys doing?
Exactly.
And so of course they'd all make excuses and say, "No, we weren't in there." I mean, obviously I knew that wasn't true, but she originally said that he didn't answer back. It wasn't until later on that she said that he replied. And that was only because people were on TV and on YouTube were saying, why didn't you go in there? Why didn't you? And then she's like, oh, he responded. But originally she didn't say that. I had been watching this from the very moment he went missing. I've listened to everything everybody said. I'm not acting like Seth is perfect.
Right? Yeah, no doubt. And he's not saying that he's perfect either.
No. I don't think that he's even. I don't think he's saying that. But I truly believe in my heart. I'm a pretty good read on people. I mean, I don't have some kind of. I go with my gut on a lot of things. I've listened. You don't know how much crap I have listened to. I believe him. And any decent mother, I know everybody reacts differently. I know every single person doesn't cry hysterically on TV, but right out of the gate, I thought, oh man, it is not normal for a parent not to look.
It isn't.
Any mother in this world will tell you that. Any father in this world will tell you that. You would not only would you not want to look like an idiot, because you don't want suspicion on you. I mean, even if I was faking it, I'd go look. So like either way, I would go look. But I have not believed it from the start. I mean, and I know anything. I mean, I know people talk about construction workers and that they hire ex-convicts, and I'm not saying, I could be wrong, but I'm not. Not every ex-convict's going to come in. It may be hard to get a job and they may want whatever, but I'm just not buying it. And those dogs, I come from a family of law enforcement. My father was a police officer for 40 years. My brother is still a police officer. And usually it's the simplest thing that is the right thing.
Yeah.
And I think go down all these rabbit holes. And like I'm saying, I could be wrong. I'm not bashing anybody because everybody has their own opinion. But usually it's the simplest thing that sounds, I think the track that people are on when they say that it could have been either way, Katie or Chris could have let their phones stay on and I'm not sure which one. I'm really not sure which one. But I'm telling you, one of them did something, and they're covering for each other. And they made themselves look guilty. This is not like something I just came up with. I mean, I don't just come and I believe people when they talk.
Yeah.
But man, when my radar goes up, I am so quick to be like, oh my God, she's lying. Oh, they're lying. And all these, there would be no reason to change your story, ever change your story. If your story would always remain the same because your main goal would be to bring your baby home. That's all. It makes, this is, okay.
It's okay.
No, it's not.
No. I mean, it's okay that you're crying, that
I
you're
got
emotional.
a grip.
It's okay.
No, I got to get a grip. This is dumb.
You got this. You got this.
That's
I get
my
it.
goal.
I get it.
And he's not perfect. He's bringing Sebastian home. And I can, and I'm not thinking the guy's perfect, but I'm telling you what,
his main goal is to bring that baby home, and it
It is.
pisses me off when I hear. And I love that you're so patient, because you're more patient than me. Because when I hear people say anything about him, I'm gonna tell you what, he's the one out there looking, and that's all I freaking care about. And so I don't want to hear it. And I realize that you have a channel, but you're also very patient. I have no patience for that, because I just want him to shut the hell up.
I get it. I get it. I just
So
like, you know, I try to tell people, look, free thinking, right? Come up with your own opinions. Don't ride just because I think that they are sus. Don't just go and agree with me because I think they're sus. Go look at everything and then come up with your opinion, just like I did mine. And that's what I kind of try to tell everybody. So when someone calls in and says, oh, well, I think Sep is, did this, I say I respectfully disagree, but I let them get that off their chest, because that they came to that own opinion on their own. They looked at everything.
No, I appreciate that about you. I do.
know?
I love watching you. Trev, I think you have a heart of gold. I absolutely appreciate that about you. I don't appreciate that about me, because when they're saying it, I want to jump to the TV and I just want to come to the TV
and hang the phone up.
Well, it took me 85 phone calls to get through, so no, I wouldn't hang the phone up. But I just want to jump to the TV at people, because this is a father that, if anybody cannot see clearly that he has been out, actions speak louder than words. I tell my children that I absolutely believe that. I don't know which one of them had a part in this, but I know one of them did. I think Chris's family is a part of it. I think they're helping cover for it. Everybody keeps saying that maybe they took him to Alaska. No, I don't believe that. Number one, they didn't drive to Alaska. They drove to Seattle. But I have no doubt that maybe they would be the type of parents that would maybe take, this sounds horrible, but maybe transport him somewhere between. I don't think he's in that area.
Jump from location to location?
No. Okay, I feel terrible. I think he may not, and I'm probably wrong. I don't think that he may not be alive. And I would not be surprised if Chris's parents helped move him somewhere else. That's just a thought, and I could be crazy.
I've heard that same thought from a lot of people.
I don't think they took him to Alaska. They flew on a private plane, and I don't think they would do all that. But they did travel from there to Seattle. So that would not shock me whatsoever. But I would almost, I'm fairly certain that I think that they started off in this investigation as taking her word for it. And I think that they treated it as a runaway situation.
Right.
And I think it should not have been treated. See, I always think, so in police work, because I come from a family of police officers, I think that they should go all directions. Think of them as a runaway and think of it as foul play, and work both investigations in every direction so you don't miss out on anything. And I think he was treated as a runaway in the beginning. And I don't believe he ran away. I think that I think they've done something with him.
Well,
so,
a lot of that's what a lot of us think, honestly, in our opinions and allegedly and all that. We think the same exact thing.
Absolutely.
We think the same exact thing. A lot of us do, and some don't. And I get it. And I respect everybody's opinion. Full circle. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions on this. I appreciate that. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. Continue to do that. And if you can get through any other time, you're more than welcome to call in. Stay vigilant and lock.
My name's Jody, by the way, Jody Brown. And I just want to thank you so much. And you have a really good night, okay? I think you're doing a great job, baby.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, Jody. Where are you calling in from again?
Absolutely, honey.
Where are you calling in from tonight?
Phoenix.
Phoenix, Arizona, in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you, Jody.
In the building. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
Get the fuck out of here!
Wrong button. Wrong button. Didn't mean that, Jody. That get the out of here button is right next to that. My bad. 219-885-9693. I've did that multiple times on multiple streams. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. 267 sent from heaven. What is going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. My name is Crystal.
Did you hear me? I accidentally hit the out of here button on that last woman, and I didn't mean to. Shout out to Jody, though. I appreciate it.
Hey, T-REV. My name is Crystal.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear myself, though. I get myself talking.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me fix that for you. 1 minute.
Oops. Nah, I'm just playing. I hit the wrong
Okay,
button on that.
we're good now.
Hit the clap button. That's my bad.
Hey, so I'm thinking a lot of this has to do with the marriage between Katie and Chris.
Yes.
And I think that something has to be dug in on that. And I think law enforcement is totally dropping the ball as well. If they have not, done forensics in the home and such forth with that. So I think some questions really need to be risen to law enforcement.
Do you think they dropped the ball, though? And I'm going to continue to ask this question. Did TBI drop the ball on Sebastian Rogers, day 41? Nothing.
Nothing.
Not even a clue.
So it's hard to say. You think about Summer Wells, and I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, her parents are definitely, she has a dysfunctional family, but that's also Tennessee. What are they doing?
Right.
I mean, is it an inside job on law enforcement as well? Who knows? But then there's the avenue you can look at is what happened inside that restaurant. Did anybody pay more attention, to Sebastian and Katie than anybody knows? So, I mean, I feel like that evidence or that video needs to be viewed by multiple people because no two minds think alike. So somebody's missing something.
Somebody knows something. And
yeah,
it's the last person that's seen with Sebastian Rogers. They know something. The last person that was known to be with Sebastian Rogers, they know something.
Yeah.
What
and I think there's a lot of problems. Yeah.
The speculation is that he didn't even get home, but law enforcement, Seth said on the phone call earlier when I'm talking to him, we talked for 10 minutes on the phone after watching this interview that's on the screen right here. And he specifically said that you cannot tell if that is Sebastian Rogers taking the trash out. He visibly said, I can't tell if that is my son who is taking the trash out that is seen. We don't know that. So again, that's but TBI or the investigators are telling him that it is. So what is he supposed to do off of that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, a parent usually knows their child, even in a grading video, or maybe a walk or a mannerism, something like that. TBI knows nothing. I don't know. I think there's something wrong with that department.
It was dark outside. So
yeah,
on top of that, it was pitch black dark, and all you could see was a flashlight, he said, or a light in general.
Yeah, so that is no proof of him then. I mean, I don't even understand how a police department can say that is Sebastian when they don't even know Sebastian. It makes no sense. Oh, yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Again, it doesn't make sense. And I feel like these investigators did drop the ball on this case. Just like Summer Wells, which is what? 4 to 5 hours away from this location, or maybe even 6. But still, it's the state of Tennessee. And there's been a lot of missing kids. Somebody sent me a list of missing kids, and it was, oh my God, from the age of 6, what was it, 6 to 17? And there is so many. I'm like, wow, they just fell off the face of the earth like Summer Wells did. They just didn't get the coverage that a lot of these cases have gotten. And still with the coverage, nothing is coming up from it. Which
I
is
actually wanted to mention too, my oldest son's now 22. He was SA'd by a boy his age. I had no idea. It was a friend. He was a friend of his. I had no idea for a good while. His behavior was getting different. So I knew something was wrong. And eventually, after we moved out of that area, he told me. So of course, then I, wanted to go press charges and things like that. And because of that child being my son's age, nothing could be done.
Nothing.
I mean, what Seth, nothing could be done whatsoever. Children and youth just said that, they'll speak with the parents, but as far as like a criminally charged, no. Nope. So Seth was correct in that, like I know that was California and I'm in Pennsylvania, but that's the truth.
This may be what's frustrating, Seth, is that he is getting told that he was, they know he got home that night, but yet the footage that he's seeing is so dark that he can't see if that's his son or not.
Yeah, of course that's frustrating.
That's frustrating. I agree.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, who do you call? The FBI? They're involved anyway, but
the FBI,
who do you call to complain? Somebody needs to step in here. This boy didn't just vanish. There was no son outside his house. Nothing makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing makes sense.
None of it does.
Oh, but I appreciate the work that you do, and you're awesome.
I appreciate you calling in and having the courage to just speak. That's what I say to everybody. Anybody who has the courage to call in to speak, shout out to all of you, whether it's the popular opinion or the unpopular opinion. It really takes a lot of guts to do that. It really does.
Yeah. I'm just praying I feel really bad for Seth. I feel like his health, you could just see him like night after night, like he's just exhausted mentally, emotionally, on every kind of level. So
I heard the FBI is involved, but I wonder if they should just take over a lot of these cases going on. Maybe that the TBI can't handle.
I feel like there's something wrong with TBI as a whole. It just doesn't make sense. I've seen so many different cases, true crime. I love it and I hate it at the same point. It's like love-hate because it's always, devastating, but there's something wrong with TBI for sure.
A love-hate
They
relationship.
drop the ball on these little kids and that's never okay.
Right. No. I did not just walk by. No, absolutely not. But yeah, no, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever with these cases going on in Tennessee. And again, Summer Wells, it is something in the air.
And it's what, 3 years now for her?
Mm-hmm. Is there something in the air? And
I don't know.
she vanished too.
Yep, completely vanished. But her area, the way she disappeared just doesn't make sense either. But the home there is more like rural. There's nothing around there.
And this area is it's further away from where Sebastian went missing, but a lot of people are trying to make a connection there. But either way, it being 41 days with not a sign of him, is he being held in a position where he's not leaving a location and they just don't know about this location?
It just doesn't make sense. Again, it goes back to the mother.
It's the good.
And I just don't. I think that there's something wrong with their marriage, and with Chris being the way he is. I think that I'll just say this: some people should never be mothers. And she had an out. If Seth wanted to take Sebastian, that was her out. And I guess I don't know what to say, but it all points to her for sure.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in, man.
Thank you, T-REV. You take care.
You too. And you stay vigilant and lock them doors. God bless you. What a wild, wild, wild stream. 219-885. We're not done yet. Did you know that I could go for 11 to 10 to 12 hours? I can. You just got to keep up this. 305, you're live. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, Gravity. How are you?
Gravity in the building. I'm doing okay. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. My daughter's here, and she would like to say hi to you.
Okay. Shout out to her. I'll talk to her.
Okay.
Hi, my mom's obsessed with your channel. All she talks about is how she loves all these cases, and she's so interested in them.
Oh, yeah? That's awesome.
Yeah.
She's so excited to talk to you.
That's so awesome. Nice to talk to her. Shout out to you.
Her name is Atlas Rose, and she was born on New Year's Day, and she's awesome.
You said Miss Rose?
Atlas Rose.
Atlas Rose? Shout out to your daughter, Atlas Rose. I appreciate her.
Thank
What
you.
an
I
angel.
appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Um, I was thinking about the 911 call, the way it was made, and then I want to ask you what you think happened, T-REV. But I'm gonna tell you about the 911 call. Have you ever called 911 from your phone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't your phone go into a certain mode when you call 911?
I never paid attention to it because I'd be mid panic attack calling for an ambulance.
Yeah, me too. I suffer from panic attacks, so right now I'm having a lot of agoraphobia. I don't know.
Agoraphobia?
Agoraphobia, yeah.
I have that.
Like it,
I know.
it hadn't happened to me in years, and it's been happening to me real bad lately. It's just the worst. But
there's ways to cope.
Well, I have an iPhone. When I call 911, my phone goes into a certain mode, and I looked this up. Okay, when you call 911 from your phone, the signal goes to your phone's company's database, which provides your information. The signal and information are then sent to the 911 center as automatic name and location information. You know, like they can't locate exactly where you are when you call them, but they can pretty much tell where you're pinging from, right?
Right. Yes. No, that's true. They could tell where you're pinging from in that near location. Absolutely.
Right. So if they do a three-way call and he doesn't call 911, the center, he calls directly to non-emergency, which I've called also, and that's just like you just call and it's just the police and takes down information, then I think that maybe there was like something behind that, because he knows that, or they know that they're military people, and the way that he did it, like they
called the sheriff. I know they called the sheriff.
Right, they called the sheriff, but they didn't call 911 center that's set up in that way, that has the ability to do that. He just called the sheriff directly, right?
Right.
So I don't think the sheriff, his number does the automatic name and location. My theory is that was like a move to circumvent where he was when they called.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if that makes sense. If they did it, you know what I mean? Like, if I did something wrong and I needed the help of the police, I would do it. I would do it that way. If I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, I actually did that one time, which is what I don't understand. I'm in Miami, so I don't know. My mom was having a medical incident, and I wasn't with her, but she called me, and she was afraid to call 911 herself. So I called from my house for her location, and it was really difficult and complicated, because if I call from my house and I send cops somewhere else where they don't know what's going on or who's there, it's just what I'm telling them, they could get in danger. Yeah. Because they're like, I know how the 911 thing pings you. So, after I explained it to them and all that stuff, they got paramedics there. But it's not like you can call the police for someone else. You could do like for an emergency, let's say. Like, I don't know. I've never heard of that. Like the cops are like, the person that's having the emergency is the person that needs to call if they're in trouble at the time, if they need help. Like, the mom needs to call, not three-way call. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yep.
What do you think? He rerouted it. Yeah. And then what? Like, it's pinging her phone and his phone? I don't know. I don't think so. But I was gonna ask you, what do you think happened?
What do I think happened to Sebastian?
Yes.
I don't know. I think that something happened between going home and by the time they got home, like something. I think something happened. I don't even know if he made it home at this point. Allegedly.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Is that what people like? That's the only thing that makes sense, right? Because there's no way he could have gotten out of there with no one seeing anything.
That's just my thought. Is like, what? How do we know that he made it home? I know Seth is telling me that the police are telling him that he got back, but how? If all they have is that footage of him taking the trash out, allegedly it's him, but he says he cannot tell if that's his son, and that right there makes me think in my head, how do we know he even got home? And who it could have been somebody taking the trash out, discarding or something, allegedly, in my opinion.
I think he was home, but somebody I'm sure you've heard it, and I'm sure Seth has heard it by now, on Twitter said something very smart. It said, at KP, she describes him that he left in a black hoodie and whatever. That's not the clothes that he was wearing at the restaurant. If she could show the clothes that he was wearing at the restaurant, then that's evidence that he changed into something else.
Yeah, they do record those. Yep, that's a fact. They do record the 911 calls, and are those
exactly?
That's a good question. Are those clothes accounted for?
Yeah, somebody on Twitter put that out, and that would dispel a lot of rumors. I don't know if the police have done that. You know what I mean? Seth should freaking do that. And
let me get a one. If you think that Sebastian made it home that night, put 1 in chat. If you think he didn't make it home that night, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious. I'm curious to see who really thinks that he made it home and who didn't. One for yes, he made it home, and 2 for no, he didn't.
Is there the video with the trash? Like there's a video actually of someone taking out trash at that time. There is a video of that.
There's Seth said he could not make out who it was in that video, so there is a video of that. Absolutely.
And it seemed like from her house, right? Like the person definitely came out and threw the garbage out of her house, but it's not clear who it is. Gotcha.
Yep, it's not clear who it is for him when he's seen it, but he's saying that the police said he did make it home. So it's like, again, where do you go from there when police officers are saying he made it home, but the footage that you're seeing, you're saying, well, damn, I can't even tell if that's my son or not.
Well, I'll tell you, I think he made it home, and I definitely do not think that those lights were garbage trucks. I think lying the way police are allowed to lie,
That's a good point.
Or, I think they asked the cop. I saw something they were asking him about the lights, and he answered very cop-like, and he didn't say that they were garbage trucks. You know what I mean? Like he says, I can't remember the wording, but I think that's the key footage of not Sebastian walking out, then someone carrying and someone walking behind. That's how I think.
1.5 out there. I don't. Again, I'm puzzled with this story, but trying to keep it out as much as we possibly can with
I know.
plenty of interviews, plenty of information coming out, but nothing pertaining directly to where his whereabouts are, or nothing pertaining to what he was wearing that night was found. There was a pair of glasses that were found, but those glasses ended up being not his. So again, we sit here tonight, day 41 on this case, and there is absolutely nothing.
The police said they weren't his glasses, but
Exactly.
Seth said they were.
No,
like that he's 90% sure they were.
Hold up, when did he say that?
When he was talking, when he talked about the glasses, that he said that they looked familiar enough that he had them bagged.
Yeah, but that was before they said. That was before they had said though that they weren't his.
Right, but
But he
saying,
doesn't
and
think they're his now. I'm pretty sure. After it was confirmed, so he's not
yeah,
believing that they are
maybe
now.
because cops are liars. They can convince you of stuff, but the dad thinks those are his. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know. To me, it's like if his instinct. I mean, he was like he didn't want to be wrong because Seth is an honest person, you know. So he didn't say 100%. Those are my kids. He said I haven't seen my kid in 3 weeks. But he said something like 80, 90, but he had a little doubt.
Contact information.
And remember, the cops aren't telling him anything. He's law enforcement, but he's jail law enforcement. He's not like a beat cop. So I don't know. I definitely don't think they're channeling like information to him.
I heard some stuff off the record, and I just leave it at that.
Oh well, God bless.
I've heard some stuff off the record. You know, me and Seth, I've had a little conversation with him. My heart goes out to him. I've heard some stuff though, and it is red flags all day long.
Too.
And we're gonna continue to keep this story pushed out there.
I worry about Seth. And look, much respect for Seth. They're stirring the pot, and I know he's stirring the pot on purpose, and he doesn't care,
right?
Because he just wants to keep his son's name out there.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Sebastian tonight. And you know that I need you to do those two things: stay vigilant and lock your doors. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. The show goes on. We are in Idaho 4 mode. We're on. Yeah, that's what we're in. Epic. What is going on? You're live. 702. I'm on with you. Can you hear me? No? 301. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T. It's Debbie from Delaware.
Debbie from Delaware. You're in the building. What's going on?
Yeah. So I've been watching from day one because I was watching the Riley Strange stuff go on, which kind of was a diversion for them, I do believe. I also believe that stepdaddy's mama and stepdaddy may have met up with mommy after dinner and took poor Sebastian on a little ride. That gave them time to her get home, her call hubby. And I really hope they're looking at all the computer systems in all the vehicles to see where they went, who they went, along with all the phones. My big question is where is a real-time picture of Sebastian? We're seeing pictures of him very young. We're seeing pictures of him.
That's a good point.
I have a grandson that's like 11.
Right.
And a lot of these pictures look like around that age. 11, 12. There's only one that looks like possibly he's maybe December. I was taken at Christmas with Santa. My heart is breaking for poor Seth. He's left with nothing to go on. I do believe there's a lot under the scenes that we all don't know about. I really hope they're looking at the step. So it would be Sebastian's stepfather's mother and the extended family. And where were they in between eating salmon and supposedly him taking the trash out? Where were those grandparents at? It could have all been set up previously, and they saw everything going on with poor Riley and said, okay, now. They also had the court case coming up for I hate to even call him a father, but on Chris's daughter. They also had that coming up. They didn't want that coming out. There's just so much that just doesn't make sense. There's somebody else involved. There has to be. because I don't believe in my heart that Seth had anything to do with it. I think the phones were set down. I do believe that. In order for Chris to be able to get back. And get to her and why aren't there, if you have an autistic child, I have lights all around my house.
Right.
Okay, because I spend time alone. I'm a woman and I spend time alone in my house. I have lights all around my house. Whether they're motion lights, ring cameras, I even have a bird feeder with a camera on it.
Wow.
You know, they have an autistic child. Why would they not have that protection for him? She had all the, abilities to do that with her own employment.
Mm-hmm.
They have all this money,
Mm-hmm.
Cameras aren't, or well, for some people, I guess they're very reasonably cheap. I don't know. I just really hope they're looking into Grandma and Grandpa, and I feel really bad for Seth.
Is that the Bauer socks, allegedly?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, Chris's mother, who is remarried, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Chris's father, who's remarried. But I think Chris's mother had a lot of control in the situation with the ex-wife. I did see all of that. Some of it, okay, I go with her, but some things I'm like, I don't know. But I really think Chris's mom there's something there. And that it was set up, yep, we're going to go do this, we're going to go do that, and then you meet us here.
Mm-hmm.
She had plenty of time. And for all we know, Grandma was around back.
Right.
After he ate steak, and they said, okay, you're going to go spend the night with Grandma, and off, and he's gone. He wouldn't have questioned it.
Yeah.
He would have probably had a backpack with a change of clothes, or at least a bag, a grocery store plastic bag, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
With a change of clothes. So there's his clothes are gone. Here, just take off your shoes and relax on the ride. Mm-hmm. Shoes out the window to mommy. Gone. Mm-hmm. I really hope they're looking at those people. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong to them. But I just want Seth to have some peace. And I want Sebastian to be found. It just breaks my heart watching Seth.
He's like I said when I talked to him the other night, he was sobbing off and on.
Yeah,
the whole time.
Yeah, you're showing now a picture of
and I mean off there too.
Yeah, I can't even fathom. I can't even. I'm a mom, I'm a grandma, I'm a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even imagine. And like every other person has said out there, if my child was missing, I would be out there. I would not be stowed up in a camper. And I'm a camper. I've traveled all over the place and I've camped a lot and I love it. I grew up doing it, raised my kids doing it, so on and so forth. There's cameras at every gate. They can see what time he pulled out, what time he pulled in. So if they've already, and I'm sure the police know this, if they've already checked those cameras, they got to be looking for somebody else in the meantime, between the time he got home to Katie and made that phone call and the time they left the restaurant. There's somebody in between. I don't know. I think she was aware of it.
So what, I mean, let's jump to this. What is the motive here? For if you know what I mean, like, what is the
so Chris could have gotten Chris could have gotten his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to get Faith.
Yes, ma'am.
And they couldn't do that as long as Travis was. As long as Sebastian was in the house. They knew that was going to blow up on them.
Welcome, Jenny.
And I think Faith is more important than Katie and Sebastian in his eyes.
Damn.
You know, I can't believe that Seth just hasn't had somebody over the heck out of crush, you know. God bless him. I'd have him up against a tree somewhere saying, "Where is he? You better fork it over now." I just came into you since the Riley Strange stuff started going on, and I love it. And I've watched you, and God bless you, and many prayers for you and your family and everything you're doing for everybody. And special email straight up for Seth and Sebastian. And thanks for letting me call.
Absolutely. Anytime that you pick up the phone and you get through, I'm gonna answer it and give you a voice every time.
Okay.
So thank you so
very
much for being a part of the community and also keeping Sebastian's name alive out here front and center. Thank you for being a part of that. Stay vigilant.
Yeah,
Lock your doors
he's on my
Saturday.
page.
God bless you.
Okay.
Wrong button. It was June. I swear it was. Sometimes I'll hit it because it's literally right next to this one. Oh my God, I'm about to hit a crazy button. I know it. But listen, as soon as I hit it, if you look right here, this is the applause button. Look, this is the clap button. And this is the get the fuck out of here button.
Get the fuck out of here!
See? So sometimes I'll hit it right next to it, for real. And it's right there. Like sometimes it's just right there and I'll hit it on accident, thinking that I'm about to hit the applause button and hit the wrong one. The other night, I accidentally hit the finisher. I'm about to change all of them, though. I don't like it. It's time to switch it up. You know? It happens. But shout out to Jody. She was a good caller. I'll always remember Jody now just for the simple fact I hit get the fuck out of here on her like a dickhead, and I feel like an asshole now. So now I'm going to hide off camera. 219-885-9693. It's only been 5 hours and 57 minutes. Come on, man. We got another 2 or 3 in us. Come on. 626, you're in the mix. Talk to me. 626, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, T-REV?
How you doing? You're live. What's going on?
I'm doing great. Well, not too great. I'm pissed off right now. So, first of all, I want to say I got much love for you and all the Red Gang family.
Yes,
How you
ma'am.
guys doing? Yeah, I'm so pissed right now, dude. Unbelievable. I'm so sick of all these pedophiles, dude. All these sick motherfuckers that are hurting these kids and stuff. You know, I'm done with it. Like, it just wrecks me. You know, just like I'm sure it wrecks everybody in the chat. We're all empaths here, you know. But yeah,
it's wild. It's wild.
It's upsetting. Yeah. Yep. And like Gannon Stouch, you know what I mean? Just all that stuff, you know. Just in the law enforcement, they're always dropping the ball too.
Cooperate? Didn't she
like,
cooperate? Though, didn't she cooperate?
Yeah, her she had 20 million different stories. That one, didn't she? She went here, she went there. She, Eduardo and all these crazy stories and stuff, you know. But did they even use luminol in that house right there? They probably didn't.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
Yeah, it just bothers me. All these sickos doing all these things to these kids and stuff. You know, it really, I don't know, upsets me. You know what I mean, I'm heated right now. My blood is just hot right now. You know, because I think I've lost faith about Sebastian. You know, like I was holding up, hoping that he was gonna be found alive and stuff. And I don't know. I just think that maybe something with his autism and stuff and what happened to him before. Maybe something happened with him and Faith, and Chris lost it, you know?
Damn. So, I mean, okay, so how is he getting back to the house if allegedly he was cleared and his vehicle was at the job site and he was clocked in at work and he was accounted for that night? How was he sneaking and getting?
I think that she met somebody and they took him, you know? That's what I think. Like that other caller said that somebody met with them and took them from maybe the restaurant or something. Because if he took out the trash and stuff, why didn't the dogs pick up his scent from there, or outside the window of his room, or wherever he got out. You know, there's nothing. And the fact that they moved, that says it all right there. You know, what mother's gonna move out of their house and when your kids ran away or something? That's just ridiculous. So now I got a bad feeling, and it really bothers me. You know,
I got a bad feeling too, but
yeah.
It's like at this point, did he either not make it home that night and was handed off to somebody and he's somewhere else, in my opinion, allegedly, or did something sinister happen at the house?
Yeah, well, that's sinister. That's sinister too, though. You know.
Yeah.
But they could have found that out if they would have tried using luminol, or maybe investigating the house a little bit, or investigating the camper or anything. They probably didn't do any of that. They just went searching around outside and stuff. You know, but everybody's supposed to be a suspect, right? In situations and stuff, right? Why didn't they act like they were suspects and investigate the house and stuff?
That's what Seth said to me. He said those same words you just said. We should have all been suspects, Rev.
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyways, I'm gonna go because I'm gonna start cussing now. I'm doing all I can to not cuss about the stuff I'm pissed off about. You know, all these kids and stuff, and Maddie and Jen, Soto.
You know.
Yeah.
No, it's wild. Again, it's
Let's see.
wild.
But T-REV got lots of love for you and Rev Gang family. All you all in the chat. Love you guys.
Is this Elena that was in chat saying I'm pissed off? I'm trying to get through. Was that?
Yeah, this is Alina. Yeah.
I had a feeling it was you because I was seeing you in chat, and I'm paying attention to chat when I'm looking and not on other screens. And I seen you in there. Like, I'm trying my hardest not to call in. I was like, hold up. And then you just said that. I was like, hold up. I seen your comments in chat. So damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love you guys. Hey, yeah, you scared me. Like when you screamed.
Yeah, no,
you guys have a good night.
Case, my friend. It's a wild case, and I hope it doesn't end up like Summer Wells, where we get into 90 days and all the way up to a year, and then 2 years, then 3 years. I hope it doesn't get to that. I got faith that it won't. I feel like
like the Delphi case.
Yeah, Delphi.
That was
case
bullshit
too.
right there.
Oh my God, we waited what? How many years? What, 6-7 years for an
5,
Delphi?
6? Yeah. Yep. Exactly. And they're still dragging their feet and playing games.
I forget exactly, but I've watched it all the way from the time it happened until the arrest, and I literally was following that case before I was actually doing true crime on YouTube.
Yeah.
So to see the result and be here to cover it was monumental for me. Wow.
Yeah, I started watching with Gabby Petito and the Delphi case and stuff, and just after Gannon's couch, something broke inside me, and it was the details of that Gannon Stouch case was just, I've been broken ever since. You know what I mean? Just all these cases are affecting me. It's like the end of days or something. You know what I mean? Almost like so much bad, evil stuff going on in the world. And I can't fathom or understand why or how people could do these things. You know?
I don't
how could you do this?
Either.
You know?
I don't.
But your music, dude, you're awesome.
Thank you.
Your stuff's fire. You know?
Thank you,
and all you empaths in the chat, love you guys, okay? God bless to everybody.
God bless you too. I hope you have a
right,
wonderful night, Alina. Thank you for being a voice here tonight. We appreciate you.
And I'll do 2 things. Lock my door, stay vigilant.
Yeah, stay vigilant and lock their dead doors. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, shout out to Alina. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. The show must go on. 41 days. We can't be quiet. Again, Sebastian Rogers is still missing. We got to shake some shit up. Hold up. Message me. What is that? 719. What's on your mind?
Hi, how are you?
I'm hanging in there talking to you right now. Talking to you. What is on your mind surrounding Sebastian Rogers in this case?
Well, first of all, I want to tell you that I attended the Letitia Stout trial here in Colorado Springs.
Interesting.
And when I hear people compare the two, I want to tell you that I looked into Letitia's eyes and I saw an empty soul. There was nothing there. And that's kind of what I feel like of his mama. It's empty. There's nothing there. And I feel like that there's something behind that she's hiding. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but there's a lot of comparisons that people make, and I absolutely see that.
50 days. 50. So you think that those comparisons are accurate?
I do believe so, because I have seen Letitia in person.
So you okay? So attending that trial and looking her in your eyes, and I don't know where you sat at in that trial, but I did. You know, people were in my Discord actually following that and watching it and streaming it in there. How far back were you from her? And like right
well, I was in the back row beside the sheriff, and I always wore blue.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That case was so sad after hearing about it, like I did in Discord. I didn't even follow it from the beginning, but some, people put me onto it. Then I looked at it and was like, wow, this is evil. This is evil.
Yeah, it was very evil. I was there the day that the gentleman that was the bridge inspector, and they found the suitcase. I was there that day. I witnessed her she acted so crazy in court. Like I couldn't believe it. It was madness, but I do see a lot of comparisons, and I do see the emptiness and the loss.
What are your thoughts between the comparison on the Madeline case, the Madeline Soto case of how that's mom, stepdad, and then mom, stepdad on both? Now, I'm not saying that the mom and stepdad in this case have something to do, but I do think that's interesting too. And it's the same time they both went missing. Madeline Soto being found on March 1st, but again, no trace of Sebastian day 41.
Right. I think with Madeline, with her mama, I think that the truth be told, that she might have had every sign in the world and ignored it. And then when it happened, all those signs came flooding back to her, and she knew. And I don't think she's told a soul.
Not one person.
I mean, not one person. I think she'll carry that guilt for the rest of her life.
Yeah, but if that did happen, there's got to be evidence somewhere. Do you ever commit the perfect? Allegedly.
Well, it's between her, him, and God at that point. Although I hope that she suffers for the rest of her life, and I would rather see her behind bars, but I think that's how she'll carry her weight, unfortunately. And I hate it. And I wish the justice system worked off emotion. You know what I mean?
I hope
it's heavy. It's a very heavy feeling.
I hope that's not the case, and I hope he's alive. But I have a bad feeling.
I do at the end of the day, because nothing about this makes sense whatsoever. Like, I feel like we're going down every rabbit hole, but nothing makes sense at every fork in the road. You know what I mean? Like, this boy has no sign of nothing. And I just don't believe, like, the whole shoe thing and the whole sock thing and the whole where did he go? I mean, at the end of the day, you're right. Kids just don't vanish. And that is the truth. At the end of the day, they just don't go missing. And I just don't feel that he would have walked out of that house.
Not on their own will, most of the time. I mean, I can say for a lot, I do know when I was 13, I ran away. I have done stuff like that. But again, if this was a classic case of a runaway, he'd have been popped out by now, more than likely, or found, because if the parents are around and they know your friends, or the police get your phone, they can tell you who you're in contact with, and a child doesn't usually think outside of the box like that. Oh, well, I can't let nobody track me down, or I got a burner phone. I don't know. Again,
right.
See that happening in this case. In this particular case, every case is different. Every case is unique and has its own fingerprint. In this case with Sebastian Rogers, do we really think that he met somebody online and went off with them somewhere No, that's not. I'm not seeing that. I'm not. I'm
Oh,
if he did
no.
somehow, I feel like he would have already resurfaced. And I hope I'm so wrong. I hope I'm so.
Right.
I really do.
I really do too. I really do. And God, I hope God's with him, and I hope that God's looking out for him, and I hope that he surfaces and he's alive and well, and that's my prayer.
I hope he is too. I really do.
Yeah.
I've been
I hope
praying
he
for him every day on here, every
Yeah.
single day, even off here before I
Yeah.
go to bed. I say my prayer and I'm praying for him and just praying for all, not just missing children, but missing people in general. I pray all the time. And I hope it puts
That's
some good into this world. I really do. Even, the power of prayer, and not even just the power of prayer, but the power of sharing. Because I know there's people that don't believe, and I get that, and I respect that too, as I always respect all of your opinions. Just sharing and share, whether it be the flyer that I'm posting in here, whether it be the t-shirts that I'm posting in here, whether it be the GoFundMe, whether it be an article that you found and you thought was unique about the Sebastian Rogers case. Sharing is keeping his face out there, and it's keeping hope for these families to find their missing child.
Amen. Absolutely. And I'm telling you, your prayers are powerful. And, I could be cooking or mopping the floor or vacuuming or working. And I stop what I'm doing and I'm bowing my head. And I really appreciate those because they're powerful and they affect a lot of people and your reach is far. And, I'm grateful and I'm very thankful for that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm going to be changing my name to the Reverend within the next 10 years.
You should. And I love your second channel too. I think you're awesome. And I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you for that. I appreciate
Yeah.
the
I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.
God bless you,
Bye-bye.
man. You make sure you lock them doors and you
You
stay
too.
vigilant on this nasty Saturday night. That's what I'm going to
Yeah,
call it.
absolutely.
Dark. We live in a dark world right now. It's real crazy.
Absolutely.
It's real
It's
crazy
a
out here.
sick and sad world. It really is. It really is. When you look at it as a whole, you're just looking at this. It's very deep. It's very heavy. It's very emotional. It's very real. It's very physical. And this is our world. And we have to stay vigilant and we have to lock our doors and we have to teach our children when we walk out that door what
What could happen?
there.
What could happen? What should it, what to look for, things like that. It's very important, especially in today's age.
I used to teach my kids, and my kids are older now, and I do have a daughter that's a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to teach my kids when we used to walk out the front door, okay, what shouldn't be here? Mm-hmm. It could be a car across the street. We'd look down the road.
Stay vigilant and look for that.
Right. So you teach your kids things like that. When you go to the park, look around.
That's what I do when I go out. I'm looking everywhere. Who's that sitting right here? I'll walk up to the car. Hey, sir, how you doing? What are you parked here for?
Right. And a lot of people say, well, don't scare your kids. No, it's not scaring them. It's to keep them safe and to know that there really is bad and there really is ugly and there really is hateful people in this world,
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of pure hatred in here. People that just want to see people burn,
Right. Absolutely. Uh-huh.
For what?
Well, it's been really good talking to you. I really appreciate it. And I hope I get to call in again.
No, yeah, more than you'll get through at some point. You'll get through.
Yeah,
it's not always that busy. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
it will be. You never know. It's not always that busy. It depends.
Yeah, that was cool. This is my first time calling, so I just got right through.
Well, thank you for calling in again. Like I said before, thank you for being a voice here for Sebastian Rogers. God bless you.
Sir.
Stay vigilant and lock your doors. You are more than welcome. What a sweetheart. 219-885-9693 as I continue to take these phone calls here tonight. We've been on for what, 6 hours? That's light. Any Rev Gang family member that's been here for over a year will tell you that. Hello, Cavalcante. What we do? Streaming wise? Almost every day for 12 hours, 13, 14, 15. I think it was more like 15 if you go and look. 414, you're in the door. Talk to me. Battle of silence. 715, you're live. What's going on?
Hello, T-REV. That's Mama D. How you doing, hon?
Mama D, what is going on? Long time no hear.
I know I've been busy on true crime and missed you. I just wanted to say hey.
What's going on, though? What's your thoughts here on this case, Mama D?
Well, I'm with a lot of people in that the last place that this child has a proof of life is that restaurant. And so I very much feel it's very possible there could have been a handoff like she's talking. And so I think we need to be proactive. And I went on to TBI and I was able to actually download the digital copy of Sebastian's missing poster.
Okay.
Now, what this came to mind is because he has disabilities, and I've been in the medical, field forever. There are times, okay, where a child has been admitted to facilities. This is factual, with only one parent's signature. And they become lost in the system. And because they're a minor and there's HIPAA laws and so forth, What bothered me the most, though, is because his poster on the picture on the TBI poster, you know, that picture, that's really young compared to what he looked like in his little video. And I'm thinking, yeah, so everybody's looking for this little kid, but we also know he can grow a mustache. We're looking for a young man. So it's very misleading when you look at the poster that TBI's got. So I'm putting out a personal request for TBI to get that updated. Because I feel it's very misleading, and that's not going to help us. But my concern is that there may be a motive that, like I said, if the child, we've heard a lot about SA, right? My fear is that the original SA that took place was because the other child had been groomed, and because there was an age difference, it doesn't sound like Sebastian was allowed to play with other children, that this might have been a transition grooming, and there could be SA in the home. If Sebastian were to be called at any court case, say with exes and so forth, what would he say on the stand? And so I'm leaving it all questions, to cover our butts here, but is there some motive that something nefarious was going on within the home that let's just say somebody didn't want coming out in court? And so that would be why he would not be handed over in 2 weeks to a father, because he would still be available for court. However, I think what was originally a plan to be a no-show at court and then everything gets okay, I think blew up in their face. And I think it puts Sebastian at a much higher risk category. That there may not be a way back in the person's eyes.
You never know. That's wild.
So, I know, but I'm very concerned about SA within the home. In my opinion, a narcissist is very likely to accuse others of something that they have actually done. And from what we understand, Seth has said that the stepdad has spoke to Seth's mom and accused or called out Sebastian as a pedo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all alleged, but Seth has said this. And I do trust Seth, and I believe that very much could be. And I find that very concerning as to what kind of environment was really going on in that home. I do see a lot of narcissistic tendencies. I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose. But I do see tendencies with the control factor and the way that things are being handled. I can recognize, and I think a lot of us can, that Mr. Proudfeet there likes to have control. And, he has spoke of corporal punishment, basically, styles of corporal punishment. And these are all things that, let's just say people of that kind of, let's disconnect that. People that look for victims, let's leave it that way, just a general term. People that look for victims often will look for a mother that has a disabled child or a single child with insecurities and so forth, if they're into that kind of thing, because they can control the situation so well. I find it very strange. There's no friends in the home. And then all of a sudden, and then Seth brought up the other thing, that there was a RSO exposed to Sebastian before that, even in the home. So this goes on. And so there's a lot of talk about that. And then to factor in that the child is allegedly wearing pull-ups at 15. That doesn't have anything to do with autism.
Pull-ups at 15. Caller is spot on. Yeah.
Okay, so that's symptoms.
I just haven't talked to her in a while.
I know, but those are extreme symptoms of SA. And you and I both know that is something that is very prevalent when a minor has been exposed to that type of thing. Now, who knows? And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm just asking questions like you and everybody else,
For sure. And we all got different minds, We all got different minds. Look at the stuff at hand and come up with your own opinions.
That's right. But yeah, there is a post out there that I put on the community page for 1111. It's just a post, and it has a digital link so that you can send it to the schools in your area. You could send the digital link in an email to, if we're having problems like Seth is saying, and all these people are telling us that these posters are getting ripped down, let's go digital. We'll fight it a different way. So you've got a digital link. If you go to TBI and you go onto the poster itself, if you look in it's hidden. You have to use your mouse and you have to wiggle it a little bit, but you can find an actual, if you wiggle it just right, you'll do a hover over and it'll allow you a download. And then you have it digital. You can send it to your schools. You can send it to local businesses.
Yeah, I've been posting that in chat for the last 20 or listen to me. I've been sending it in chat for the last, I want to say 6 days since I've had Seth. Since I had Seth on for the interview, he gave me this link. And again, I'm gonna post it in chat right now for people who want to print it out. There it is. Right there. I've been dropping it periodically this whole stream. The PDF file, you can download it, drop it off. I've already dropped off a stack down here at the corner store in the smoke shop.
Well, I know you have. I know you have. I've been watching. You've been doing really, really good, T-REV, on getting Sebastian's name out there. And that's the main reason I want to call him. Thank you for that.
Absolutely. That's what we do.
It takes all of us. It takes everybody, the listener, you, me, other creators, and Seth. And we're all when the whole society in a whole way smells a rat, like in the Brian Laundrie case, right?
Yeah.
Or in the Madeline Soto case, we all smelt it a mile away. We were all right. We were all correct. So I'm just throwing this out there. Do me a favor. Contact your local clinics, contact your local hospitals, and see if they'll spread that email through their facilities. You just never know. There could be some Easter delayed miracle where maybe somebody checked him into some place, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You just never know.
But the thing is, though, would they let it go this far? Even with the laws, even with the HIPAA laws?
No, I don't think the place would know they had him. I don't think they'd know it. I went down there today to drop my son off at our care facility because he works there. My second to youngest is a nutritionist, and I took him to work today. And I asked them, had they ever seen this child? They're like, "Oh no, is he from Wisconsin?" So if my care facility has no clue who this child is and that he's even missing, we have a fourth floor filled with people up there. You feel me? I'm saying not just because we know, a few of us know, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's worldwide, it's nationwide." No, it's not reaching everywhere, y'all. I talked to 3 different towns. I went around. I had to do a whole bunch of running for my taxes to get paperwork, and I stopped at all these places. Nobody's even heard of this kid anywhere in my area, and I've been on this YouTube shouting it out. None of these people know, not even my closest friends. I'm like, are you kidding me? So it's not above the possibility. We can hold a little hope. Get his face out there. Don't give up hope. Don't just assume. the worst, even though we're all feeling it. But let's do due diligence and do like T-REV is saying. Get them posters out there, y'all. Get them out there, please, because not everybody knows about this.
Nope, they sure don't. And I mean,
And even fewer with them being taken down.
Print them out. Get you some stuff. Start.
Right.
Boom, boom. I got plenty. I'll tell you what, I shout out to them for letting me post them up there and put them out there, even though, because you never know where he's at this point. But how far could he have really gotten if he really was out that house? And talking to Seth Rogers, he told me, and I've said this a million times tonight, but again, he told me that the police are saying that he got home, but the footage that he's being shown is so dark you can't tell it's him.
It could have been Katie. It could have been some niece. It could have been something else. It could have been something staged. Yeah. What we were told by what Seth was able to determine at this point is that he saw his son walking towards Katie's car at the Texas Roadhouse restaurant, and that's what he knows. And so that's where I'm stuck. I trust Seth, and I trust his opinion of what his son's gait is. When I say gait, I mean his walk. I could recognize any of my kids from behind by the way they walk. And so I'm hoping that that's legit, but there is no proof this child made it home. And let me tell you this, those dogs, not scent dogs and not cadaver dogs, neither one hit outside the home at all. And so what that tells me is that the dog would not know if the child was going into the home or coming out of the home if it hit. So that means to me, I have no proof of life from the dogs picking up the scent that Sebastian even entered the home. So that leaves me at that restaurant.
Yeah, the restaurant, the Texas Roadhouse restaurant.
Yes, sir.
And he went in, and again, Seth's seen his son at that restaurant on video footage, and that's why he was smiling and happy that day that he seen him. But again, what happened when he left out of there? And were those clothes accounted for that he was wearing?
That's what we all want to know. You know, where are the clothes?
I asked Seth, what was he wearing? Right? I go, what was he wearing? And he said, man, I didn't even pay attention because I was just so happy to see him.
Well, and I don't know why it would be such a problem for TBI to get that footage back over to Seth and let him see it again.
Yeah, to look at the clothes, whatever, right?
I mean, it's not like we're asking for somebody to vote Seth as a president. You know, I think Seth should contact TBI and just say, can I see that footage one more time? I need a double take.
And I got footage up now that we're going to listen to little Sebastian's voice right now. I'm going to play it right now. Right now. As soon as we get
all right. I'm looking forward to it.
No,
all right. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you all the best. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. I'm so proud of you. You always do a good job, T-REV, and I love you.
We're growing around here. We're growing.
We are. Not only blowing up buses.
We're maturing. You know, we're
maturing. We are, and we're doing good work. We're doing real good work.
Yes, ma'am. And you keep it up too. Shout out to all the work you do. I've known you since I first hit the true crime scene on YouTube. So thank you for coming back.
Case, right?
It's been a while.
Delphi case. Look at that crap.
Delphi.
Yeah, we ain't got time for that. We ain't got time for that tonight.
Absolutely not. God bless you,
all
Mama
right.
D. You make sure you lock them doors.
Thank you, love. Thank you.
Be vigilant. Shout out to Mama D. We appreciate it. Hold up 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All right, let's check this out. This is this Sebastian's voice. This was sent in from Mama. Or was it Mama 3 Boys? I see you. Yeah, maturing. I mean, it is what it is. I feel like every day I wake up, I'm maturing more and more and more and more and more. And that's what it's about. It's about growing and maturing and continue to do the right things, right? So let's keep this.
Thank you for coming out to celebrate with us today. We're gonna have a lot of gifts.
Hold up, my bad. I didn't mean to hit that. I want to hear this.
All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit.
I haven't heard his voice yet.
I know, it's okay. This is our double chip. Wherever the double chip lands, it'll give you 20. So it's many points. Okay, that's you. One spot that has 2 chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No. Never.
Hey, you have to get the 200 again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever. All right, red team, that double chip.
That gets a 4? Yeah, okay.
What?
Start.
I'm taking a video of.
Say, boys,
Sebastian.
thank you for coming out to celebrate with us today. We're gonna have a lot of. Get set. Drop those chips. Thank you very much. All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team. You're gonna love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double
Hey,
chip.
stop.
Wherever the double chip lands, it'll give you 20. So there's many points.
Okay, who's
Also,
that's
for that
you?
one spot that has 2 chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No. Never. Hey, you have to get the 200 again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
All right, red team, that double chip.
That gets a 4?
Hmm.
What? I'm taking a video of.
Oh, poor boy, man. Yeah, who is answering him, right? He said, who is answering him? Don't listen. What? He needs to be home with dad. Melissa sounds like a biatch, somebody said. Oh, that's Doris in the building. Melissa and Chris and Katie are heard in this video. Is Melissa the one that wrote this message? Hold up. But you know what? I got this. Let me pull it up, right? No, actually, I think I already got it pulled up. Let's go. Is this who this is? Hold up. Right here? Is that who this is? Ladies and gentlemen? Is that who we're talking about? This person right here? This right here. Is this who we're talking about? We find out now. That's who we're talking about? All right. That's what I thought. Okay. So she's the one who issued not that message. This was Katie Proudfoot to Seth. But this is okay. Katie Proudfoot again. Let's minimize that. Minimize that. Minimize that. That's Melissa. But there's another one from her that I've seen. What she was snapping. Was this it? Yeah, it is it. Look, this is what she said. The same woman. She goes, hold on, I think I'm lagging. Give me 1 second. She goes, I'm so sick of people blaming me for the actions of a 15-year-old boy who left his house in the middle of the night. I stopped posting anything much on social media for this reason. I had nothing to do with anything, and yet people want to blame and harass me. The police office, or it says the police office, when filing the report for my mailbox, asked if I posted it on Facebook to see if anyone knows who owns this van, and that is what I have done. Just because we are not doing what you feel you would do, you feel like you need to attack me on here. We have gone out and looked in the beginning, plural, in the beginning, and we have handed out flyers, posted, signed, and have followed all the rules the FBI, TBI, and SCSO have instructed us to do. We all have spoke to the law enforcement as well as granted any request that was made. People keep attacking like the police aren't doing their job, but they are. I'm not here to argue with anybody. You are allowed to have your opinions, but you can keep them to yourself.
Get the fuck out of here!
Oh, my bad. Wrong button. I was with him Sunday afternoon shopping. I took my sister and her daughter plus my sister-in-law and Sebastian shopping that afternoon. So I can tell you he was in a good mood. They were headed home to put away groceries when I last saw him Sunday. You know what I mean? That wasn't an accident on that time. But yeah, again, that's who you were talking about. Okay. That's who was talking in this video. That's the woman you heard talking in this video. You said Kate. You said Melissa is a biatch. Wow. I'm opening the lines right now. My bad. I just wanted to hear. I wanted to hear Sebastian, and that was my first time hearing him. And feel bad for that kid. That shit makes me this thing. I feel bad for that kid. 217 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, this is Jack. How you doing, T-REV?
How's it going, Jack?
That was an emotional video there, wasn't it? Hearing his voice,
It's got me emotional now, man. Hearing his voice. The guy,
I wonder
the little kid we've been looking for 41 days, damn near, and I came in late to covering it. We're around March 14th, 15th, but after Madeline Soto, and we were covering that. But this is just, again, 41 days, no sign of this kid, and it's heartbreaking, man. It is heartbreaking for any child that is missing.
month and a half in.
I mean,
and his
better
dad,
yet, anyone missing that we love, man. It's just super heartbreaking.
His dad's really got to have God and Jesus with him, because of all the people that should be freaking out and gnashing out and yelling and making accusations, he's the one that has the right to do it, really. But he's got the calm of a saint, I swear.
Yeah.
I really, though, I wonder if anybody knows where he lived in relationship to Chris and Katie. What are the chances that Sebastian was scared enough of something that he tried to run away and maybe tried to get to his dad's house and something happened, I know it's trying to think outside of the box, I guess, for what we really have to look at. And I don't know if that's the case. I also kind of agree with your last caller. I think that the timing says something, that if he was going to live with his dad soon, maybe there was something that he knew, and the Proudfoots didn't want that
to get out.
Getting out. Yeah. So that's something I've thought a lot about too. That timing is just it's so weird, and it seems like he was so close to getting out of that house.
Just to think, man. Just to think. I don't know. We don't know what happened, but damn, we all speculate something wild happened for damn sure at this point, with him not being found. And just really to think that and to hear his voice, it just kind of puts that. When I hear someone's voice for the first time, it connects even more. It's like
that was seriously, that was emotional right there. It was hard to hear, good to hear, but hard to
very
hear.
hard to hear when him talking, and then sound like being treated like shit, but in my opinion, allegedly.
Yeah.
Sad, man.
Yeah. It makes you wonder what life was like for that kid. It really does.
You got that right. It does make you wonder what life was like. It really does, man. It really does. What was life like for him? You're right. What was it like? Was he being put through hell? Was it not? Was it a regular life? What was going on? But obviously something was going on for him to be gone now, like to fall off the face of the earth. Something went on.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I know there's a lot of odd missing cases, and there's some weird ones right now, but this one it's a real mystery, and the few clues that we do have really don't add up. They don't make sense. And I don't know, it's baffling, really.
Yeah, it is, brother. It is. What do you think really happened to him, though? Like when you look at this case and you take a glance at all the things that are coming out and having an open mind and looking in at the details and the timeline, what do you really think? Do you think that they dropped the ball on this case, TBI and investigators?
No, I mean, I think the police will do what they've done, and I think no matter what, people always get caught. There's always a mistake that's made. And I think there will be justice there. I wondered myself if something didn't happen on the way home, and that maybe Katie rushed to Chris, if he really was out of town and at work, maybe she drove to him and that got him involved and he didn't have a choice but to help, because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's going to come, you know, put his own ass at risk for someone else's peril. But I think a lot of people think that something happened at Chris's hands, and that's very likely too. The police haven't said anything about his alibis. They know, but you know, I don't know.
Brother, man, I'm with you on. We're completely clueless, just speculating on what we think. Again, I did talk to Seth, and I got a little bit of insight, you know, on some things I won't talk about just because I respect his privacy and, you know, want to leave it as, you know, what he told me to. But it still it bothered me, and I feel like they're dropping the ball on this case. And Seth, what he said to me too, exactly, and he don't care if I share this part. The police should have all three been suspects, and that's just common sense. Not all three, but I mean everybody in general that is close to Sebastian, dad, stepdad, mom, anybody that was out with him that night, you know, all of them be treated as suspects and thoroughly investigated, just for the simple fact that it was the last people that had seen him of any sign of life. You know,
absolutely. And I thought I heard Seth say that Sebastian had told him that he was afraid to go home, and I didn't know if that particular weekend or just in the past, or
I mean, and I want to speak up on this since people keep asking over and over again, and I want to get to it. A lot of people there's a narrative surrounding Sebastian Rogers and the detail about his mattress. And it seems to be part of, I don't know if it's a larger, intricate story about his disappearance, but if the mention of the mattress is significant, it might relate to discovering clues or circumstances about his last known location.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's questions. People have talked about them getting rid of furniture. There's the scratches on Chris's arm from the first interview.
Wasn't this mattress in the garage or something? I've heard a bunch of stuff about it, man. I really have. I've heard a lot of stuff about it. So I'm trying to figure out if that mattress was moved into the garage like some people. I don't know. I've heard a lot of different stories surrounding the mattress, and I don't want to put out false misinformation. So I'm just going to cut my own tongue off.
I think on the interview, Chris had said that they were moving some of his daughter's furniture. That's what he said when people had heard or seen him moving furniture. I'm not sure, obviously, the validity of all that, but I thought that's what I heard.
I heard a bunch of things, but again, it's all information that is just being ciphered through emails or, you know, posted on Twitter, and you never know. I take everything with a grain of salt until I see law enforcement come out.
Call it a distraction, you know, and I don't agree with that. I think they've got one job to do. And I think people like you and me and the public have another job to do, and that's to keep the pressure on, keep the case alive, keep the guilty afraid.
Maddie's death ruled a homicide to DV. Her autopsy won't be released. But in your opinion, what does that say? That says something, Alicia. That says a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's some gnarly cases out there. I've been checking out that Preston Lord's case that was seen kids beating on one kid.
I'm gonna end up making a song on this story like I did Kylie Rodney, because that's how much this one bothers me when it comes to it. This story with Sebastian bothers me. Same with Madeline. I already talked about that in one. But damn, this song, this story with Sebastian Rogers and oh my God, they better figure something out. They better find him, bring him home. Because this is absolutely insane. Just the story of how they went out that night and came back, or that day, I'm sorry, and came back home, and a thud was heard, wasn't checked on, and that morning that they were on the phone for 3 hours and 17 minutes or 7 minutes, one of the two.
I mean, yeah, it almost feels like you're recapping a movie almost, you know. It's
3 hours and 17 minutes, or 3 hours, 7 minutes, 3 hours, 17 minutes, something. Either way, it's 3 hours they were on the phone. So what were they talking about on the phone, my brother? What were they talking
Yeah,
about on
and
the phone for
the
3 hours?
proof of that. The cops have, that's the other stuff we haven't heard anything about. Their phones. You would think if the police would want to clear people if they were able to already, that they would want to say, hey, we know this person's clear, this person's clear. I don't think they can really say that at all.
A lot of people think it's a distraction going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the local area and that police department, and how town it is, but it sounds like the FBI is involved from what I've been hearing.
Yeah, make it make sense, Star. I'm with you on that. It just doesn't, and that's why we're here, because it doesn't make sense. And these investigators need to make it make sense, because at this point, something is very wrong, and it's been wrong since day 30, day 20, day 10, day 1.
Yeah,
I'd give it a couple days. The first couple days of a case, okay, he has a chance of coming back if he's out of friends or something. But come on now. Now you go 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, then you get into that month, and you get into a week later. Now you're 10 days going into a month and 2 weeks, and it's like, okay, yeah, now something is really wrong. Is this a case of a disappeared too? You know that show ID? On ID disappeared, where these people are ended up just missing off the face of the earth, that never be found 10 7 years later, 8 years later, 12 years later. It's just reminds me of stuff like that. And I was saying that about the Riley Strain case, but he ended up being found. But this case here,
it makes
nothing.
You wonder,
and it's a Tennessee case too, like Summer Wells.
If there was foul play with the parents, I get this feeling when they do their interviews that they feel they've outsmarted everyone for some reason, but I don't think they're outsmarting anybody.
Nope, I don't think so either.
You're right. I don't think the public really handle this case going on for months and months and months without some kind of significant update, and soon.
And this was from today too, by the way. Shout out to Nancy if you're in here. Thank you, Nancy, for sending this footage into us to check out of you going by here today. This is the Yogi Bear campground in Mississippi. Shout out to Nancy for getting out here and checking on them. I mean, look at it. That was a good zoom in shot. Let's check that one. Nancy's out here going hard.
Yeah.
She turned into, she's like, you know what? Let me just hire myself. I'm a new TBI agent here.
Yeah, and you want to think like, okay, in the event that the Proudfoots are innocent, yeah, maybe you could be worried about death threats or whatever is happening, or being afraid to go out. But if that's your kid, I don't know if that would stop me. It's not stopping Seth for whatever,
It sure isn't. It sure isn't.
He's a hell of a dude, and you're a hell of a dude, and there's a lot of good people on top of this.
Hey, they say, bro, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
That's right, man.
And I appreciate you, brother, calling in. Thank you for being a voice here for little Sebastian Rogers tonight, man. Day 41. Thank you for putting your input in and sharing your voice with thousands of people listening to you tonight on this call, as we sit here anxiously awaiting for any brand new news surrounding Sebastian Rogers, 15-year-old missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Again, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is the full name. Keep that name out there. Keep the posters running, chat. Post
Right,
the links.
Going.
Keep the prayers going. We're going to keep them going. We're going to continue to cover this case, not only on this channel, but on my second channel too. We do other stuff over there also, and it's only for acquired minds only. So if you are, one of them, come over and join us. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a blessed night, my man. Make sure you lock them doors before you go to bed, and make sure you stay vigilant, because we live in a cruel world. I appreciate it, man. 219-885-9693. The show goes on. The show goes on. I'm in one of those moods tonight where it's like, okay, I could be here forever. I'm good. 5, you're live. Talk to me.
What up, T-REV?
How you doing, brother?
Hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I was with you when you were covering that Idaho case when that lady when that lady called in the white car that one time.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I first started watching you, man. I just wanted to come on here and give you some flowers, man. I see you covering it every single day, no matter how tired you are and all that, man.
No matter what.
Work.
And you could tell when I'm tired too, but it doesn't matter.
Bro. Hey, so let's check this out real quick. I woke up today, I didn't feel that well, you know what I mean? But like you said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I'll tell you what, this afternoon, I didn't even want to get out of bed, but I did whatever I needed to do. And now, I got the whole night to myself. So I finished strong. But man, we got to get Sebastian home, man. Somehow, some way, we got to get him home. And I don't know, man. I don't like it one bit.
Imagine being at this house, right, where he disappears from, and then moving, and then getting mad when you have to go into a place and to a meeting. I'm not even going to say what place it is, and saying that it's ruining your vacation allegedly. Imagine that. Your son's missing, but you going in to meet about your son missing. It just allegedly. Again, I'm gonna keep saying that because this is things that I'm hearing. So allegedly, they were upset about their vacation being ruined to come and check on an update for their son.
Wait, I have a question for you.
Say what?
I have a question for you real quick, T-REV.
Say it. Spit it, brother.
How do you keep on going? Like, how do you keep going live every day no matter what? How do you keep pushing? And how do you just do you?
My heart keeps me going, man. And when I don't know, it's just something about caring and giving a fuck. And that's what it is, man. It's waking up every day and realizing that not only can I make a change, but I could give people like you a voice and everybody in chat a voice, and also still cover the cases and talk about the things that we're all interested in. Because before I took true crime to YouTube, I've always been a true crime nerd. Straight up. I've always been a true crime nerd, but somebody that loves and follows cases so much. I had found this community online like 2 years ago. I was like, damn, there's a true crime community. I love this shit for real. Like, I really love, like, I'm always into this. I've been watching Nancy Grace since I was a boy. You know what I mean? Before, right around puberty. I'm just saying in general. So I've been following on true crime and taking it to YouTube, and it's just been nothing but a passionate journey with a bunch of bumps in the road. But you know what? At the end of the day, we're building something that's positive. 1, 2, we can keep pushing these stories out like Sebastian Rogers, Idaho 4, even people from that missing that were found, like Alicia Whitehead, that we've helped. It's just making a difference in the community and showing people that, hey, there is good people out here that have a heart, and there is good people out here that are trying to make a change in their life that maybe have not started off so great, but now we're starting to come into the light and see that, man. That's what keeps me going every day,
bro.
And
I'm so happy.
There's so many wonderful people that I've met in this community that are just fantastic people that have the heart that I have, and that's why I'm in this shit. I want to keep telling and showing people that, look, it's not the end for you today.
I'm so happy you picked up this case.
Say what?
I'm so happy. I said I'm so happy you picked up this case, bro, because I was kind of scared that it was gonna get swept under the rug. You know what I mean? Especially after that Riley stuff going on.
Yeah, that Riley.
So when I started seeing you pick up the case more and more, I'm like, all right, this is who I'm going to go watch at night.
I mean, you got, and this too, when I get off here, it's not just the end of my night. I actually go and start creating. I'll start working on editing videos, like the docuseries that I just dropped about Riley Strain. And another one that I'm working on now is this Sebastian Rogers case. I've been working heavy on this docuseries that I'm dropping.
Not only
just
that,
story.
But like when I go to sleep, I'll be like, damn, bro, is T-REV going to go live tomorrow? When's T-REV going to go live? Or when you post the notification, going live in like 10 minutes, and it's like the countdown, and I'll put my little bow on, so then when you go live, it tells me, and I'll go in there, and you're like 10 minutes late. I'll be like, are you going live? Are you going live? I'll be like, this dude needs to go live already.
Well, sometimes I'll lower down my time, because usually if you've been with me since Idaho 4 or before that or you know that I usually stream long hours, you know what I mean?
Hours.
8 or 12, but sometimes like I'd say for the last 6 or 7 months, I've kind of dumbed it down just a tad bit, just to kind of, get myself in shape, because I was noticing myself being out of shape. Right. Thank you. I was noticing myself being out of shape and just, consuming myself. So I had to start fitting in some type of exercise or walking, or you know what I mean, because I wasn't doing that enough and I was getting a little bit unhealthy and I didn't like that. It's all, you always got to take care of your health. But people ask, Trevor, you gonna eat? Are you gonna take a break? No, I'm not. Is Sebastian eating right now? Is he taking a break? That's just my thoughts.
I'm about to get off. I want to go back and watch it right now. I'm always in chat. I'm always watching. And like when I'm cleaning, I have you on. I'm listening to you. I just wanted to come on here and just let you know, man. Everybody deserves people to tell them like, "Hey, bro, you're doing good, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep on going."
Appreciate that, brother.
And I came in here to do that, man. So just know you're loved, man.
I feel it. I've never I will say this legitimately, like I've never felt love.
Everybody
like I have from my community, the Rev Game family. I've never felt love like this, not even from my own family. And that's real shit. That's
God
real.
bless everybody. Man.
Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you and the kind words. Good conversation, man. I hope you have a blessed night. Always. Anything that you want to say before we go off about Sebastian Rogers?
Yeah, everybody have a good night. Be blessed. Go out tomorrow. Be careful Monday. And just take it day by day, man. Don't overstress your guys' self. Don't be like nobody else. Be you. Stay blessed. Show love to T-REV, and let's go find Sebastian, man.
God bless you, brother. I hope you have a good night, man. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for that light you just brought. We appreciate you.
No worries.
God bless, man. Shout out to the phone call. I'm just saying, is Sebastian or is Elijah View or is any of these people taking breaks right now? They're missing. They can't take a break. So why should I? That's how I look at it. When I'm doing my long streams, why should I? Why should I get up and eat? Why should I go eat a meal? I'll eat when I want to eat, right? I'm just going to eat when I want to eat. I love this shit. I can sit here without going to the bathroom for 8 hours. That's probably unhealthy as shit, but you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. This is what I love doing, and I'm going to continue to do it. Nobody will ever stop me from doing it. And we're going to keep on spreading these stories out there, and we're going to keep on gaining traction with every story that we put out, because that's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to argue with people. I'm not here to, I don't have any other motive but yet sharing these stories out there and doing it in numbers, and not only doing that in numbers, but also giving every single one of you a voice that I possibly can give a voice to, whether it's conversating with me on here about the case, or whether you got some information about the case, or whether you want to just have a conversation and you're going through something. I'm here for that. I'm here to uplift people and show them that in these dark times, there is good people. In the dark times that we're facing right now, there is good folks out here that will help you in any possible way that they can. They've been doing it for me. They've been doing it for me. And if there's good-hearted folk out there that help people like me, they'll help you too. You don't have to sit in the darkness. You can come out that darkness. There's people that'll be there for you when you decide to step out the darkness. That's just a fact. That's a fact. When you come out that darkness, there's going to be people there for you that love you and that will show you that light and will show you that there is love in this world still. Even though you turn on the news every day, you see these dark stories, you see these kids going missing, you see these women or these men going missing, or you're finding these women cut up and it's crazy. I see so many different stories. There's so much shit running through my head, and that's part of the ADHD. But you already know I'm about to end this off on here. I appreciate everybody who was here for the whole entire 7 hours, but you know how we end it around here. Hold up. I got one more thing to say. Also, bow your heads with me real quick before we exit out. Dear Heavenly Father, in the quiet moments of our hearts, we come before you with a heavy burden, carrying the weight of uncertainty and concern for young Sebastian Rogers. We lift Sebastian up to you, Lord, trusting in your mercy and compassion to watch over him, Lord, wherever he may be. We pray for Sebastian's safety, that your protective hands be placed upon him, guiding him back to those who love him dearly. Grant wisdom and clarity to those searching for him, and illuminate their paths with your light and lead them to Sebastian. Comfort his family, his parents, his relatives, his friends as they navigate through this storm of worry and despair. Strengthen their faith, Lord, and fill them with your peace that surpasses all understanding. May they feel the outpouring of love and support from their community and find solace in the thought that they are not alone in this trial, Lord. We also ask for your courage for Sebastian, that he may draw strength from you, Lord. Let him feel your presence and love in a profound way, providing him with a sense of calm and assurance during this challenging time. Lord, inspire us all to keep hope alive in our hearts, to support one another in love, kindness, and never cease in our prayers and efforts until Sebastian is found. We pray for the day of a joyful reunion, trusting in your timing and your perfect will. Lord, a lot of people think that little Sebastian Rogers isn't here with us anymore. And if he isn't, we pray that you bring whatever darkness it is to light. And we pray that if anybody is responsible for the disappearance of little Sebastian Rogers, that they pay for their sins. Lord, we don't know what happened. We can only speculate. But I will say this. Lord, we believe in your power to bright light out of darkness. Hope out of despair also. And watch over Sebastian and all the children who are missing across the United States of America and across the world. Protect them from harm and bring comfort to their families. In the name of our Son, Jesus Christ. Amen, ladies and gentlemen. That was a strong one for me. You never know. That's a strong one for me. And you already know how we ended around here, ladies and gentlemen. Voice for the Voiceless. I'm not playing no games. Voice for the Voiceless will be dropping this summer of 2024. So make sure you get ready for that. I feel like writing something right now. But Voice for the Voiceless 2024. Stay around for the gospel. Stay around for the concert. Let's end it off. And make sure you guys comment under this video if you want to support and keep pushing this story out there. If you comment when this video ends, it helps to keep pushing it and pushing it out. So shout out to all of you. Thank you so much. I love every single one of you. Seth Rogers, we are praying for you, brother. We stand with you. The Rev Gang family is here. We're here in prayer. I think I said 2 or 3 so far this stream, and I'll continue to do that. Hold up. You already know what time it is. 1 second. Here it goes right here. This. You already know this is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's
sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. the heart. We heal, we mend, and this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend, in the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse, hope, strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I'll sleep when it ends.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light, in this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Wow, I love that song, man. And you know what? Shout out to Seth, man. I had to put that together because Seth showed me something that was put together too, and I was like, man, this goes hand in hand with just what I'm talking about, and you know what I think here. And I got to put this one too, because seeing Seth out here, I gotta dedicate this song to Seth also, just for the simple reason. Just think about this. When you hear the words in this song, and you guys are already going to know what one I'm about to throw on. A lot of you already do. Voice for the Voiceless dropping 20 of 24 this summer. We will be dropping this album, and it is about giving a voice to the voiceless and keeping that as focus. But also there's different messages within that. Voice for the Voiceless means a lot. And I got to dedicate this song to what Seth is going through right now in this chapter of his life. You guys know what the song is. We're going to let it run. I just recorded it about last week, so this is fresh off the press.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to its knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by
to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. And they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
Get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one. I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I got you. Man, that's a tough one. That's a good one. One of my favorites. One of my new ones that I just dropped recently. It's called, well, By Myself, or Voice for the Voiceless. Actually, if you go look on my channel, it is up there. You can download it. You have my permission to rip it right off there. You can steal it. You can have it. It's free 99, baby. I don't care. Yeah, on the beat. I don't care. You can go and rip it right off my YouTube and load it right in your CD player and blast it through your whole neighborhood. I don't care. It's the word that needs to be heard. Remember, it ain't the fucking dollars. I don't care. I mean, if you want to buy support when I drop the album, you're more than welcome to. But if you want to go steal it off my YouTube right now, you have my permission and you can play this recording. I said you can go rip it and play it. So you have my permission. But this is another one. Dear Jesus. One of my favorite new songs that I've made. Again, coming out on Voice for the Voiceless, dropping 2024. I am working on the album art cover. And actually, if there's any artist out there that do album covers, I want to give a chance to somebody in the community that has talent to make this album cover for me. And yes, I'll pay you. I'm not worried about that. I just want to give somebody an opportunity that's in the Rev Gang family to make this album cover. And I have people, but I want somebody that's in our community, this community here. I could reach out to multiple people that I know. If you're very talented with making album covers, and I want to talk to you and have you make it for me. So reach out to me again. Dear Jesus, Voice for the Voiceless, dropping 2024 this summer. We got a lot of messages to get out.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. I wanted to change, I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn insane.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kicked, and you expect us to wonder what with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't see no one properly. Dear Jesus,
yeah,
dear Jesus.
We'll pack that stadium out one day, I'm telling you. And you know what I'm gonna do when I pack those stadiums out? I'd bring people out like Seth. And those are the type of people I would do, because this is the type of shit. Maybe I create a whole new genre of music to put out examples of how people should really be rapping. I used to rap that bullshit back in the day. I used to be one of those people that would talk that, yeah, I'm out here doing the thing with the clock on the top, hit his pop. Nah. Jesus came into my life, baby. 2 years ago, walked out of that. We still have, we go back every now and then, but it's about staying in that light, not letting that darkness consume you back. You know what I mean? And I think it's very important. It is very important. And this one I made this during, it's between Idaho 4 and something else, right? And this song, this song means a lot to me, man. It does. Rev Gang Strong means a lot to me, because it's the reason why I bought this beat, recorded this song the way I did. This was inspired by the Rev Gang family.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rev Gang Strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. God, I love that song. That is my favorite. One of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me here tonight. Thank you. But again, I'm gonna show you. This is just take a listen to the words in this. I mean, this, you could tell I was angry. Okay, this is when I first came on YouTube. This was the first case that I covered. Kylie Roddy, 16-year-old out of Truckee. Okay, Truckee, California. Or man, look, Truckee. Point blank period. This case just makes now I'm just thinking about different things flashing through my head as I've been watching these videos that have been coming out the last couple of days. I've been checking Ryan Upchurch. He's been dropping videos on Kylie Rodney, and it just brought everything back up about this whole entire case for me. Right? It really did. It brought everything back up. It's super weird. I'll never understand it. But this town in Truckee in California, man, I'm telling you, it's something, I don't know. Just watch out. I don't want anybody to, lose their life in foul play. All right. That's just my opinion, my thoughts, allegedly. There it is.
You gotta stop doing this.
I ended after this. Make sure you drop a comment down below. Let me know what you guys thought about the live. I love every single one of you, and we'll see you on the second channel. Maybe.
Look. All my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is killing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie, and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just want to play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF Investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the Truckee way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the Truckee way. You gotta stop doing this. I mean, I really guess it's the Truckee way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation.
And that's sad.
And that's sad. There's so many people that care.
Rep Gang family.
Rep Gang family.
I'm out. All right, yeah, we're about to be out. We're about to be out. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys comment down below. Wait till usually in the chat that you can comment down below. But let me actually check these polls too. Hold up. What is going on here? 7,000 votes. 7,000 votes. Wow. That was wild. What was the verdict on the votes? Look at these votes. Hold up. Do you think Sebastian made it home on the 25th that night, right? We got 50%. No. 20%. I don't know what to think anymore. And 50-50. 14%. Yes, 13%. So the main one was no. 50. A lot of you think he didn't make it home. I'll see you guys soon. Maybe on the second.